Welcome to BTM Reviews, where we talk about the news. Got the scoop you need to hear. Stay a while, join the cheer. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Pour the bourbon, let it flow. Talking drinks you need to know. Whiskey's aged and barrels old. Stories told in glasses full. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Boys and gadgets, playtime fun. From old school to brand new ones. Action figures, cars that zoom. Fill your heart and light the room. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Movie flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Movies, flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz, come take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today.
Hey guys, this is Dave with BTM Reviews. I don't know why I'm muted, but I am. Hope everybody had a good weekend this weekend. I sure did. Got to hang out with the wife Saturday and Sunday, which was nice. Great Monday today. Hope everybody's doing great. We're going to talk about some House of the Dragon. This might be the last time. I don't know. We'll get Jim on here in a minute and see what he thinks. We're also going to talk about Beverly Hills Cop 4 and maybe some other stuff that's going on out there. No, I did not. Did you, Andrew Campbell? Jim, are you there? Let's see. Jim, are you there, bud?
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm in the middle of doing something right now. I'm trying to log into Max. It's giving me a problem. So give me 1 second.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, we, I don't know. Elizabeth's here. I don't know, man. I don't know. We just watched the episode.
I'll be back in 1 second, Dave.
Yeah, that's fine. Then I guess also, into the weird world of Ricada. I guess he went on Camelot's stream Saturday night with Zia. which is kind of strange, I thought, but I'm a different person, I guess. I guess I think differently than other people do about that kind of stuff. I don't know why he would do that. Uh, okay. So, Andrew, you thought it was good. 100 out of 10 episodes, says Grogu. Wow. Okay. That's great. Well, we'll see. Yeah, Jim said something about the books too. Okay, I'm a fan. They aren't just having fights on screen for the sake of violence. Yeah, it'd be nice to see some action, though. I mean, we got to see we got to see a bunch of troops line up, get ready to start, and the dragons came in and swooped it up, and then okay, but I guess I don't know. I'm just spoiled, or maybe I didn't see you know Game of Thrones. So if I haven't seen that, maybe I'm expecting too much out of something like this, and maybe that's bad on me. I just kind of feel like, and we'll get into it when Jim gets back. He's trying to actually do the review somewhat professionally, where we got pictures, but we don't get struck. So we'll see.
We won't get struck. If Gary can do it, we can do it.
Yeah. So people were saying 100 out of 10 for them, and Grogu says 100 out of 10 episode. And Andrew Campbell said there was plenty of action.
I think there should have been more action. Personally, I think there should have been. They should have showed more of the fighting before.
Well, it's almost like they never fought.
Yeah, they should have showed some more of the fighting.
It's like they were getting ready to fight, and the dragons just ended the battle before it could start.
Yeah, I'm talking about the fights at the other castles at Rosby and Stokeworth and Duskendale. They didn't show any of that. It's like, I know why. It's like because they don't have the money. They're trying to save money.
They're spending so much money.
Yeah.
Can't you give us like some with, I don't know. Anyway, the episode starts out with what's his name, right? At the castle, getting tripped like he's on acid.
Yeah, that's weird, in my opinion.
Is that in the books where the castle, like,
I don't remember any of that.
their brain?
I don't remember any of that. So here, if you want to pull up my screen. So this is the beginning, right before he wakes up. He's having this dream
About his wife as a child.
his current wife as a child, Rhaenyra.
Yeah.
And she's talking some shit about in High Valyrian, but I couldn't understand if he couldn't understand her because it was a dream, or he did understand her, was telling her to be quiet. Yeah, Alice Waters is the Wood Witch, which is weird because I think Daemon is supposed to have an affair with that Wood Witch, and so is One Eye Aemond. I think One Eye Aemond ends up getting her pregnant or something.
The chicken that was he was talking
That gave
to
him the drink.
with?
That gave him the drink.
okay.
Yeah.
She seems like the only sane one. She knows what's happening at the cat. I mean, she knows what's happening there.
Yeah, I mean, her explanation about how they cut down all the weird, like, you don't know because you didn't watch Game of Thrones, right?
Right.
So these weirwood trees have like secret powers where it's like they're called the old gods, where like they were the gods that were worshipped by these children of the forest and stuff, and that's how this whole thing, like, people could see into the past, into the future through these trees. And so they cut down a bunch of trees when they built that castle, so that's why these people had weird dreams and it's haunted and all this stuff. So I don't know. We shall see, I guess, where this goes. They changed the fight scene in the end too, which we'll get to. They didn't really that's not like in the book. Aemon does not basically try to kill his brother.
Right.
You know, it's basically the three dragons are fighting in the book, and they all come tumbling to the ground, and there's this whole big fight. And so Jim has secret powers. I don't know what that means. I'm confused.
So allies or Alice Waters is a woodwit. Okay, so Grogu says it looks way better than Game of Thrones battle in the end. I don't know.
Well, yes, I've read some of the books, Andrew Campbell, not all of the books. Like I read I think it's called I think it's called Fire and Blood or something. It's the story of the Targaryens. I read that. It was several years ago, but like I remember bits and pieces of it. And but as far as that, like anyway, I wanted to share one. Forgot to do this. I have to promote the show on Twitter. I forgot to do that. Forgot to do that. Okay.
So this Alice, is she ends up being a big player in this world?
No, I mean she's part of the story. Like she's going to be part of the story. I think doesn't she Elizabeth Lyons? I think she ends up dying though, doesn't she? Or does she end up having a kid and that's later on?
I don't need spoilers like that. I'm not asking about that. I mean, but she's not just some like weird person in a castle the whole time.
No, I don't think so. I think she has an affair with Damon. Her and Damon fuck around, and then Damon starts screwing around with this girl Nettles, who I don't know if we're going to see Nettles or not. Mm-hmm. They don't really explain who Nettles is. Like Nettles must be somehow a Targaryen if she's able to ride a dragon. She disappeared according to Mushroom. So, and then I'm pretty sure Aemond has an affair with Alice or whatever, the Woods Witch, and gets her pregnant, I think. So maybe there's going to be something about a baby there.
Some kind of baby?
Well, some kind of baby, or some kind of pregnancy. I don't know. Like you noticed in the beginning, the episode here. Let's see. No, wait, that's the wrong thing here.
So this high cancel, that seems to be shitty for both sides. They're both
the council. Small. It's called the small council
or whatever.
Yeah, small council.
They're both shit.
I don't know.
I mean, just argue with each other.
Well, I mean, I think Aegon's small council is pretty good. They're trying to give him good advice. He's just not listening to it.
Well, no, they're listening to his brother. That's why they're shit.
Well, no, actually, their brother didn't tell him nothing. That was basically the guy who was fucking their mom, Kristen Cole, and who, if you noticed in the scene where she had to drink the tea, that was to kill a baby. She was pregnant.
Right.
And then, like him and Cole and Aemond have a bond because Cole basically raised Aemon like he was a stepfather type of thing, and so because the parents weren't very attentive of the kids growing up, the mother was very cold, and the father wasn't really paying attention to him because he thought Rhaenyra, he said Rhaenyra was going to be the take the crown, so he really didn't have any reason to teach them anything.
Right.
Then there's this scene.
Yes.
Where, like, this is his like in the books they claim that it's his son's bastard sons. I mean, I just remember an Adam Valerian. And they claim it's the son because the son, what's his name? This guy's name is Alan, I think, and then the son is his brother is Adam, and Adam Valerian becomes the heir to Driftmark. This is Corlys Valerion, the sea snake's bastard son.
This is his son.
Yes,
The one that
I'm
pulled
pretty
him out.
sure. The one that pulled him out of the water. Like I'm pretty like in the books they were saying they were his son, Laenor's sons, but his son was gay and never had sex with Rhaenyra to give her kids.
So is this why she is so like into him in this conversation? Like your mother's must be beautiful and all that weird shit she was saying.
Yeah. Oh, he ends up marrying Baela. Okay, and Ayla becomes the Droid of Driftmark. Okay. Yeah, I knew there was something to that. No, there's a bunch of illegitimate people
Oh yeah,
in this.
a bunch. I have noticed that there's a lot of little bastards running around, right?
Yeah. So and then
So this guy, does he know he's his son?
Oh, he knows he's his son, and so does the other one. And she's acting like she knows, and he obviously knows. You know, Corlys knows, but like later on, I believe, or maybe he pretends. Maybe he pretends it's his son's.
But as far as now is what we're watching, I can't tell. I wouldn't know that this is his son. Nothing has told me anywhere without reading the books that this guy.
Well, maybe he shaved his head because his hair would be white. I don't know.
Well, he's got eyebrows though.
Well, they don't do a very good job of bleaching any of these characters' eyebrows anyway. They didn't do that in Game of Thrones either, and they refused to wear the fucking purple. Hold on a second. They refused to wear the purple.
Yeah. Well,
I'll be right back. I blew a fuse.
Except for when they're the mother, or their mother's a queen, right? Those bastards aren't treated too bad because they're in line. Or here's the other thing, Elizabeth. I don't understand what the order is now, since what's his name died. Who's the new king? Do you know, Jim? I don't know who the new king is. Since oh, he didn't die. So the lady and the king didn't die in that dragon fight. Huh? Thought he was dead. Looked like he was dead. Aegon is still alive. Wow. He took a pretty fucking big fall to not die. Did his dragon like cocoon him or something? Is that what I was supposed to take from that? Couldn't really tell. I was watching on my phone. So I'm guessing the dragon could concuss or stop the concussion of the fall. So if that's true, that's cool. But hopefully he doesn't go back out to battle. Just maybe they'll show us, or maybe we'll have.
Sorry about that. I got a bunch of company here, so
I thought Aegon died.
No, he's all burnt up and fucked up. He's going to be in like a coma for like a year, and Aemon's going to prosecute the war and do a bunch of stuff, and then there's going to. Do you care if I do spoilers, or does it matter?
I'm just wondering. No, based on this episode, I don't know how the fuck he survived that fall.
Yeah, it's weird how I think he landed on the dragon, and the dragon somehow saved him. He was on top of the dragon, but that was,
that was a hell of an explosion, though.
It was a lot of fire. But that's the thing.
Yeah.
It was like I was like when I saw that, I'm like, oh wait a minute, like according to the books, it was a big fight, and like Meleys went there, and then according to the books, Aemon and Aegon went there together, and it was like the big battle for them because even though Vhagar is this big, huge dragon, it's very slow and old.
Right.
So it can't maneuver as well as like Melee's is like the perfect size as far as for battling because it can swing around and it's big enough to grab smaller dragons and stuff. That's why it was able to grab Dreamfire, which is Aegon's dragon, and and fuck it up like that because it's big enough and it's been in a lot of battles and it's like over 100
she's
years
got
old.
Experience too, and
she's got experience too. She's been to war on dragons before, so she knew. But like she's telling the dragon to attack, and they're just telling the dragon, to breathe fire. Dracarys means breathe fire. So yeah, Aemon saw the way to get rid of both at the same time. I think it was a little like I think Aemon wanted, like when he saw his brother show up, he's like, oh good, let my brother go and get fucked up. I'm gonna wait and let him go at it. And he thought, that at first that maybe she killed her brother and that he would kill her, but they were still fighting, and so he's like, fuck it, I'm gonna nail them both.
Well,
but anyway.
That's why the other guy that's why what's his name? That got what's her name pregnant. He's like, where the fuck are you at, dude? What are you waiting for? He knew Aegon was, or Daemon was there, not Daemon, but
that was a plan they had come to together. That was their secret plan that no one else knew about.
That he was going to wait behind the scenes.
Yeah, he was going to go hide, and then they would send signals for him to come because they were trying to lure a dragon out.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
What I mean?
He was like getting impatient because he saw the king go up there. Yeah.
Because there's like 5 or 6 or 7 dragons. I don't even know the number on Dragonstone, but they only have 3 riders. 3 or 4 riders. I don't know, like 3 riders. So right. they're gonna have to get these other riders. One of them being this guy's brother, Adam's going to become a dragon rider, and then that guy, like remember the guy that said he was a bastard son of Balon that was in the last episode, Hugh, I think his name was. He becomes a dragon rider, and then Nettles, and then one more.
I thought to be a dragon rider, you had to
have Targaryen blood. Yes, yeah. They're all like bastard children of Targaryens.
Okay, so they're all bastards they're just bringing in because they need them for war. Is that what it is?
Yeah, yeah. They end up. I think after this, they end up taking on the Ulf. But doesn't he go? Who's Hugh though? Doesn't Hugh also become a dragon rider? Hugh the Hammer or something like that, or.
So the dragons take on the hates and loves of their riders. Okay.
Cool.
Wow. That's cool. Hugh is the blacksmith.
Yeah, but doesn't Hugh does Hugh become a dragon rider, or is he the one who takes over King's Landing for a while? In between, before the.
Yes, he becomes a dragon rider.
I know someone takes over King's Landing.
He said he becomes a dragon rider.
Okay, yeah. Someone takes over. Anyway, I'm getting way ahead of the game here. I'm fucking this all up. I'm terrible at this. I'm like,
so this scene here, she actually wanted her husband to
acknowledge him and raise him up. Raise him up. Yeah,
right. And he says, "I didn't come here for your speech or basically anything. What'd you come here for? To give me a speech or whatever?" Okay. I guess he feels bad now that she's gone. Because she's dead, right?
Yeah, plus if you saw that he didn't really say anything when she left. This is what I don't understand. They should have sent okay, you kick Jim. I'm horrible. They should have sent all their fucking dragons there and just had at it. You know what I mean? Should have went all out. Everybody. And they should have had Daemon and his dragon. Meraxes, I think, is his dragon.
But Daemon's not. He's not around.
He's not that far away. They could get word to him. Hey,
you think he really wants to help?
Sure.
You do?
Well, yeah, he wants to help. I mean, he wants to kill some people too, but he wants to prove himself to his wife. And I mean, I don't know. According to the book in this TV show, I don't really know what his motivations are. If he really wants to be king and get rid of Rhaenyra, I mean, that's always a possibility. Targaryens are known for being crazy and fucking homicidal. So
I get the impression that he's just trying to find himself. You know what I mean? I don't know what he's doing. He's just taking over this area, but he's not doing anything yet. He's dealing with ghosts in a fucking castle.
Yeah. I don't think Moondancer is born yet, Elizabeth Lyons. I think doesn't Moondancer get born in the Erie? Well, he's not weeks away by dragon. Oh. I mean, by dragon, that's that's like fast travel. Dragon. We saw what's her face in the. Well, I keep bringing up Game of Thrones. In Game of Thrones, Daenerys was able to travel thousands of miles by dragon in a couple minutes.
Oh yeah, it's like Rhaenyra going all over the place. There's no sense of fucking distance.
Well, what's the dragon that's born? There's like a purple dragon or something that's born in the Eyrie that ends up becoming the other daughters, Rhaenyras or whatever. Morning. Oh yeah, you're right. Morning. Okay. Yeah. I can't keep track of all these fucking dragon names and shit, and people's names. It's hard.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking people in this show.
Yeah. But all in all, I mean, what did you think of the show? What would you have given it out of 10?
This episode?
Yeah.
Probably a 9.
Yeah. It could have been a 10 out of 10 if they would have shown some more of the battles. But, Puff, that's right. The magic dragon. I forgot. He lives by the sea.
Probably a 9. Again, sometimes it's a little too talkative. Like, I mean, again, Jim, it was 35 minutes of talk and 10 minutes of dragons flying. They're throwing fire out there, right? Which I guess is what the show's about. It's about the politics of the world. And, Rhaenyra had to come back and, explain to her son what the fucking Song of Ice and Fire was, or what the story is of Ice and Fire. That was pretty cool that she finally got to tell that story to her own kid. So,
yeah, but see, that's the problem is that it dies with them, I think. And so that's why no one knows about it then until later when it gets figured out.
So this is going to be a bloodbath. Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, yeah. Like the only people that survive. All right. Never mind.
Let's not go there. Holy shit. Give me a reason to watch the shit.
Well, they keep changing shit, so I don't know. Who knows? Like, personally, like, they never find, like, Daemon could end up surviving in this TV show.
I thought they got rid of my worst fucking character already tonight. I thought he was dead.
Him? No, he's going to get it, though, soon. And he goes badly.
I'm talking about the king.
Oh, him? No, yeah, well, he goes badly, too. He gets it.
But his right-hand man, I thought he died, too, when he was running over there like an idiot to check on the king.
Well, at first I thought he was going to, like, he went with his sword like he was going to kill him. And I was like, oh, fuck, he's going to, what? And then
he wasn't fighting anybody yet. Why did he pull his sword out? Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Maybe he thought he was going to have to kill the dragon. I don't know. Well, it's not. I mean, I don't know how fast the show's going to go, Elizabeth Lyons. I mean, basically, once the king wakes up, they flee to Dragonstone because they lose King's Landing, and then someone gets eaten by a dragon, and then he goes back to King's Landing and drinks a cup of tea and goes night night. Well, they're not going to drag this out for 4 fucking. No fucking way. I will tap the fuck out if they drag this whole fucking war out for 4 seasons. I thought they were going to continue this forward, like with some more of because it's called House of the Dragon, not Dance of the Dragons. If this show is House of the Dragon, it should continue with other Targaryens. The continuation of the story, other shit.
Oh, so it's not just this battle that you care about as a fan.
Yeah. No, as a fan, I want to see the other shit. I want to see, the whole story of the guy who tries to, of Duncan Egg and, what's his Maker, and, that shit. And I want to see the other the one-eyed Raven dude, Eamon Rivers. That ends up
another one-eyed guy.
There's another one-eyed guy. I want to see him because he's a badass.
Well, I'd like to see these guys come down from the north too. See when that happens. Hopefully, that's pretty soon, right?
Well, there's 2 groups that come from the north. There's the Winter Wolves, I think, or the Old Men, the Winter Wolves, or whatever they're called. Brandon Rivers. Yes, I'm sorry, Brandon Rivers. It's the one-eyed that confused me. But anyway,
You said there's two groups from the north.
there's two groups. There's the first group, which should be arriving shortly. And and if I'm not mistaken, they're the ones that basically fucking smash Kristen Cole's army around Harrenhal somewhere.
Well, hopefully that's when we'll see some field battles, right? Because they did put an effort to show us go recruit those guys, right?
So, because in Game of Thrones they showed a lot of those battles. Usually at least one a season they had a big battle on the land, with a ton of action. So I don't know.
And it looked good. It didn't look cheesy.
No, it didn't look cheesy at all. Doesn't Adam Valerian ride Sea Smoke? Or whatever his name is? Adam Sea Shitface? I don't know what his name, but he becomes Adam Valerian. I think he rides Sea Smoke. Because supposedly, well, in the book they claimed it was his son's son, so his grandson, and that was his son's dragon, so him riding it makes sense.
Right, but this is you're talking about this guy on the screen, son.
No, this guy, not his son, his brother.
Oh, his brother's son.
No, sorry. This guy has a brother. I believe they're both the sons of Corlys Valerian. His brother Adam becomes a dragon rider and rides Sea Smoke. The story that's told is that they are the sons of Corlys' son and her son. Okay. Corlys and her son named Laenor, who supposedly got killed in the books, but in this he fled to Pentos with his gay lover.
Oh, the gay guy that was married to Rhaenyra?
Yes. And then that kind of explains how he's able to ride a dragon, because she is Targaryen, so if it's her son's son, then he would have her blood, so Targaryen. But there's also Targaryen blood further back in the Valerian line. They've intermarried with Targaryens, and I believe what the fuck is that other one? The Craigers? The Craig Halls? There's another family that are from Valeria. There's like anyway. Well, he's dead in the books, but not in the TV show. And like the books are supposedly not canon. I don't know. George says there's book canon and TV canon. So who knows?
Unreliable narrator, right? Mm-hmm. Is that what they say? So whatever the fuck that means. So you're telling me the guy telling me the story can't be trusted? So does that mean does that just mean he gets an out to do it any way he wants on any format that's out right now? Is that why he says
that? Well, they can't change it that drastically. They can make little changes, but if they were to change it and have people dying that survived, that would be weird. Because how do you have them survive in the book and die in the thing? But there's a lot of people that they thought were dead, maybe in the book, that we're going to see they're actually alive, like exactly what happened with Laenor Valerian. We might see in the TV show that Daemon just leaves with Nettles, because that's speculated kind of in the book, I think.
Nettles is another chick that he had an affair with?
Yeah. That was the story, Mad Hunter, in the book, that his gay lover murdered him and then took off. But in the TV show, it was someone else that they killed and they just took off. Daemon went to him and said, "Why don't you just leave, be with your guy and take off?" And she's his daughter. Who's his daughter? Nettles is whose daughter?
Daemon's.
Nettles is Daemon's daughter by who? It's just
another bastard child somewhere.
Oh, well, maybe she is. Maybe that's why he protects her and because they try to kill her and he saves her. So who knows?
How long after he hooked up with that Alice switch did Nettles come around? Was it years after?
Oh, no. Nettles has to already be alive, so it has to have been somebody he slept with years ago. Like,
what about that chick that he was with?
It's possible that the first wife never had a baby, I don't think, but I'm sure there was people he was fucking around with then. Or it's possible that White Worm chick, allegedly she was pregnant in the first season, remember when Damon took the egg and they had to go get the egg back in season 1? That was that white worm chick that he was with saying she was pregnant. Maybe she was pregnant at that time and she had nettles.
Gotcha.
No, Damon and Aemon are going to fight. But
she's a dragon seed.
Yeah, well, Nettles is a dragon seed. She has to be.
Okay.
What was a...
He says, I'd like to leave a lot of things ambiguous with Damon on the show. I think they're trying to do the same thing with this. Is that because they want to keep him around?
Well,
like,
I mean...
That's so good. They want to keep him on as many seasons as possible?
Well, no, because he's basically after the fight with Aemon and both the dragons die and Aemon's found with Damon's sword through his eye, through his head. His head, he washes up, and that's how they get that sword, Dark Sister, back. No one ever sees Damon again, but there's stories about some girl riding a dragon, which is Sheep Stealer. Nettles is from Dragonstone. There's a villager. Okay. I don't know. It's so hard to follow. So hard to follow.
So let me ask the chat, if you've read the books, are you happy with the TV show? If you've read the books, are you like happy with the show? I haven't read the books, and I'll go another week, Elizabeth. I'm not giving up.
So, and here's the scene where
I don't know if there's going to be another dragon battle like that one this season.
Oh, there should be. Well, I don't know. Fuck, are they gonna? Because there should be a dragon battle when, I believe Damon goes and fucks up the Brackens, and then basically takes over their castle, or maybe they don't even fight, or maybe he just burns a few people, and then there should be several big dragon battles, but I don't know when they're going to happen. Like there's going to be a big one on a bridge, if I'm not mistaken, where what's his face gets killed. The other son. There's another son. What the fuck's his name? Not Damon. Maybe it's Daemon with a D. That's the youngest son of Viserys and Alicent Hightower. And he ends up getting killed, I think, and eaten by a dragon, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe not eaten, maybe just burned. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's kind of the thing with me too. Again, it's kind of falling into that Dune territory for me. I don't really like a lot of people in this fucking show. I mean, I don't really care about any of them yet. I mean, nobody's made me give me a true reason.
Darian, okay, Darian, not Damon. Darian, Matt Damon. You know,
I said that earlier. It's actually Matt Smith because I'm an idiot. So the show changed it to where the men are the ones pro war in the books, with Alicent and Rhaenyra are pro war. Okay, so they changed up that, Jim. So in the books, the men were pro war and the women weren't, or the men weren't pro war and the women were, and they've flipped it for the show. Of course, they got to do that. They got to do that.
Yeah. And what did you notice too? That was kind of weird. That the whole time up until this point, Rhaenys, the old woman, the queen that never was trying to stop a war. Was trying to stop a war from breaking out. Kept telling her not to do this, not to do that. She's the one that told her to go and try to resolve it with Alicent. And then no, she's the one that actually was the first one to take a dragon in the battle. That was that was. Hold on, my dog.
That was what?
Perfect. Like, but that battle scene with her and the way she acted, that was really good. That was well acted. Her expressions on her face when she was doing these things, excellent. Like you could see, like I saw pain, and like she knew I'm not going to make it, but I have to do this.
Oh, you bought into that scene, huh?
Hey, I did anyway. Hold on one second.
The women are not pro war in this show. No, they're not pro war. The men are pro war in the show. In the books, they're both. I think they're both pro, not trying to get their kids killed, right?
Shut up. I didn't think See, I didn't think that.
He
I
just
didn't.
told you to. He just told you to f off. Uh, he just told Jim to f off. So I don't know. In the books, it seems to me, or in the show, it seems to me like the two women are at least one of the women is trying her best not to go to war. That's because she knows the throne should be hers anyway, but she doesn't want to go to war over it until they kill, her son, right? And
Right.
even then, she still tries to save them by going to see what's her name, Rhaenyra, right? And they're like, tough shit. We're gonna have to do this. And then she comes back.
Yeah, I don't think there was any misunderstanding about who Rhaenyra should have been the queen. That's what happened. Everybody swore to oath. That's the way it was, and it was at a last minute thing because her father, Alicent's father, and Alicent's father convinced her that if she didn't take the crown for her son, that Rhaenyra would kill her children. And so they did what they had, did that, and that was all her father's. Now, I don't think Otto Hightower wanted an all-out war because he was trying to do it diplomatically, if we could just convince everybody to say you're the king, then there's nobody to support her and she's going to have no choice but to just deal with it.
Right. And,
but, other people wanted, it was mainly, I think it was actually the king, Aegon, who wanted a war because he said, I want a war,
Yeah. But they're all afraid of the other family killing everybody else out. That's how it was last year, right? That if she gets the crown, she's going to kill all your kids, so, and I don't even think that was a thing in her mind, but that's what they kept telling him in the show. Like, hey, they'll kill all of us.
Well, don't you remember Alicent telling Aegon that like years before?
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I can see why they would want to defend that, but she did steal the fucking crown based on a bullshit story that she misheard. You know what I'm saying, Jim? I mean,
yeah,
she lied, and it was kind of. I mean, I get it. It's medieval times. Whatever is going on here, and if that's what the king said on his dying breath, then you have to believe it. For reasons, I guess, even though he sat in front of a whole council and said it will never change. Quit trying to change his shit. He was doing his death walk to say this shit. And then, 2 nights later he dies and the story changed again. I'm surprised that, Damon didn't just fucking hack and slash everybody right there. If he would have found out, right?
Well,
He
yeah.
just ended it. I mean, why not? And what's her name? What's it, Reyes? Or, like, when she pulled that fucking dragon into that hall, she could have just ended it right there.
She could have.
Was that
it
in
would
the
have been
book?
the end? I don't think in the book it says that she does all that. I think it says that she escapes. She's able to escape and get on her dragon and flee. I don't believe in the book it says it was all that.
That she interrupted the fucking proceedings and all that shit.
Yeah, I don't believe that was in the book.
Yeah, because it was actually kind of stupid. Like, she killed a shit ton of people. You agree?
Maybe.
You don't think she killed a bunch of people when she broke through that building and all that brick and shit was falling down on that whole crowd?
Oh, it killed a ton of people.
Yeah, so don't say maybe. Jesus Christ. All right, so where are we at here? This is when she's talking.
This is where she's talking to the Maester to try to find out if maybe Viserys had told the Maester anything. Said, did Viserys ever tell you anything about Aegon, wanting Aegon? He goes, no, he never said anything to me about it.
That wasn't his place.
Right, and then she's trying to find out any information about the Song of Ice and Fire, but the Song of Ice and Fire was not written down anywhere. It was passed down from Aegon the Conqueror to his son.
Does Daemon even know it?
No, I don't think Daemon knows it.
Only she does, right?
Only she does. It's passed down, from king to was passed down, and which is kind of weird because how did it get passed down? After, because there's a whole thing after when there's the guy who takes over after the first Aegon dies, and then he dies, and then his brother Maegor steals the throne from him and kills a bunch of his kids who should have took over. So I don't understand how the story got passed to Jaehaerys in the first place. It's kind of confusing to me.
Maybe
The story is on the dagger. That's a lot of words to be written on a little dagger.
Who's got the dagger?
Right now, well, at the end of this episode, Aemond had it in his hand.
Aemond did. So why does Aemond have it? Because it was part of the king's castle?
No, Aemond has it. It was on the king, and then when he fell, he fell on the ground, and Aemond picked it up, and that's what he points with to when Kristen Cole comes up. Where's the king, or where's your grace, or whatever, his grace? And he goes like this with it.
I'm saying, but why does the king have that dagger if it was supposed to be what's her name's? Like, could they not read the story? Could they not?
It's kind of like the One Ring. You got to expose it to fire to have it reveal its fucking truth.
Okay, I was wondering, or is it like in a special language that they're talking?
Well, no, it's in Valyrian, but I mean, I think they showed it like he showed her last season. He got it hot, and the words appeared on it or whatever.
Oh, so they don't even know what the dagger really is. They just know it's like their grandpa or their grandfather's dagger. That's all they think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it was important enough for him to leave it with somebody. But he was hoping it was for his daughter rather than.
Right. But see, that's what, like, so he had it, like, if I guess he should have gave that dagger to his daughter then for her to safekeep, since she was supposed to be queen instead of him having it, because then it ends up going to his son.
But wasn't it with his? I'm sure his wife had it for safekeeping, and then when.
Well, that's the dagger that in last season that Allison takes and slices Rhaenyra with.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Aegon doesn't speak High Valyrian very well. You could tell when they were talking, he was like barely getting words out.
Oh yeah. Aemon's he's smarter than his brother for sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
There's like a lot of history of that actually with the Targaryens. I think later on, if I'm not mistaken, you got like a dragon. What's his name? The Dragon Knight, who's the second brother, and I think his name is Aemon or Aemond, Dragon Knight, and his brother is an Aegon, I think, who's an asshole, and the brother's really like way better.
Mm-hmm.
I think. And they have a sister that's supposedly the most beautiful.
Fairest of them all.
Something, or is that Shiera Seastar? I don't know. I'm losing track now. There's so many.
All right, so she finds out that he don't know shit.
He don't know shit. Then she starts looking for books, and then finds out that her son got rid of all the books.
But he didn't burn them.
He didn't burn them.
Out. Right.
Well, first here's the meeting where they're like plotting, and then Corlys has to come in and tell them all to shut the fuck up, and stop bickering behind the scenes.
Oh, over at the other castle.
Yeah, and then her son actually takes charge. I think his name is Jacaerys, right, or Jacaerys? I don't. What's his name? Jacaerys.
Yeah, he aged a lot in the last 5 weeks.
Yeah, and then the mom comes home and tells him, she tried to go stop the war, and everyone's like, "What?" And none of that was in the book at all. So that was all like a thing. And
was that plot shit for the show to make it?
Yeah, I think so.
Soap opera. Well, then she comes back into the room though at that meeting and tells them all that she went there.
Yeah.
And come to realize that they actually need to go to war, right? I mean, they have to go to war after the meeting. That's what she ended up telling them. So, all right.
Yeah. So then I think this is when they went to the Darkland Castle and they end up chopping this guy's head off, and he tells dude like, You'll get
You're getting
yours.
a better death than you deserve.
Yeah, and he tells him yours will come soon enough.
Yeah.
You know, but I would have liked to have seen these battles. I would have really liked to have seen it.
At least some. Like, give me
You know, I
a
mean,
minute or two.
if they wanted to stretch this out over 4 seasons, they should have shown all these battles. They could have had a whole episode where it was basically just this battle, the siege, and draw it out. And then the other bullshit that they're doing to fill time with the people standing around looking at shit and talking, that could have been off camera.
Right. I agree. I didn't even know this was a real battle. I thought they just showed up and they just surrendered. Like, we're here. So there was an actual fight. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but they spent like a shit ton of money on it already, Elizabeth. I mean, they spent a lot of money on this. I mean, give me something, not just, I mean, they give me, I think twice now, like a scene with more than 100 people in armor on a battlefield between 2 seasons. You know what I'm saying, Jim?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I hear you, Edmato. That's what a lot of people are scared of with these shows. They're going to wait till it's all complete. All right, let's see. We got him telling him to go fuck himself, basically.
Right. And then he gets a raven from his kid. Like, I don't know, not his kid, but a kid. Raven. I'm not sure who the raven is from. You know,
Right.
maybe it could be from Aemon telling him, don't go to Harrenhal because Daemon already took it. And if you go there, you know, we need to draw, like, basically, I think they were trying to either draw Daemon out of Harrenhal or draw a dragon out of Dragonstone, which probably a dragon out of Dragonstone, since they were right across from Rook's Rest. Is like, we looked at the map, it's pretty close to Dragonstone.
Right.
So, you know, it's probably only like a 20-minute ride on a dragon, if that.
Yeah, so Aegon probably said, hey, dude, I got a plan. Go to this.
Well, not Aegon. Aegon didn't know any of this. Aemon.
Or Aemon said,
Yeah.
I got a plan. Go to this other castle, and we'll go there. And then his dumbass brother. Do you think that he intended for his brother to go out to prove himself as king? You think that's why he did it, or you think it was a plan, or do you think he just? I don't think he.
I don't know. I mean, maybe if he's that devious and that thought that, like, if I fucking keep goading my brother and belittling him and fucking with him, he's gonna eventually go out there and try to fight and get killed, and then I'll just take over as king. I don't know.
But that's not how the lineage works, is it?
Well, it could. You know.
I thought it would be one of his kids.
Well, it would be, but the kids are too small, so the kids would need a regent, and who's going to be the best regent except for the old uncle? The uncle.
Her mother.
No, the uncle. He would be the one that would.
But that's not the lineage of this shit, though, right? Isn't? I mean,
Well, he's got the biggest dragon, so he could basically tell people whatever. You know, okay, you don't want me to do it, I'll just leave with my dragon. What are you going to do? Then what?
yeah, I guess. All right. So that makes sense why the Raven showed up, because after that meeting, or has their meeting happened yet? Where they get into
right after this is when the meeting happens. I mean, technically, in the books, there was supposed to be 3 kids, a girl, a boy, 2 boys, and a girl. That and they killed the oldest boy and left the youngest boy. But in the TV show, I don't remember seeing a younger boy. For when they went and killed the kids in the castle.
Right.
Yeah, I thought there was a set of twins and then a smaller son. I thought a boy and a girl twin and then a smaller son. There isn't. On the show, he has no male heirs, but I thought in the books he did. In the books, there wasn't. In their books, wasn't there a baby in the books? Anyway,
I don't know.
And so here's the meeting where he's acting like a tool. And this guy, which I think is odd. Does anyone else think it's odd that
he was in this room?
Well, no, that he comes in to talk to her and everything. And there was some weird shit last season where he was looking at her feet or something. It was real odd and creepy. But that this guy's name is Laris, And in Game of Thrones, the Master Whisperer's name was Varys. So Larys and Varys.
You think he's his son?
No relation. I mean, I don't actually. There's a lot of speculation about Varys, who Varys might be in Game of Thrones, like that he might have been a Targaryen bastard that got castrated for fire magic or something.
So you think he's giving her good advice here?
Oh no, this is the meeting still. This isn't where she goes and meets with them.
Okay.
This is the meeting still. And then see, so they're talking about it. I put the closed captionings on, so we kind of tell what's going on.
Right, yeah.
And then, so this is him telling them, this is how it's going to be won. And so maybe, you know what, now that I think about it, maybe this was him goading his brother into going. He said, this war will be won with dragons flying behind armies of men. But he didn't tell his brother he was going to be the one flying the dragon. So his brother, after his meeting with his mother and her mother telling him not to do anything, maybe.
That was pretty good. Like, your job is to do nothing. Just fucking listen right now. I mean, that was good. That's a good point that she told him, like, dude, you got a room full of smart people. Take some advice. Quit acting like a dipshit.
Wait a minute. You're saying they're all Aemon's kids anyway, Elizabeth Lyon? Where's that from?
I don't know. Matt, I think it just shows how far off the deep end she's going. All right. They're having their own conversation, Jim. In the chat.
Okay. So this is him meeting with the queen, and basically, I don't know. Like, this guy should have already gotten killed. Like, last season when he was telling her to show him her feet and all this shit, she should have just had somebody chop his head off.
Right? And then, like, he's telling her basically how her son's acting in that room, right? Isn't that what he's doing here? Like,
yeah.
leading them down a bad road or not taking advice or whatever's going on. So, yeah. Go ahead, Jim.
So there's that, and then this is more of the weird dreamy shit that I'm having trouble understanding what's real and what's not. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't even know if she's real when I'm watching this. Like,
yeah, no, she's real. She gives him the potion to drink, but then all this stuff that starts happening afterwards, where like he drinks it and then he wakes up and he's in this meeting.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Black Heron felled the grove of werewood trees.
Right, yeah, that's the werewood trees I was talking about. They're trees with faces on them, and that they're like all the people pray to them, and in the north, and the old gods, basically, like it's this whole thing about how in the history of Westeros, like maybe one day if you're bored and you wanna, we can pull up a video, or even after this today, if you want, we can pull up some videos and play some like the history of Westeros. Like there's this whole history that George R. R. Martin created. He's trying to be Tolkien-ish with it, where it goes goes back thousands of years, and there's these first men, and then they're invaded by the Andals, or maybe they're invaded by someone first, and then they're invaded by the Andals, and then there's a war with these children of the forest, and there's this first long night, and then there's all this weird shit, and then there's these crazy ice monster giants, and not giants, but ice monsters, and there's giants and shit and drag. It's crazy. There's fire magic and
right. Is it? Is you think in 50 years or whatever after he's dead, people are going to go back and read that and say it's as good as Tolkien?
No,
not
a chance. He's got I don't know, because Tolkien never really finished a bunch of stuff. It was put together later, so who knows? Maybe, but George R. R. Martin doesn't have any children, as far as I know. So he doesn't have anybody that's going to be able to gather up all his shit and, that knows him well enough to be able to piece together any writings. Plus, I don't know what he's been doing? You know, has he been writing? What's he been fucking writing? He should be writing this shit.
Right. But what he's written so far compared to like the Lord of the Rings stuff, is it as good?
No, it's not as good. It's good, but it's not as good as Lord of the Rings stuff. I mean, he did create, Tolkien at least finished the main story, you know, about everything. As far as like the history, a lot of the history stuff is flushed out pretty well. Like prior, you know, like not super detailed, but like there was this First Men, and there was this, what was his name, the gardener, some kind of gardener. Anyway, and he supposedly like had all these kids, and one of his kids was Bran the Builder, the guy that supposedly built all the shit. He was the first Stark, and basically they populated the whole.
He spends a lot of time talking about fuckery though in his books, though, like just a lot of fucking backstabbing, you know, inner office politics bullshit instead of the goal. Let's go fucking, you know, save the world like Tolkien did, right? Tolkien. Let's get our ass out there and do the job, and whatever it takes, we got to defeat evil. So okay, George is taking a lot from Tolkien and Lovecraft. Yeah.
So like in this meeting here, where he's meeting with, I think, the Blackwoods, I wasn't sure, like, because you see the woman that comes to pour the wine.
Yeah.
Is his dead wife. The one that in last season that died during, or that ended up getting burnt by her own dragon.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I'm trying to find it. There it is. So that's Raina, I think.
But this is supposed to be the real world now, right? Or is
but he's still seeing things. So that's what I'm saying. It's weird. It's like, oof. Lena. Yeah, that's right. Lenor and Lena.
He's too busy writing lore for the Elden Ring. That's very true in modern.
Is that what he's doing?
I think so.
You know,
DJ Gravy Mix. I've heard Asians think white people smell like dairy products because they don't have as much dairy in their diet as us. What the fuck? We seem to have a lot of dairy in our menu.
See, I was thinking it's possible that George R. R. Martin just doesn't know how he wants to end the story yet. He's like stuck. Like, I don't know what to do. Because of what they did with that new with the end of Game of Thrones, I think it kind of fucked them up.
But is that a reliable narrator in Game of Thrones?
Well, I mean, Game of Thrones, the TV show, it was the show, so it's supposedly what happened. I don't know.
But the books the same as the show? The first 5
No,
right?
no, there was a bunch of shit that was different. You know, like there's a whole sequence with Catelyn Stark where after she gets killed, she comes back to life and she's called Lady Stoneheart. She's doing all this shit. That's not in the TV show at all. There's a whole nother invasion going on with this kid, young Griff, who they claim is the son of Rhaegar and his first wife, not the Stark girl that he married, but it's possible that like I always thought that Jon Snow in the original Game of Thrones was the son of Ned Stark and the one of the fuck was his name, the chick. What the fuck is her name? She's the sister of the guy who was on the Kingsguard for what the fuck?
House Targaryen?
No, well, he was on it for House Targaryen, but it was a different family from there. Like he was called the Morning Star or whatever.
Wasn't Jon Snow supposed to be like one of the best characters for a while, like in the show? Is that right?
Well, yeah, but in the books, he's still dead. He died. It was like he gets killed. House Dane, that's right, by Alyssa Dane. or something like that. That Ned Stark was in love with her, and there's this. It's hypothesized that Ashara Dane, that's her name, Ashara Dane, and he's still got some strong connections with that family later. Things are said in the books, but why would Allison? Because that's her son. You know that. Why did look at how in Game of Thrones how what's his face the Lannister Tywin talked to Joffrey. Look at how great house, Great Dane house. Yeah, they have a thing for dogs. Tywin, yeah, and also, I mean, it's hard to tell, man.
I'll say one
No,
thing.
the kids that are helping Bran are not the Dane's kids. It's the other one from the neck. The guy that went, in Game of Thrones.
Now?
It's the
Okay.
guy who went with Ned, the only one that survived when he went with Ned to the Tower of Joy, and yeah, you know nothing.
No, I remember nothing.
Well, that's like a whole theme in Game of Thrones is you know nothing, Jon Snow. You know nothing, Jon Snow. You know nothing, Jon Snow. It's like, all right, well then somebody fucking tell him.
All right. So
those kids are Crannig men. Crannig men.
His dead wife is serving him the wine, which was weird. And basically, I don't even know what they were saying in this scene to each other. I don't
Okay, he says, you take your dragon and get revenge on House Bracken for what they did to us, and our armies will join you. So basically, like, you go do this, go burn them up, and then we'll come and help you because, yeah. And I think that's
it's a House
Blackwood and Bracken. They've been at war forever, but I think Blackwood's on Raventree Hill and Bracken is something else, Stonehenge or something, something. Anyway, they in the books, if I remember right, Daemon just goes and does this. He doesn't. They don't come and meet with him. I don't remember reading that in the book, and they don't tell him this. It's just Daemon goes and says, "Oh, they're against us, and so I'm going to go and turn them and make them join forces with us to rally all the Rivermen to his side."
Without being prodded. Yeah.
Right, without being basically like extorted, like, well, if you want our help, you have to do this for us.
Yeah, and then he's got to sit there and call him like, "Are you loyal or not, motherfucker?" It's like it's this like weird back and forth when he's got the dragon. Like they all should fear him over there. Those, as far as I can tell, those river people, like we've talked for the last 4 weeks, he can go in there and take him out anytime he wants. But now he's got to sit here and have a little. Was that in the book? Like you just said it's not in the book where they have this little powwow about this shit.
No, I thought in the books, actually, Daemon actually goes to meet with Grover Tully and he's like out of it and like wants to kill him, but not this whole scene where he tells him, just take a pill and suffocate him. I don't remember reading any of that. But then again, like I said, that was 4 or 5 years ago at least that I read that book. Whenever it came out, like when it came out, I read it and I was like, "Oh, this is cool." But I don't, so I remember some of it. I guess I should read it again, maybe. But
what is this little sphere thing?
This is something they came up with for the show. That's not in any of the books that I recall, and I don't remember this in Game of Thrones where they put a ball in the thing to speak. I don't remember this from Game of Thrones.
So like
basically, like they go like, okay, so like so that they're here for the meeting, like put this here and you put this here and yeah.
Oh, that's what that's for?
Yeah, like
attendance button.
Yeah, like an attendance button type of thing. And it's like, so if your ball's removed, you're not allowed to speak. So if the king takes your ball away, like takes your ball, you got to go home. I don't know.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Oh, shit.
You goofed. Episode 4. So why is he spinning it? Because he's bored?
He's bored. I'm here for the
Drama.
meeting with my balls.
I love balls. I love balls. Oh my god, that is kind of strange.
Yeah.
All right.
And so basically these guys are just all talking about, how they're going to feed the dragon. Aemon's, they're basically Aemon's ready with Vagar to do this, and so then the king's like basically feels like he got cucked by his brother and he's got to do something.
And he says, you guys will give up all your food to feed our dragons to support this war. He's like, holy shit.
Yeah.
I mean, holy shit. All
Yeah,
right.
someone says like, well, we could just take all their shit if they don't want to give it to us.
Well, that's gonna really leave a fucking proud population to support you when this is over, when they starve to fucking death, right?
Yeah, right. And then Allison is in the king's chambers looking for the books, trying to find some kind of evidence about this Song of Ice and Fire. And then the king comes in and she says, where are the books? And he said, I just removed them. I didn't burn them. And then they talk, and basically he's like jealous or something, or feels left out. Why are
they don't listen to me, mommy? They're not listening to me.
And then she basically tells him like, well, do you think just because you put a crown on your head that makes you wise? You're supposed to listen to these people. They earn their positions through hard work and their wisdom, and they're there for a reason to help you. And he doesn't get it. He thinks just because I'm king, I get to make the decisions, and whatever I choose is right. Which I guess, but you're going to make a lot of bad decisions.
Which you could understand in the beginning of being a king, and he's that young, right? Like he wants to prove himself. But you might not want to go to war. That might not be the best way to do it. Maybe think about passing a new tax or something and see how that goes for you.
But it's like almost like a history with these Targaryens, where basically you got a good king and ruler, shitty king and ruler, good king and ruler, shitty king. Like it vacillates back and forth. Like there's this whole thing where like when a Targaryen is born, the gods flip a coin, and it
like
either
the Roman
comes
Empire.
up, it comes up crazy or not, because there's a lot of incest and shit going on, and so you never know what might happen.
It's like the Roman Empire for sure, right?
Yeah.
So they have their little powwow. She says, "Don't do anything." And next thing you know, he's putting on his fucking armor. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. So now they're here to attack, and like this is her brother, the something Hightower, Gawain Hightower, I think his name is, or Gawain Hightower.
Oh, this is the one that bitched about going into battle during the day.
Yeah, Gawain, right. And then he's like, "What are you doing? No, we have to do this at night. What are you, what are you fucking stupid? You haven't want to die?"
The other day, we just almost got burnt out during the day. But see, that's bad leadership. Like the leader could have told the troops, "Look, we're going to do this because this is our plan."
But there was this whole thing with secrecy. They didn't want anyone to know. Like, I don't know, maybe they were worried about spies could get messages back or warn people.
Oh, well, I mean, right here when he questioned him, though, it's too late at this point, right? They're there.
Yeah.
I mean, the spy couldn't have done anything that quick. He could have just said, "Hey, this is what we're doing. We got." But did they know did they even know the king was there? I don't think they did know.
No, they didn't know. No one knew. But kind of like, I don't know. Let's see if we can find it. Like when this is them saying, "What are you doing?" Dragonstone's right there. This is crazy.
That's not her brother, right?
That's Alicent's brother, the queen,
okay.
or the queen dowager or whatever, queen mother. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And this is when she comes back and she basically says, "Yeah, we're gonna go." And then Rainey says she'll go, and she says, "All right."
He'd go. The son.
He said he'd go, but the son's got a small dragon, like not very large.
Experience.
Yeah, no experience. About the same size as that other dragon that the other girl was on, I think.
So in the book, was she the same? Did she do the same thing in the book?
I think in the book, I don't remember this in the book either. I think Rainey's that in the book that Rhaena sent Rhaenys to go. This, I don't remember this in the book, that there was this whole discussion of who's going to go. It was just Rhaena sent Rhaenys to defend Rook's Rest.
The Queen Center?
Yeah, the Queen.
Yeah.
Rhaenyra.
Rhaenyra, I was going to say, who's the hell?
Sent Rhaenys. Fucking, there's so many with these names.
I know.
And they're all so,
You know what?
they're just like one, a bunch of them are like one letter off.
Every
So it's
name in this series is better than any name in fucking ISOM books. Any fucking name is better. They all sound better. No offense, Eric. But yeah, so she had no, I mean, she volunteered. He said, I'll
Yeah,
go.
she volunteered to go, so I have to go, which, you know, she's probably the, besides Daemon, who's in Harrenhal, she's probably the most experienced dragon rider and been in more battles.
Okay.
You know, Daemon's been in more battles than her, but she's been in battles since she was young.
But isn't she older than Daemon?
Yes, but Daemon's been out at war a bunch. You know, like there was
Okay.
a whole battle of the Stepstones, and then there was the
She's being a
Triarchy,
mother and all that stuff.
right? So
And they and her and the previous king kept them out of wars all the time. That was his. That's why they loved him so much, because he kept peace.
yeah. Well, I mean, there was wars, but not. They didn't. You know, like the only times they used the dragons was to like go attack ships in the ocean, to go burn ships and stuff like that. Like there was a whole. There's a whole. Oh, wait, no, mate, that's coming up.
Yeah, they don't want to do any.
That's coming up. There should have been a whole thing with there's going to be a big naval battle where a bunch of ships come from Pentos, I think, and Lys maybe, to come and try to break the blockade, and all the dragons go out and start fucking up
Who
all
has
the
more
ships.
dragons?
Oh, Dragonstone does.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And they have more dragon riders?
Not right now. They don't.
Okay.
Well, yes, they do still, because you got to count Daemon. So right now they still have, even after she's dead, they still have four dragon riders.
Rhaenyra?
They have Rhaenyra. They have Jace, with Jacaerys, I think his name is. They have the other son, I think, has a dragon. Luke, not Luke, he's dead. The other son,
What about the black girl?
the black girl, Bela, has one. And then the other girl, Rhaena, I think is her name. She ends up getting a dragon called Morning.
But those are all babies right now, right?
Yeah, baby dragons, yeah.
Okay.
Like, I don't think... In the books, I didn't think... maybe I'm confusing people. I thought the one girl's dragon wasn't supposed to be big enough to really ride. And I know one of the boys' dragons isn't really big enough to ride because he barely makes it back. There's going to be a big battle at the ocean. And Rhaenyra's son, Aegon, and her other younger son, the younger son gets taken. They think he's dead with his dragon egg. And the older son, Aegon, is barely able to make it back to Dragonstone on his dragon.
Was that because his dragon was weak? Or he
His
was
dragon was just too small to ride,
Okay.
really. Was barely able to make it back. Yeah. And that's the next big battle? Maybe. I would think the next big battle would have to be either the Brackens, or that Kristen Cole has to get attacked by the Northmen, I think.
You don't think breaking the blockade's more important because they're
Well, I don't know when
starving for food?
when that happens. You know,
But that
that
would
happens.
That would make sense because they just talked about starving to fucking death.
Yeah. That happens. That happens when they try to send the kids, because she tries to send her kid Aegon and the younger kid, which I don't remember his name, the younger brother, to Pentos for safety, supposedly with dragon eggs. And that's, they get attacked. But I thought they were sending them from Dragonstone, not from the Vale. So I don't know, because in the book they leave from Dragonstone and get attacked. That's Viserys. They leave from Dragonstone and get attacked, and that's how come they're able to respond so quick with dragons out there.
How come nobody has sent fucking Daemon a raven to say, "Hey, dude, we're at war"? Like,
I don't
get your
know.
ass back here. What the fuck? Quit tripping
Yeah,
over there.
I don't know. It seems weird, like that, why they're not in communication with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So Aegon to Dragoncock, in this TV show, they sent them to the Eyrie to have them leave from the Eyrie to go to Pento. So do they come back to Dragonstone? I don't understand that, to leave from Dragonstone. It seems weird. Anyway.
They said,
egg.
Elizabeth said they got the egg too.
Okay. They do send ravens, I think, to Damon, and he hasn't responded.
Oh, okay. We just haven't seen that yet.
Yeah. So here she's deciding to send her, and
You must send me your grace.
Oh. And then this is her telling the story.
Well, here's Aegon getting dressed.
Oh, this is Aegon getting dressed. Yeah. So she's explaining to her son, though, about the Song of Ice and Fire, and this is Aegon getting dressed. You know, and this is them, you know, basically. Why is it so dark?
Move your mouse over it. When your mouse is over it, it lightens up. I don't know. Maybe because they don't want you to fucking be able to do this.
It's fucking weird, man.
Well, the show can be dark. This is underground. There's just a little bit of light coming through. I can see it. Fine.
Battle of the Gullet is next. Is that the Northmen? Elizabeth Lyons? Is that the Winter Wolves? Or is that something different?
I don't know. So
is that okay? So maybe is that when they're trying to go to the Eyrie? Because I thought they'd make it to the Eyrie because a dragon hatches in the Eyrie. Oh, that's the battle with the Triarchy. Okay. Oh yeah. The Gullet is out in the water. My bad. So that's when their ship gets right. That's when Aegon comes back on his dragon to Dragonstone. During that battle, they're on some ship called some weird name, and the name of the ship. They said it already once, and I don't fucking remember the name of the ship now. Some weird
Aegon
name.
Who just died?
No, Aegon. There's two Aegons. This is fucking confusing. There's a little kid Aegon, which is Daemon and Rhaenyra's son. See, I'm getting the fucking names confused now. You see how difficult this is? Rhaenys was the old lady who died. There was a Rhaenyra, or there was a Rhaena, and then this is Rhaenyra. Okay, I think I got it now. Okay. That's where Jace dies? No, didn't Jace already die?
Hey, we don't need to hear about people dying.
Oh, no, that was Luke that got killed by...
we don't need to hear about people dying, dude.
All right, yeah.
All right.
Okay. So there's this.
So she's still telling a story. All right.
Oh, wait, I went back. How did I do this?
No, you didn't go back. She got out of talking him down. They're talking about sending a dragon or whatever.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so here he is getting ready to go, and here's the battle, which
they
didn't really
people standing on a field.
Yeah, and they don't really show a lot of stuff. You know, they show some people getting hit with arrows, and it's
I thought we were getting ready to get down, brother. I was like, oh, here we go. Oh, dragon. Everybody.
Elizabeth Lyons, you don't need to hush. I appreciate all your input. It's my memory is
hush. No, not you.
No, not you. You're fine.
No. I thought we were getting ready to see a real LOTR battle right here, but I really did, and it didn't happen. We got I think like 7 people get arrows stuck in their chest, and then he comes over the hill with her dragon, and they all ran for the hills. So hello.
Yeah, okay. I was looking at this guy who listed all these dragons. Who's Stormcloud?
I don't know. Oh, south of the border, Panda. House Black Dragons. Rhaenyra rides Syrax. Daemon rides Syraxis. Rhaenys rides Malys. Jace rides Vermax. Luke rides Arax. Joff rides Tyraxes. Bela rides Moondancer. So is Moondancer the one that's not hatched, or it's a baby still?
It's Moon. No, that's Morning. There's another one
That's
called
Morning,
Morning that's going to hatch in the Eyrie, and that I think becomes.
And 8 is Stormcloud.
But then there's also other dragons. There's also Sheep Stealer. There's one called Cannibal, and then there's Sea Smoke.
But do they have riders yet?
No,
That's what. Yeah. But these are the 8 rideable ones right now, I guess.
Stormcloud is Aegon's younger hatchling. Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right.
And Moondancer is supposed to be small too. Yeah.
Sea Smoke.
Yeah, Sea Smoke is a decent sized dragon.
Well, I mean, they lost a pretty good sized dragon, didn't they? She rode a pretty good sized dragon.
Oh yeah, I see. I think her dragon. I'm not sure if is Caraxes or was Meili's bigger.
Oh, Matt Smith's dragon isn't the biggest?
No, I don't. No. The biggest is the one that Aemon is riding.
No, I'm talking about for
Vagar.
I'm talking about for this house.
Meili's was larger. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because Meili's was actually her mother's dragon, wasn't it? I think was like or someone's mother's dragon. Like
Her mother's
Jakar.
uncle?
Well, no, like Jakaris, or maybe, or no, like actually, I think it was Balerion was the biggest one, Balerion the Black Dread, but there was her dragon, I believe, was someone's, like, she didn't get the dragon as a hatchling. She claimed the dragon after its rider died. Yeah.
Syraxis might be longer but skinnier. Yeah. So he held to this the whole of his life. So are we still talking about
They're talking about, this is when they're approaching
and
and no, this is the Lord of Rook's Rest saying that, Viserys held to the fact that Rhaenyra was going to be queen, and he held to it the whole of his life.
That's
And
right.
so we have to stay by those words. So until this. And
Yeah.
so then this is dipshit getting ready to go. Oh no, this is her explaining it. Never mind. To him, the deal. And then this is the king flying off. These people fighting.
Yep. And then the dragon comes in like 10 seconds later. Make the signal. What signal? Oh, like you don't tell anybody shit. Like, what if that archer would have died?
Yeah. Or what if the people glowing the horns would have died?
Right. Who the fuck would have known who else would have been able to do it?
And then you could basically see they had this big old dragon. So she comes through and she starts burning a bunch of people, which, cool. She should have got a lot more of them.
Yeah. A lot more. Hugh rides Vermither, says Elizabeth Lyons.
Yeah, no, Aegon, I was talking about Meili's. Meili's was somebody's dragon before it was Rhaenys.
So which dragon is the gray one that can camouflage in fog? I never remember his name.
It might be Sea Smoke, maybe? I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, I know the one that what's it called? Vagar is big and old and gray, but I don't know, and they showed it with a bunch of like sea shit on it last time, with like nets on it and seaweed and shit in the last year. So
That's Aegon's.
I thought Adam Valerian rides Sea Smoke. Elizabeth Lyons.
That's the brother of the.
Yeah.
Okay. Or the son of the guy we saw at the ship.
Well, no, that's his brother. But the son of, they claim it's Laenor Valerian, but now we're led to believe it's possibly Corlys Valerian's son.
Right. That's sure. Or maybe they know that it's their son's son and they want him to treat him like their grandson. Could be that way too, right?
Yeah.
But
Maybe.
goddamn, that dude's a lot older than the guy that was in the fucking show. I mean, how many years have passed?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, how would that be?
It doesn't make sense. It makes
Damon's
more sense.
mom. Yeah, okay. that's what I thought. It was Dame. So it was I can't remember her name.
I thought this dragon would have wiped out like hundreds of people.
Yeah, but it's interesting because in the books, you're led to believe that the 3 dragon eggs that Dany gets that hatch were a different dragon's offspring. But now in the TV show, they're basically leading you to believe that they're Cyrax, which is kind of interesting that it's Rhaenys is not Rhaenyra's dragon that hatched the eggs that become Dany's dragon. So she was denied her queenship, you know what I mean, and had to fight a war over it, and sent these dragons to be said that these would be the the save of House Targaryen, and then Dany ends up hatching them in Game of Thrones and stuff. So that it's kind of a cool thing that the show did, which in the book you're led to believe that it was this Alyssa farmer that stole 3 eggs from Jacaerys earlier, and that were a different dragon's hatch eggs that were taken. So, but anyway, that's off topic. So never mind.
But they did steal eggs in this series, didn't they? Didn't or not steal, but they went in there like what was it? Damon went in there.
Well, Damon would go in and take the egg. Well, yeah, they take the eggs away from the dragon. That way they can keep them and hatch them. Otherwise, the dragons might eat them, or a dragon will come in. There's a dragon called Cannibal that'll go in and eat baby dragons on Dragonstone. That's why they have to get them away from them, and they keep them somewhere else.
Okay, that's cool. What's up, Flip City Magazine? Good to see you here. So this is the brother.
Oh, that was the brother. Yeah.
Yeah, Hightower.
And so this is Sunfire flying over, and that's aiming on Vhagar. And he kind of looks up, and he says something in High Valyrian, but we don't really get to know what it is.
They don't. Yeah, I thought they closed captioned it.
He says, "Wait, Vhagar." So he tells his dragon to wait, even though knowing his brother's there. So maybe he wanted his brother to die. I don't know.
It's weird. Like, and why would he assume his brother's going to die? He had no confidence in his brother's ability. Like, or did he know that other dragon was just a better dragon? And he know who rides it? Like, she's going to kick his ass. You think he knew that?
Well, he knows his brother's not very good on the dragon. He doesn't ride it all the time. He's not a warrior. He's not trained like that. And
you know how you said though, you said earlier, like his dragon's super slow, right?
It's not super slow, but it's slower and older. You know what I mean? It can't move. It can't turn. Like there's a big difference between turning an 18-wheeler and a Corvette. You know what I mean?
I get it. But like in the scene that comes up here, like it's like it was a stealth attack. Like she had no fucking clue where this dragon was, and it just took her out. Like,
well, that's kind of weird too. But when you see when this dragon takes off, it takes forever to get going, and it's like this. I think it's not like it's like them smaller dragons could get up high. Like they should have did like she should have been up high and been able to see what's coming up from the ground. That's what she should have been doing. But
it seemed like she was pretty high up there. Like she had done her job, and then, but again, I don't see why killing the king would end the battle. You got to go back and kill all those motherfuckers because they're going to keep fighting now that their king's dead. You would think.
Well, for as far as Rhaenys is concerned, if she kills him, that's who took the throne. So then someone else is going to have to try to take it, and it's going to be a harder, claim with the other houses to say that now someone else gets it because he's dead.
Right. Okay.
Who's granddad?
Me and you.
Yeah. So, and like this dragon, Sunfire, is supposed to be the most beautiful dragon ever, like with beautiful colors and stuff. And I don't really see it in here. It's supposed to be like a bright, beautiful, like fluorescent, golden, sparkly, like I wasn't really
impressed with these dragon colors at all. I'm like, man, they look kind of boring. It's amazing though how much fire both of these motherfuckers can take. Like they took a shit ton of fire from the dragons, and they stood in there like, holy shit! They didn't burn it all.
Well, the dragon should be able to take quite a bit of fire because they breathe fire, and
No, I'm
I
talking about
noticed.
people riding them.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, some Targaryens have some kind of fire resistance according to Game of Thrones. Now, how
That's right,
much?
you were
I
saying,
don't
right?
know.
Yeah.
Some do, some don't.
But that would
You
make
know,
sense. Why be able to ride a dragon and fight other dragons if the rider's gonna fucking get whacked like from the first fireball? Sunfire had really sparkly scales.
yeah.
I didn't.
Suppose
I was watching.
I
on
didn't
my
see it.
phone. I didn't see it on my phone. I was driving, or I was watching on my car.
You know, so it's hard to get.
I think she went back for Aemond. If his dragon dies, that's it for the Greens.
Yeah, or if she kills Aemon, then who's going to ride the dragon?
But was she going back for him, or was she trying to just like recoup and get out of there? Because
No, she turns around. She turns around. She
did
tells
turn
the dragon to. She tells the dragon to attack Maylee. She tells the dragon to attack, and
okay.
she's she goes back on purpose. So, I mean, maybe she knew she had to go back because if she just tried to, because she probably could have got away. Maylee's could have outflown Vagar and got away from him and escaped. But then basically you're surrendering that castle and you're giving them the win, and there's not, like, I mean, I don't know. She probably the thing to do would have been
you
to
just said
go.
if she kills the king, they're going to fight for the house again.
Yeah, but if she goes back to Dragonstone and gets more dragons, and say like they come back with 3 dragons and all attack Vagar, and they might be able to take them out if they're coming from 3 different directions and kill the rider. You kill the rider and then just break off and let the dragon leave.
I mean, is that dragon seems pretty vulnerable if it's slow compared to the other ones that are more maneuverable.
Well, you would think a smaller, but I mean,
right.
you would be easier to take the rider out than the dragon, I think.
Right. Aegon says that's a show thing. In the books, Targaryens aren't fireproof.
I don't know. It's not. I don't know, man. In the books, doesn't Dany come out of the fire?
Into the fire.
She goes into the fire with the eggs to kill herself, basically. When Khal Drogo is getting burned in the pyre, and she survives, and that's in the books. So it's meant to be a miracle. Okay,
miracle. Okay, that's fine. But you
So
know what
she's-
that does. But
and
if that's a miracle, and the Targaryens say, "Holy shit, we're fireproof," that's another.
well, no, that's
reason to
way
make me feel-
that's way later, and she comes out of the fire naked. Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't know if that's true because there was.
Does she look good naked, Joe? That's what I want to know. I'm watching this show Warrior on fucking Showtime, but it's on Netflix right now. It's about Chinatown in San Francisco, like in the early 1900s, late 1800s. Dude, that shit is so fucking good, man. Holy shit. Wow. In every episode, there's a kick-ass fight scene. And there's lots of nudity. And it's a pretty good story. It's kind of like Game of Thrones, though. There's a lot of fucking women.
See, here's the thing, like why he's inexperienced. Like she tells her dragon to attack, and he just comes and says, tells the dragon to breathe fire, Dracarys. So the dragon breathes fire, which really isn't going to hurt the other dragon. That bigger dragon is pretty well fireproof, and it's not going to bother it. Okay. So that dragon just kind of dodges it, and then the dragon comes around and basically grabs this dragon with its claws and starts fucking ripping it apart with its claws. And that's something I didn't notice from Game of Thrones at all. When these people get hit with the dragon blood, they're acting like they're burning, like it's burning them. Did you notice that?
Yeah, the riders. Yeah.
No, like I'm saying, the people on the ground.
Yeah,
when the blood drips on them, it's like I was like, "What is this alien now?" I don't remember it from Game of Thrones, but it's something kind of weird, like xenomorph blood or something.
So her communication skills are much better with her dragon than his. Like,
yes,
yeah, like that dragon responded to her like immediately.
Yeah. So here's that, and then And then
Aegon
this is
panicking.
yeah,
They
and then
gotta tell us Aegon's panicking.
yeah, and then this is they see the other dragon coming, this big one, which takes forever, and you can see it's big and old and everything. And look at how tiny the guy looks on top of it compared to the other one. So this dragon is like 3 times the size of her dragon.
Where the fuck do they store this thing?
I don't know. And well, what does it eat? It's got to be eating so much shit.
It's yeah. I mean, where the
Okay,
fuck do they...
yeah, Aegon the Dragoncock says later on when the dragon dies in a lake, it's said the blood boils the water for a couple weeks.
Wow. So they're very hot blooded. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That makes sense then. Hey, if that's in the books and it's affecting the humans, that's actually a good thing they made for the show. I mean, it's like a nice little Easter egg for you. Like, hey, remember the blood's hot, motherfuckers. It boils a lake for a couple weeks. It'd probably kill people if they got enough blood on them.
Yeah, but I think if I'm not mistaken, in the last series, Game of Thrones, when one of Dany's dragons gets killed by the fucking man, I can't think of his name, the crazy pirate fuck that they kind of cucked out and made real goofy in the series compared to the books. I can't think. It's one of man, son of a bitch.
The crazy pirate fuck. Okay,
Crazy pirate fuck shoots him. One of the dragons with a Euron Greyjoy shoots him with a scorpion. Blood gets on the boats, and it doesn't start the fucking boats on fire. So,
it doesn't melt the
no,
boat.
and you would think it would start the boat on fire then if it's so hot. So I don't know.
Consistency matters, dude. And maybe maybe George's like, hey, dude, the blood's fucking hot, and he's there for every episode. They say,
yeah, and then I don't think he was there in season 7 and 8, that's when it happened in Game of Thrones.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and then there was also when the Night King throws that ice spear and kills one of Dany's dragons that he ends up turning into an ice dragon. That blood doesn't boil any water. That dragon falls into the water and sinks, and it doesn't do anything weird. So I don't know.
That's out of George's fault, though. That's who's the 2 idiots that ran it when he left?
Yeah, Dumb and Dumber, Dave and Dave.
Yeah. Oh, he says it's not in the Game of Thrones, says Aegon. So maybe it's a different lore. Okay, that is a
yeah. That stuff's a show thing only. That's not in any of the books yet. Yes.
Dragons in the books can't fly past the wall.
No, they don't. They get weird and they act strange and don't want to. I don't know that they can't.
What wall?
The wall, the ice wall.
Oh, up north. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. This was pretty surprising.
Yeah, this is basically where he sees him and then he decides, and his brother thinks he's coming to save him, and in reality he's just trying to kill them all. Or kill his brother, I don't know.
Or let's see what his brother can do, right? But do you think if he was able to, he would have tried to intervene, but maybe it was just too late? I mean, she was already kicking his ass pretty good.
Well, I mean,
and you just said this dragon takes forever to get going, so maybe he just didn't have time to get there.
No, he said wait. Remember, he told the dragon wait when he was on the ground. He saw his brother and he said wait.
But he waited to do something.
Maybe. Oh, he's still mad at him. Yeah.
Well, yeah. He's been mad at him his whole fucking life because he's not the one who got his eye cut out. What is that?
Oh, this is when she straps herself in.
Oh yeah. You knew it was over. You knew it was over for her then, Jim. When she strapped herself in, you're like, uh-oh.
Well, she just knew she didn't want to get knocked off. And then, oh no, that's him hanging. And he's like, yeah, here comes my brother, but his brother's not coming to save him.
Yeah. And I just don't know how he fucking survived the fall plus the explosion. It was crazy, dude. Like, you're telling, I thought he was dead. I thought, oh shit. Now we're going to see Aegon really be the king. That's what I thought. Like, oh, my brother's dead. I'm going to come in here and really take control of this shit. Because him and Matt Smith's character, I swear to God, they're the same people. They're just in different houses. It's like it's Matt Smith's son. You know what I mean? They look alike. They act alike. They're both pissed off at the fucking world. They're both degenerates.
It seems to be a pattern with second sons and the whole Game of Thrones, the Song of Ice and Fire thing, where you got the
Matt Smith's the second son?
Yeah, he's Viserys' younger brother.
Oh, Viserys' younger brother.
Yeah, Viserys, who was the king, who is Rhaenyra's father.
Okay. I keep thinking that's Viserys' son. Like, okay, that makes okay.
No, if it was Viserys' son, he would have been king.
Well, no, because he didn't like him enough to make him the king.
It wouldn't really matter if that was his oldest son. He would be king. That's the way it works.
But if his brother was fucking a good dude, he would have left it to him too.
Well, it's possible. Like,
right.
yeah, he could have. Like when Rhaenyra wanted to when Rhaenyra it was time for Rhaenyra to get married, Matt Smith, they wanted to. I believe they had sex and she was pregnant and she had to drink some tea to get rid of the baby, or maybe it was someone else. But anyway, he wanted to marry her. And
yeah, I remember. Yeah.
And then he wouldn't let him, and that's when he took off and he ended up marrying Lena Valerian.
He went to the castle.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Because again, he's a fucking little baby. Bring her back. Bring her back to the castle and live around your brother and show him that you've changed. Maybe that would have changed his fucking lot in life. So here, she just took him out, right?
No, she just got away. This was after the first attack.
I'm saying she just took out the brother, right?
Well, no, the brother took out the brother. She was just there. Like they were attacking each other, and she damaged the dragon Sunfire. Her dragon did, and then and she got away. And now she's going to go back. And I think she takes 2 or 3 passes at
the warriors or the knights or whatever.
No, at Vhagar.
Yeah, but
she's not doing anything to the.
Didn't she?
She took out
the king.
No, that was Aemond.
He took him out?
Yeah, that's when he flew and spit fire and burned them both, lit his dragon on fire, and
I thought
like her dragon was attacking it and fucking up the dragon and had a bunch of cuts in it and ripped wings and everything, and it almost crashed once, then came back.
Her dragon that shot the fire at him. And
it was Aemond's dragon.
Oh, wow! It's hard to drive 60 miles an hour and watch at the same time. So, all right. That was with Cole. Yeah, Cole. What a fucking douchebag. Cole's a douchebag, Jim. I hope they fucking chop that dude's head off.
Right here. Watch. No.
Oh.
And so she breaks off and gets away, and the fire engulfs his brother's dragon.
Shit. Now, do you think Cole saw this?
He had to have. Everyone on the ground had to have seen it.
So, do you think Cole's going to defend him?
I don't. Well, knowing
he took out his brother.
Well, there's this whole thing where Cole has been a surrogate father to Aemond his whole life.
Okay, but still, the king made him his right-hand man.
I know, but you remember last season when they were trying to find Aegon to become king, when he took off and Cole and Aemond had to go search for him
at the whorehouse or whatever.
At the whorehouse, and Aemond says to Cole, "What if we just don't find my brother and I become king?" Like Cole should have, done something about that if he didn't have some kind of secret
relationship
with
friendship.
Aemon, because that's basically treason. I'll become king. We could just get rid of my brother.
Yeah, but Cole's an outsider anyway.
He is.
He doesn't give a fuck. He's like a bastard fucking soldier.
Well, he's supposed to. He's a Kingsguard. They swear an oath to do all this stuff, and yeah. So here's the dragon falling down. It's burnt and everything. Its wings are crispy, and that dragon, I think, survives and ends up getting back to somehow makes its way back to Dragonstone on its own. Sunfire.
The dragon survived.
The dragon survives.
Reyes' dragon.
No, Aegon's dragon. Melee's is dead. They end up taking his head to King's Landing, but Cole rushes over.
So okay. So
this is when she
So they took.
This is when she straps herself in.
Went to the enemy's fucking camp.
Well, it's still their home. That's where that dragon was born.
But that's where it's natural.
Yeah, but when it
go there,
Sunfire stays there for quite a while, but it eventually goes to Dragonstone.
Right.
Yeah.
They guard and feed him till he's better. But when he's better, nobody can ride him. So he just flies off to Dragonstone.
I think, you know what? Maybe he goes there after Aegon goes there. Maybe he knows Aegon's there and goes there because it's close. Because it's right across the bay. Maybe he senses them or something. But yeah, they guard him and feed him and a bunch of stuff. But
How the fuck
for a
did
buddy,
that dragon survive?
I don't know. It survived.
Fucking plot armor, dude. What the fuck? Holy shit.
Well, it survived in the books and stuff, and there was this battle. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he wasn't.
He got fried and fell fucking 400 feet out of the sky. Holy
Well,
shit.
maybe he wasn't supposed to be that high. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe the ground was soft and wet.
Okay. But the chick died.
Well, she died and her dragon died. They crashed into the castle. And this is
Doesn't look as good in
no
stop motion, does it?
no. This is her dragon. Basically, you can see the size difference between this dragon and this dragon. This dragon's got its whole neck in its mouth.
Oh yeah, yeah. Just like it did with fucking Rhaenyra's son.
Yeah,
you basically just ate that fucking dragon.
Well, that dragon was a lot smaller.
I'm just saying, like it just goes for the neck every time. I wonder if that's a thing I wonder if that's a thing that Damon knows. Like, I know where this fucking dragon's gonna attack, so we'll just make sure we're moving and bopping plenty to where he can't fucking, because he knows he's slow. You know what I'm saying? I just wonder. I'd like to see that battle if it happens.
Well, yeah, they're going to have to show that. But I would think it's going to have to be that Daemon is up high and he comes down, you know what I mean, and dives on him and something. Because they end up Daemon jumps.
But I'm saying he knows that the dragon's slower, so he's going to outmaneuver him any way he possibly can.
Yeah, but Daemon eventually jumps off his dragon and jumps on to the other dragon and stabs Aemon in the head with his sword.
Dude, what the fuck are you telling me this for? I don't want to know that. I'm just.
Oh, I thought you wanted to know how it ends. Oh,
I'm just thinking in my head.
But I don't know. That might not happen. Maybe that's not going to happen. That's what that story was in the book. So maybe it won't happen in the TV show. Could be completely different. Maybe they meet and they have gay sex and then they just kill each other with impalement.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now. When you just told me he jumps off his fucking dragon onto another dragon, that sounds so fucking gay. I'm sorry, dude. That's
what's in the books.
That sounds like fucking, an action movie at this point. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I want to see the dragons fucking duke it out. Shut up. All right. So we've seen the size difference.
Yeah, there it is too. You can see the head of this dragon. Basically, with this dragon head is like half the size, if that.
Oh yeah, yeah, yep.
And this is basically she broke away and got away again, and this is her dragon looking at her and her saying to him, basically to go back again. She knows.
And now she's like,
Yeah.
You thought this was well played here, huh? Like she knows it's over, Johnny.
Yeah, I thought it was. I thought this was really, really good.
Yeah, they did a good job. It just makes
Yeah.
me.
And the look on his face, like,
I don't like that look.
yeah, he's evil.
That's so 2023 shit. Like I hate that shit. Like he should be fucking like, whew, goddamn, you know. But he doesn't have any feelings. I've noticed he doesn't care. Like he has no emotions about anything. Like he doesn't care that his brother is laying down there on the ground.
And I didn't like how they kept doing this when they would go to a black screen like this. I kind of didn't like it. And it's like, oh, is this the end? You know, is this just the end of this episode? And then they start like breaking in where you're, which, you know what, though, maybe they're trying to be more like the books where things are told from a different person's perspective. So this now is from Cole's perspective because he's knocked out, waking up. So maybe.
But you know, when Cole woke up, you know, he made that stupid grunting sound. I've heard that 1,000 fucking times when I watch people in movies and they get knocked out. It's like, just get the fuck up, dude. Just get up. I don't need your gay sounds associated with it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
all these people are burnt and everything, and that was cool. There's a scene where he walks up and says, "Come on, we got to go get to the king," and it's just ash.
That was pretty cool.
I think it's right here. It's coming up. There's the guy standing there, or on his knees, burnt. See, there's the dagger. Now he's holding it. I don't know. That dragon don't look that beautiful to me, but it's all fucked up and burnt. And that was that. And then the previews. Oh, they're not going to show the previews. Huh. That's weird. So, what do you think? You said 9 out of 10? You're muted, Dave. You're muted.
I gave it a 9 out of 10. What'd you give it?
I would say the same. You know, it could have been better. I was going to say an 8. You know.
Yeah, but if you don't know a lot about it, you're like, oh, this is pretty cool. They didn't bog me too much with a bunch of politics shit, Jim. I mean, they did, but they didn't. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And they gave us at least 10 minutes of battle or 10 minutes of preparing, her giving the ice and fire story, you know, to her son. And then, you know, people, what really pisses me off though is knowing that the king's not dead now, because I thought he was dead. It's like, oh, they really got rid of somebody quick. Like, okay, that's cool. Like they did something super harsh in episode 4 really quick. They did something good there with making you give a shit. No more character deaths, Jim. No more.
Okay, I'll stop.
Well, if it happens on screen, we can talk about it, right?
Okay, sure.
So, Jim, Beverly Hills Cop 4.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you, I was very underwhelmed by it.
3 out of 10.
Yeah, it was basically the story of Axel's daughter.
Dude, I wanted to blow my fucking brains out. First of all, I never knew Axel was married ever.
Yeah, or had a kid.
Yeah, never, ever. And then she's a fucking bitch on top of it. Like, fuck, man. I was like, why did they hit every 2020 trope in this fucking movie? It was bad, dude. And then it was a replay, Jim. It was a replay of like Beverly Hills Cop 1.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was the same music. They tried to hit
Same thing.
Same.
Yeah.
Because after I watched that, I watched Beverly Hills Cop 1 and 2. Right after that. Dude, talk about good shit. Eddie Murphy was good though. Still, he was still Axel. I still believed he was Axel. But dude,
yeah, but they took Taggart and made him basically into the old police chief and not Taggart, and then.
But Taggart looked so old.
Yeah,
dude, like he looked like he was even struggling doing the job. Or they called it
Axel F.
Hills Cop Axel F or some shit, right? Yeah. And then Judge Reinhold,
he looked old.
Oh my god, dude!
And then what's his Paul, whatever his name is, that was
Paul Reiser.
Paul Reiser, he looked old and not really good. It was.
I appreciate them bringing him back, but don't insert the fucking terrible daughter because
the terrible daughter that knows everything and that does everything right, and they're all fuck ups, and she knows the right way to do shit, and she's really the one that saves everything. And
man, and then you go back and you watch Beverly Hills Cop 1. You got that beautiful blonde girl that works at the art place, right? And she's friends with this buddy that got killed in Detroit, and she's just so like cool. Like she's not safe. She's like,
it was just loaded with member berries. It was member berries. They had, the guy that was Balky from Perfect Strangers. I can't remember his name. Back in it as Power Surge.
And he couldn't act either anymore, dude. They all haven't acted in so long. Look, again, props to Eddie bringing all these people back, and that shows loyalty. But man, when you're watching dailies, you got to go, holy shit, this is not working. These guys are, I had to watch Beverly Hills 1 and 2 after that because, man, they're so much better. 2 is great also, dude. Even with, what's her name, that tall blonde chick, who's a terrible actress. What's her name? She's
the one that was married to Sylvester Stallone. Brigitte Nelson.
Nielsen, yeah. She's awful, dude. She's such an unlikable bitch. But at least she got hers.
Real quick, if we could share this, my screen real quick.
Sure.
This is the wrong thing. Hold on. Fuck. How did I do this?
I don't know.
Somehow.
No. Cinemax. It's already been out, Julio.
Here we go.
Beverly Hills Cop 16 out. Didn't you know that?
It is military.
This is the closeout stream for that book I've been hawking, Land and Sea Paradise. This is their closeout stream. I'll put the link.
That wrote it?
Scott McCullough, the guy in the top left. He's a current active duty in the Army.
Who's the artist?
This guy, Brent Evans.
Brent's the artist?
Yeah. And, but I'll put the link in the chat for everyone to if you want to back it. It's
is it reasonable?
Yeah, it's reasonable. I think it's like $25. But wrong one. Sorry.
Support more puppets.
Sorry, wrong one.
Fucking moderating for right now.
It's a long story, but
who else
anyway,
are you modding for?
It's a long. Anyway,
are you modding in their chat?
No, in their chat. I actually am a mod on their chat too. But let's see if it's wrong thing. There we go. There we go. Put that in there, and these guys. No, but it didn't come up because it went to the StreamYard is weird because it's you see it twice on StreamYard, but not in your chat. It's weird the way it works. Like because it's simulcasting on my channel. Anything I post in the StreamYard chat goes to my channel.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah.
So But yeah,
So
so I just wanted to show this their closeout stream. I'll pull it
how's
up.
it doing?
We'll pull it up here in a second. We'll go this and stop sharing, and I'll do this.
Do you
Pull
know
it
what the
up.
story is of the book?
It's a Mech Warrior. There we
So
go.
Mech-
It's up. It's like a Mech Warrior series. We looked at it before. It's up to 23,000. It's got 385 backers.
Well, good for him, man. That's all. $23,000 with only 385 backers.
Yeah,
That's fucking good.
yeah. So it's got they got a special ash can that you can get, digital ash can for $1. 3-book deal. It's got this cover A, cover B, cover C for 25, cover D for 25, and they got this little miniature figure for 25. That
Oh, he's got a toy already?
yeah.
Wow. Is there I want it all? Like, no.
No, not really. It's all separate. You get the 3 books for 75, which is the same as buying them separately. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. And then
No, but then you get cover D for another 25.
yeah,
Because there's 4 covers. That's weird. Like, why not do what I want it all like everybody does?
I don't know.
He's a best-selling author.
Well, the Blaine Pardoe guy is. I don't know. He's helped with the story.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
But whatever. Weathers did some coloring and lettering and stuff on it. Eric Weathers.
Oh yeah, and Ethan loves him, right? Like
Yeah.
he took him from Rippaverse, didn't he?
Here's some interior artwork. It's pretty good.
Is this his first foray into comics?
No, he did another one. Scott did a book a couple of years ago called Door Kickers.
Is that another mech thing?
No, that was more like army dudes, going and kicking down doors.
Okay. So anyway, back to Beverly Hills Cop. Whatever. Axel F. I will never watch that movie again.
No, I wasn't too. I wasn't too impressed.
But you need to check out Warriors, dude, on fucking Netflix.
Is that a
or
Vikings
Showtime.
one, or is that
No, it's a Chinatown in early San Francisco days where they're not citizens. The Chinese were not citizens; they were just workers, and then they ended up living in Chinatown. And then you got the fucking Irish there, who are just a bunch of fucking terrorists. Goddamn, the Irish are just fucking pricks. Go lay down. Good Lord. The Chinese are, dude, the action scenes are so good. But one thing that bothers me, every main character in the show is the greatest fighter ever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they're all the baddest motherfucker in the room. It's like, okay, yeah, it's like, oh man, do we need to see this? Like, and then there are a bunch of girl bosses in the show, in the fact that they can fight. The Asian or the Chinese women can fight pretty good. They like to use weapons, whereas the dudes like to use their fists. And they're more in the we will sneak up on you and kick your ass. But if they have to face you face to face and they got their sword, you're probably going to go down. Oh, I like Banshee, Jabba. Banshee's a good show. You ever seen that, Jim? Banshee's a show where the guy's is he an escaped prisoner, Jabba, who ends up being the sheriff in a small town? I think that's the premise, if I remember correctly. I think that's a Cinemax show. Some of those shows that Cinemax and Showtime made were really good. But I like Warriors. They've done 3 seasons of it, Jim, and they're 10-episode seasons.
Warriors, it's called?
Diamond Thief. Yeah, Warriors. Yep.
Diamond Thief who gets let out of prison. Hmm.
That's Banshee. Yeah, Banshee.
Oh. Did you ever watch Thief yet?
The show?
No, it's a movie, Thief.
The old
James
movie?
Caan? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you never saw it. Someone told me they never saw it, and I was like,
That was probably that cuck low watermark, you know, since he left the chat already. Maybe it was Julio Scissors. You know, he's a little behind the times. Once. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he was a released prisoner or a diamond thief. Yes, it's just I thought he was okay. So he's not escaped. He's an ex-prisoner who and he kind of like fell into the job accidentally, Jim. And I'll probably watch it, guys, just because I haven't seen it in such a long time. But Banshee's fun, a fun show. So, weren't you going to pull up some?
yeah, I'm getting it right now.
Some lore stuff.
Yeah.
But guys, if you're thinking about spending 2 hours to watch this new fucking Beverly Hills Cop movie, don't waste your time. Please don't waste your time. Blaine Pardoe was on with Tim at United Spacers Alliance a while back to talk about his old work. Really? That's cool. Tim's an awesome guy. He's fun on the show. He sent me a really nice message one day. He's really nice. Really good guy. I'd have him on more, but he says he always gets home too late, and then he wants to sit in his goddamn hot tub. Such a hard life, Jim. Doesn't have your life. He's got to actually work all day and then hit the hot tub. Do you hit the hot tub every day, Jim?
No, not in the summertime. It's a more of a winter thing.
Do you hit the pool every day?
Usually.
Do you swim it or you just hang out in it?
I swim.
Yeah. Is it covered?
I have a cover on it, yes.
I mean, like an indoor cover.
Oh, yeah, I have a full cage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of houses in Florida have that.
Well, yeah, you can keep the bugs out.
Yeah, if you can afford it, but a lot of people can because it's really not that much more. I mean, you're getting the loan anyway.
They get pricey. You know, they get up there. You know.
But if you're in Florida and you want to swim year round and you're
if you're close enough. All right. If you're on a river, like a river or somewhere where it's really windy, like directly on the ocean, you don't really need one because the wind will keep the bugs away.
Right.
Because it just does. Because mosquitoes can't fly in the wind. Really, it's got to be calm. Sure. So
that's I don't have any mosquitoes hardly out here where I live. It's always a breeze, man. It's always a breeze out here in this part of Illinois. Oh my God. You hear those dogs? That's the smallest dog in the house, barking at the biggest dog in the house. Look up Julio. I said, hey, Julio's that cuck that has never heard of Thief. Have you not found a video?
I did, but I'm just trying to figure out if we're gonna get a hit for playing this.
Why is it from like Amazon or something?
Hold on. No, it's not. But this is. I don't know if this guy. I don't know. It's from this channel called Scriva TV. It says History and Lore is a series of short animated videos included in Blu-ray from Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones music, fair right, criticism and review.
Oh no, he's already got this shit approved before he posted his video, and I would have to do the same thing, and I ain't doing that shit.
Okay. All right. Let me look for something else.
too dark for HBO. The entire house of Targaryen. This is a video where we plan to go through all the.
I don't know. This is posted by some guy named 144 Sushi. I don't know who that is.
But isn't this Game of Thrones shit? I don't care about Game
No,
of
this
Thrones.
isn't. I thought you wanted a history of Westeros.
Oh, okay. Well, are we in Westeros?
Westeros is where Game of Thrones takes place. This is going back to like the Dawn Ages and the different stuff, and there's like this whole history.
Well, these are long as fuck, aren't they? And he's got
Yeah.
5 of them.
He's got 5 of them. They're like,
Not that interested.
all right.
Are you?
No, I've watched most of them. I've watched most of them. I've watched most of
Jesus
them.
Christ.
Let's see. Here, well, this looks like something that's better. It's 4 minutes and 7 minutes. Let's see. This is so the Dawn Age.
These are 7 years old. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Good for him, man. He's got 300,000 subs.
For thousands of years, the human race has populated Westeros, living off the land and often warring for control of resources. Yet there was a time
The
now
volume's
known
low.
as the Dawn Age, before the first men migrated into the continent.
So here they're talking about how the first men migrated to this continent at some time. I don't know. I think they're going to say they came across the net, like this below that was connected, like land, and then there was something happened and it got crushed, so they couldn't, and they came from.
He goes this deep into the fucking lore. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, the lore is really deep on this. That's what I'm saying. It's like Martin tried to be like Tolkien, to go back to like, Tolkien went back to the creation of everything by God.
Right.
And this doesn't go that far back, but it goes pretty far back.
But he's actually saying this is before 10,000 BC. So
Yeah, before the conquest, 10,000. Before 10,000 years before the conquest, which the conquest is when Aegon landed on.
Oh, so
Dragons.
BC is before conquest, not before
Yes,
Christ.
yes, before
So that's-
conquest.
So
And
are
AC
we-
is after conquest.
So are we saying this is, if you, in your lore head, is this before or after the Egyptians?
Well, it's a different universe.
Oh, okay.
All
right.
But I don't know. They built some crazy shit back then too, which the Egyptians sure couldn't build. They built an 800-foot tall wall made of ice and stone.
Is it 800 or 400?
800 or 700. And they also built giant castles and all this other shit made out of some weird black stone that nobody knows what it is.
Do you think they can see the dark side of the moon? Because we fucking can't.
Yeah, we can. We went through all that.
Liar, liar, liar. Somebody actually tweeted me today and says, why can't we see the dark side of the moon? I said, because fucking we can't. Jim Satala says we can. This
We
fucking
can.
other a-hole says we can, called Uncapped. But nobody's ever shown me a picture.
I
because
showed you
spin
pictures.
Too fast. You sent me pictures. Liar.
We have pictures of it when shit flies past the moon.
There's no woo-woo except for Thursdays. I just wanted to say that unless we get $50 on every $50 super chat night, we get woo-woo the next day, right, Jim? That's what
Definitely.
that's what we said. If we get $50 in super chats, the next day is automatically a
Woo woo.
woo-woo or Thursday theory, whatever. But holy shit. So this is before conquest. All right. So that's good to know because I'm in my head thinking before Christ. Okay.
Yeah, so this is the map. It's like Heron. This is that lake, the lake, and it's called the Island of 1,000 Faces or something, or Isle of Faces. And Heron Hall is like right here, and this is Driftmark, and this is Dragonstone, and Rook's Rest is right up here. And this
gotta
is the
tune in,
Fingers.
Andrew. You got to tune in on my
And
opinion.
this is
on
the
moon.
Erie. This is the neck, I think.
This
No.
is this looks like it could be like Europe and Africa connected before like the shift of the planet.
Oh,
No.
before the planet grew 3 times, you mean?
Yeah.
And
Growing
oceans
Earth
just
theory?
came out of nowhere? Oh, we can always watch that other. Oh, I do have that other video saved of that guy where the
dude,
guy explains
that takes $50, man. We'll get there. When we get there, we'll have a
where
theory.
that guy explains to us how aliens created the different races.
Hey, the Anunnaki were here. Remember?
when other sentient creatures had dominion over the territory.
Okay, so
So now they had fucking like the Neanderthals or whatever.
well, giants, and then these were
Right.
these magical children of the forest creatures who don't really explain where they came from or how long they live, but they got like magic and they talk to the trees and they control stuff and I don't know. I guess they created these White Walkers.
Give me 1 second.
To battle against the First Men, to keep the First Men from cutting down all their trees and stuff is the lore. And yeah. So there's that.
There was the giant race, a large and physically
Yeah, and then giants, but this guy looks really hairy from not so much the giants we've seen in the show. I don't think we're going to see any giants in this House of the Dragon, though. That would be odd. So, anyway, just so everyone, this is from a channel called Civilization X, which seems pretty decent. If you want to go ahead and give it a subscribe or a like or whatever, I thought it was sub. So, I don't know. Hopefully he doesn't get mad that we're playing his video. And so there's these race of giants, and they're physically larger. Let's go. And then it says they grew between 10 12 feet tall, colored in shaggy fur pelts, and rode mammoths. Now, I thought the giants we saw in Game of Thrones and the thing were a lot bigger than that. They sure look bigger than 12 foot to me. They looked like 30 foot tall in Game of Thrones. This is saying the giants, Dave. This is saying the giants in Game of Thrones were only 10 to 12 feet tall, covered in shaggy fur pelts, and rode mammoths. But in the TV show, they were like 20 to 30 feet tall. I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. And then the mysterious magical people said to be small in stature, dark and beautiful, were the children of the forest. I'm going to do it like this, just so I don't know if this guy's going to try and strike us or
They're
something.
not going to strike us. I don't think. I mean, what's he using? He's using fucking a placard. I mean, we're doing our thing. And if he does,
We'll just clip it out, I guess.
I don't monetize anything, and I'm not going to clip shit anymore. Fuck it, dude. It takes forever. I mean, if I don't gain one more sub, I got a great crew all the time watching anyway.
Well, here we could show this. This was what I posted
thank you, Julio Scissors, for the $10, dude. Love you, man.
Because
thank you so much.
Last Friday when we did our Woo Woo Friday, Joe Rogan of all people struck our channels.
Yep.
And so I had a post on that Twitter, which I was hoping maybe would get a little more traction than this. But 16,500 views and 118 likes and 34 retweets, I guess isn't that bad.
Oh,
Calling
yeah.
him
Terrible. Terrible.
Saying, we spent 2 hours talking about a 10-minute clip of your interview with Billy Carson, which your production company not only claimed but blocked my channel with 40 subs from streaming. I would have thought you, of all people, would understand what fair use was since you play clips all the time. I mean, imagine how it would be if every time Joe Rogan said, "Hey, Jamie, pull that up," he got struck.
Here's the thing, too. Here's what I don't understand. Like, what do you mean they blocked your channel?
It said if I was gonna dispute it, and it said if I was disputing it, I couldn't stream.
Really?
Yeah, that's what it said. If you dispute this, you won't be able to stream until it's resolved.
That's wild.
I know. I don't know. So I just said fuck it and clipped it out.
Yeah, I clip it. But did we really spend 2 hours on it?
It was like 2.5 hours we were talking to go over that 1 10-minute clip.
Damn. So,
but it's not. It only clipped out the parts where it was playing his video. So it's just, I watched it. It's very discombobulated because we're talking, and then we're talking again about something else, and nobody has any context of what we're fucking talking about.
I was going to say, like, okay, because it was still a 6-hour fucking stream.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it only clipped out 10 minutes of content. It was the 10 minutes, you know what I mean? Whenever it was like a whole thing. This time, from this time, 30 seconds, like 20 seconds. I was like, yeah, it was like 14 of them. I was like, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
So
the good thing is most of the people, I mean, there's not a whole lot of views after the live stream. There's some, but not a whole lot. But somebody did tell me in my comments, like, dude, I'm glad you clipped that shit out so it could get reposted. I liked your video. So that was cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I did go, though. I have went from 40 subscribers to 79 since then. So
sweet.
So that's good.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely.
And beautiful. Some say they could hear things no man could hear and see what no man could see. A Stone Age culture. They lived in caves and crannogs, even creating hidden villages in the forests. Throughout the continent, they carved faces into the weirwood trees, coming to worship them as the old gods, believing that when they died, their spirits would live on in the trees, keeping watch over the forests. Also known as
The
those
fuck
who
is
sing the
this
song of the
goddamn
earth.
stupid lore?
This is the lore that was created.
This sounds like the elves and fucking.
Well, it is kind of like they are kind of like elvish elves. I think they're more magical than elves, though.
I know, but they live in the trees. They protect the forest. Okay.
It is believed the children made music so beautiful it brought a
They made music like the elves. The elves made the music, and
tear to any who listened. Many of the children possessed strange and powerful magic, such as the ability to skin change, sending their consciousness into the body.
So the lore in Game of Thrones or whatever, A Song of Ice and Fire, is that there's not only the children pass this ability on to people. There's people that can do this too, that can skin change, they can go inside of animals and take over animals and stuff. And it's believed that that's basically what the Targaryens do with the dragons, but they don't really do that because when the people do it with like other animals, like wolves or birds or different things, they're basically like their eyes rolling back in their head and they're unconscious or whatever. So the Targaryens clearly doesn't do that with the dragons. There's not a lot of explanation of exactly how the like Valerians got control of dragons. It's got to be some kind of magic, maybe. I don't know. Skin change into different stuff. Change shapes.
They send their consciousness though.
That's a warg. But skin changers, I don't know if that's the same thing or not. Because they say skin changing and warging, so maybe they're two different things. Maybe skin changing is changing shapeshifters. Maybe they're lizard people and they shapeshift.
That's not what he just said. Go back 10 seconds. Just hit the J button real quick.
So beautiful, it brought a tear to any who listened. Many of the children possessed strange and powerful magic, such as the ability to skin change, sending their consciousness into the body of an animal. There was also the green sight, which
so that
granted
sounds like the
prophetic
definition
dream.
of skin change to me.
Okay, so then warging and skin changing is the same thing, I guess.
Okay, all right. Okay, like Michael Jackson.
Yeah, he was definitely a skin changer.
Holy shit. Yes. Oh, like the crippled kings. Yeah.
Yeah, in Game of Thrones, the crippled king is a skin, warg.
With some even able to speak to the dead. For many years, the giants and the children of the forest lived together in these lands, with no indications of hostility between the species. However, 12,000 years before Aegon's conquest, humanity began their migration west. The first men, as they came to be known, were a Bronze Age people led by the first king, who crossed into Westeros through the Arm of Dorne, a land bridge connecting the continent to Essos, the lands beyond the
So
Nile.
it's kind of like a land bridge, kind of like the land bridge that connected Asia, Russia to to Americas, that they say that the people came across, about 12,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And then basically they like the story about they devastated and killed everything off. It's kind of like that. It's kind of the story. There's kind of some similarities to that which the history that I don't
But
believe.
he's also kind of, and I'll give George some credit here. Like a lot of people don't think that was a thing. Like,
It wasn't a thing.
that there wasn't a land bridge.
There was a land bridge, but the people
Right.
did not come across and kill all the fucking mammoths.
No. But people came across a land bridge, and a
Right.
lot of people don't want to admit that's a thing, right?
Yeah. Well, no, I think there was more travel before that. I think there was people coming across on boats and stuff, and you know.
I do like the name of this stupid narrow sea. How the fuck do they know it's narrow? Have they
'Cause-
ever seen another sea? How
Yeah,
would
there's
they
a
know?
sea to the west that they
Yeah,
don't
but
know
look
what's on the other side of.
Look how wide the continents are. Like if
Yeah.
you're on the west side of this continent and you're on the east side of Essos, how do you know if this sea is narrow or not? It's just funny. It's just a funny name. I'm just giving it shit because it's a fucking lame name, Jim.
Well, but because I
Sea.
think if people have
Why
sailed
don't
to the
you call
west,
it- why don't you call it the water fucking sea? Holy shit.
yeah, that's just what he calls it, the narrow sea. I don't know. It's just this part right here is the narrow sea. I don't know what this is or what this is.
Narrow Sea. The first men brought new technologies and cultural practices, introducing metal, horses, and pagan gods. As they settled the land, they burned the sacred weirwood trees and cut down the forests to build their homes. The children, threatened by what they saw as a hostile invasion, fought a desperate campaign to defend their homes. But their obsidian weapons and magic were not enough. The first men were numerous, physically
Obsidian
larger
and
and more
magic
powerful.
weren't
with
enough.
better
Holy fuck! What were these guys using? Fucking.
They had
AKs?
metal. I think the obsidian they're talking about is called dragon glass in Game of Thrones. Is what in that they and somehow to make like they call it the Valerian steel is
Yeah.
somehow made with dragon glass, and so somehow mixed together the dragon glass with metal to make Valerian steel.
Okay, but these guys were just using like iron versus glass, and that's why they want kind of
Right. They had like basically like the people that like they used to have like not glass spears, but they had like stone spears and stuff. So basically, it's kind of the same thing they're saying. They had the A-10 Warthogs, yeah.
and a couple Panzer tanks behind them. What the fuck? Where's the giants? Are by this picture, the giants don't look a whole lot.
That's
bigger
not a
than
giant. That's the first
No, I'm just
man.
saying. No, the giants don't look a lot bigger than the first thing. Did the giants stay out of the battle?
No, I think
If
they
you
got the
go-
giants to help them too.
He didn't. What I'm saying is that he didn't say that. The little fairies with their obsidian weapons wanted to
Well,
fight.
I think the giants mainly stayed up here in the north.
Okay, but he said they lived in harmony together for 12,000 years or whatever, or forever, and then these assholes crossed the fucking land bridge and didn't appreciate them burning down their fucking trees.
Right.
Which, they probably would have been okay if they would have just like built some houses, but don't be burning down our forests. That, we love these trees, or because they have special powers, right? That's the whole point. The trees. Yeah. I'm learning.
better weaponry and armor, able to beat back the native population. Fearing that they might lose everything they once had, the children used their magic to break the Arm of Dorn, shattering the land bridge to Essos, creating the islands now known as the Stepstones, and halting.
So you can't see it.
Okay, I got it. I see him.
You see them right
Yeah, I
down
see
here, the stepstones, because the captions are blocking it.
No,
so
I see him.
The continued migration of men into the continent.
pardon me,
Yet
yeah.
even this victory.
Why didn't they do that in the first place? Did they not know another? Did they not know another breed of mammal existed, and that's why they never did it? They just thought they were the only two things on Earth. They never.
I'm
left
not
this
saying it's a
island.
good. I'm not saying it's a good story. I'm just
No,
saying it's a story.
This is what it's about, though. Like,
Yeah.
this is why
It's
Tolkien.
like, why
makes
did they-
more
they
sense.
did-
This
right,
is why
they
Tolkien makes more sense, right?
Yeah, like they
Don't-
did this.
Don't make this a man thing like this. Like, we're talking about fucking. We know what the hobbits are, and then we
Mhm.
also know what men are in Tolkien. But okay, but that's fine. So they got the islands. This victory was not enough even to turn. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
not. They're already.
Yeah,
fucking-
all that did was stem the tide of people coming in.
Sure.
Victory was not enough to turn the tide in their favor, and the war continued on, growing more violent and aggressive. As the children of the forest were pushed further north, legends claim they once again attempted to break the land, calling upon the gods to send the hammers of the waters to shatter the neck of the continent and split the landmass in two. But they failed in their mission and merely flooded the territory, creating the swamps and marshes seen today. Eventually, the first men met with the children on the Isle of Faces, reaching a peace agreement known as the Pact, which gave the native race dominion over the deep woods, while the first men took the open lands and promised to cease their burning of the weirwood trees, with many even coming to adopt the worship of the old gods. After 2,000 years, Westeros was at peace. However, the years of violence and conflict took a serious toll on the children of the forest, whose population was severely reduced, beginning their descent into near extinction. By 300 AC, only a handful still survived. The giant race also suffered greatly from the arrival of humans, with free folk legends claiming they were once quite numerous, but were hunted by men and driven into the far north, with their numbers dwindling over the years, and only a small number surviving into later ages. Although many of the
The
details
Giants
are
were
now
pussies.
only
Is that what we're hearing here? Like the Giants were pussies?
I don't know. In Game of Thrones, the TV show, they were pretty badass. They had giant weirwood bows that shot like what looked like giant spears at people that would go through several people, and they were able to rip down doors, and they rode mammoths and shit. So I don't know. I just think maybe they weren't so, maybe they didn't procreate enough.
It sounds to me like it does sound familiar, right, Julio? Like this is if there were giants on Earth, this is how they're saying it kind of ended for them. Like they couldn't fucking hang. They couldn't hang with the humans, the smart humans. Damn, George, he was an Ancient Aliens fan for sure. Good Lord.
remembered through legends and myth. Some have recently come to suggest that the invasion of the Others, also known as the White Walkers, into the lands of Westeros during the Long Night may have its origins in the Dawn Age, when the children of the forest might have created the creatures, possibly using dragon glass in a magical ritual to transform humans into this new race, hoping to use them as weapons of war against their first men enemies. However, the Others would not accept subjugation, turning against their creators and eventually threatening to destroy both the children and humans of the continent. A special thanks to all those who have contributed to Civilization X. You make these videos possible, and I am eternally grateful for your support. If you would like to help Civilization X and want a say in the future content of this channel, click on the Patreon link in the description box below and pledge any amount you'd like on a monthly basis. Or if you would prefer to make a single donation, you can use the PayPal link, also in the description below. And please be sure to like and subscribe.
Let's make O Snakes real happy real quick. He says, "This is gay. White nerd fantasy bullshit. Why aren't we detracting a businessman of color?" Well, first of all, because nothing's gayer than Eric July. He's worthless. He's funny to make fun of, but he's also tiresome to make fun of, right, Jim? Like,
yeah.
What more can we possibly say except there is a video out there that he made today. It's called Something to Consider.
Oh, okay. I do have my hibbity jibbity squirrel word shirt on.
We could save it for tomorrow night.
No, it's fine.
Let's make a little fun of our hibbity jibbity bullshitter called Something to Consider. And let me actually pull up the thumbnail of this because you guys can see exactly what this is pertaining to. So this is Something to Consider. This is Ripa's YouTube channel. I want you to join the Ripaverse. Let's make history together.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we have to watch this. No.
He's going to make a 10-minute video about joining the Ripaverse as a member, guys. So, here, what the fuck happened?
If you have
All right. So here, let's get some hibbity jibbity bullshit
If you have
going on.
followed the Rippaverse, and since we've been a thing, July the 11th, almost 2 years to the date. Actually, a few days before, we released the Rippaverse, like Welcome to the Rippaverse kind of trailer, where I was telling you guys that this thing was on the way. And
2 years ago, Jim? This shit's 2 years old.
Really emphasized our approach. I talked about our code of ethics, things that we stand for, that you guys get to hold us to. And we're obviously tested every day with it. You're going to be tested every day, but it's very important to have those sets of ethics, because as you bring new people in, they need to understand the standard. And of course, that tone is set by the people that are already here.
What the fuck is he talking about, dude? I want you to write a book about a fictional character that has to do with fucking Floor-Spark, Texas. And what? Oh my God. Are you even listening to this, Jim? Are you just
Yes, I'm listening. I'm listening.
What do you think? Like, what is he talking about? Like, I mean, he just posted up here, like, respect the customer.
Those sets of ethics.
Bullshit.
Because what our code of ethics, things that we stand for, that you guys get to hold us to.
Respect the customer. You
Bullshit.
Dude.
He doesn't respect the customers at all. That's bullshit.
It's 1,000% false statement. He does not respect the customer. He never has respected the customer. He only respects his fucking pocketbook. If he respected the customer, he wouldn't be making videos like this. He'd shut the fuck up and let his work speak for itself.
And we're obviously tested every day with it. You're going to be tested every day, but it's very important to have those sets of ethics, because as you bring new people in, they need to understand the standard. And of course, that tone is set by the people that are already here. We did a video on Rippaverse.
Okay, whatever. Dude.
YouTube, if you go watch it, also on other forms, social media, reminding you guys of the apolitical nature of the Rippaverse. And I don't want to say surprisingly, I think some people take exception to that. They're right. Doesn't change anything, because it's what we've been and that's who we're going to be. I think that it would have been, let's say, easy for me to do that. I don't think it would have lasted long term, but it would have been easy for me to just come out and be just completely antithetical to what I was seeing in the comic books. And by antithetical, I don't mean like just not doing what they do, because yes, we don't do that, of course, especially as it pertains to a lot of the social issues and the social justice stuff. We don't touch that.
No, you just hire them.
No, it's one thing to not do it. It's another thing to fight against it.
Yeah, of course.
He's saying he's not doing it, but he made a strong woman Yaira character who basically was a dude who's makes his hero Brian Solari look like a retard,
who was actually a beautiful little pretty.
Yeah, when it first announced, it was feminine, and now it's not. It went from being a feminine woman to being a masculine woman.
A feminine woman that was like, oh, she's actually cute. Like, no, that poster sold for a reason. You know why? Because it triggered a lot of 35 to 35 to 55-year-old men who loved fucking Zelda, dude. It's facts. It reminded them of something in that world. Eric hasn't read fucking ISOM, Dan. What are you talking about? If he read ISOM, he'd go back and go, Jesus Christ, who wrote that piece of shit? Julio says is going to join us here in a second.
Cool.
What's up, Sweet Tooth? How are you, bud? Yeah, it's amazing to me that this guy can sit here and talk this way when he's full of dog shit. This is why Eric's fun, and I know why. I know it's tiring for Ethan. I mean, he's not doing it 7 days a week anymore because it gets old. But dude, if you build up a few days of videos of Eric, of him just opening his fucking mouth, it's just funny. He just comes off retarded every fucking time. And Julio doesn't like to get into this stuff, talking shit about Eric too much.
Well, that's fine. He doesn't have to.
I'm good with it.
Well,
I don't say when he says shit like it's apolitical, I'm like, since when are you apolitical? Last I
Yeah.
checked, a few years ago, you were all political.
And he still is. He's just trying. Here's my point with him, dude. Like, you hired those girls for one reason only.
Yeah.
You wanted them to bring in customers to the Rippaverse that have never been there before, and they didn't fucking show up. Sorry, they didn't. If they would have showed up, he would have had another $3 million campaign.
Mm.
But you know what? Those people, like the Saska twins, aren't attracting people to Marvel and DC. So when, they write the greatest Black Widow fucking comic that Eric's ever read, that's fine, stupid ass. However, those girls did not draw anybody from their piss porn, vampire, fucking weird culture of movies to buy that comic. They're sure not going to bring him into this guy's world. This guy who is the most libertarian, what did he say? Monetize your haters guy. This is this guy, right? He's that guy. Why would they ever give this guy money? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
How much money do y'all think he thought he was going to make on Yaira? Do you think it was going? Do you think
$3 billion? He thought it was $3 billion. Yeah, he would not have made a live action fucking trailer. He would have not done the animated trailer, and he fucking put those girls on every podcast they could go on to promote that shit, and it did $100,000 more than fucking Alpha Core. They didn't
They're a
even
little handsy at the meetups. Oh, we'll say
and they
that.
didn't even pay their fucking salary, dude. If it wasn't for the merch with all the t-shirts and all the fucking posters and whatever else.
Well, the
was out there,
statues gave him an extra $250, right?
it was an actual extra 100,000 for that week because they were that 5 days of it, and he sold like 100,000 worth that week. So it did nothing better than Alpha Core, which is that was Bennett, right? That was a Bennett book. So, and you know who knows Bennett? Comic book people. You know who knows the Saska twins? Nobody. They're a couple of fucking weirdos that he tried to sell us was the greatest author ever in Marvel Black Widow history.
So he said today, I think on X, he said that they were shipping out Good Ying, whatever, at the end of the month, and then the Horseman collection is next or something. I think I read.
The next day, it's going to be available on the website. It's going to be one of the collections. And Gooding is a one-off. There's no more. After Gooding's over, it's over.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Has anybody looked at the Gooding numbers today? Where's he at?
I was just looking at it right now.
So almost 300,000 or something like that, I think.
Andrew Campbell, you're such a lying piece of shit. You've been saving your money for the next book, every fucking book. Andrew Campbell, we got to get Andrew back on the channel. Andrew's fun. Yes, those Christian women, you know what? That was some gross stuff those girls did that last 2 or 3 weeks before the campaign, talking about their Christianity and how they found God.
This says he's up to two. Something's going on. These numbers have been looking weird. Says he sold 7,236 books. He's made 211,270. If you remember, I predicted he was going to sell around 9,000 books at Goodyear.
Yeah.
That's what I figured. So he's 7,236.
That's
right
still
now.
less than 400,000. Because we did a poll. We did a poll here on my show. Is Gooding going to do below 600 or over 600? Chat wins below 600. All day long, I thought below 600. Remember when Ethan kept?
I thought it was going to do.
Remember, Guyver was going to do over 2 million. Ethan kept saying that bullshit.
Yeah.
Look, man, it's fucking weird, dude. Like, when the shit falls, it falls. It's over. Like, all the big money people left Eric's world. He's got nickel and dimers left, Jim.
Well, no, I mean, this isn't a bad out. I mean, let's be fair. This is not a bad outcome for any indie creator. 7,200 books.
He's not an indie creator. He's above indie. This is Eric's problem. If Eric didn't treat it like he wasn't indie, then I would give him mad respect. But he acts like he's above everybody that's a fucking Indiegogo guy, and it pisses me off to the core because those guys work way harder than he does to make a better product, but he just has more subs and more friends on the internet that promotes his shit. And that's why I don't respect the dude, man. He's full of fucking shit. And look, Jim, I'm sorry, man. If Eric July was doing this and he had the same amount of subs that Ethan does, that'd be a triumph. When Ethan's cock blocked by Yellow Flash, Nerdrotic, Geeks and Gamers, he cannot promote there at all. And he was still doing these kind of numbers, but this guy still gets to promote with those guys. And he still, I mean, that $200,000 was 8 hours into the fucking Yaira campaign. This is 2 weeks into a campaign.
Well, don't you think it has something to do with the fact that he launched this immediately after Yaira, where these people are, you know what I mean? It's not like you're, you know, if you want to do these big campaigns, I think you got to.
That was a 10-week campaign. They had time to recover. And he made most of his money in the first 6 days on Yaira. Chris Bacon was on here a ton of times talking about it. Like,
I mean, don't you think though that a lot of people bought that statue that he released like a week before the end of the campaign, and
like that was $100,000.
Well, I'm saying, but those people that bought the statue just dropped $500 on the statue. They don't have
how many. I wonder how many of those guys use crowdfunding to pay. I would love to know how many people used crowdfunding to pay for a book or a statue that this motherfucker is selling when this motherfucker hates crowdfunding. What do you think he's going to say about that? Like, oh, he don't care though at that point because it's supporting him. It's really weird, dude. Like, and Jim, you're right. If he can sell 9,000 books a month every month, and it makes him 400,000, that's 4.8 million a year, right?
No, he's at 200,000.
But by time it's over, if he sells 9,000 books and he gets to $380,000,
no, he's not going to at this pace at what he's doing because he doesn't have any merch in there. So he's going to sell around 9,000 books, and
300.
You know, this is actually he's going to 250.
Yeah, because he got two $18 books or one $18 books,
so
two
$250.
books.
But you got to understand too, this is the most profitable thing going is the books, where he's got the most profit margin. Like the statues, but
it's not enough profit to pay for his employees. It's not profit until you include all the fucking overhead.
Yeah, okay? But it's even less overhead than you reduce the number of SKUs, so you don't have as many, different things going out, so you can actually reduce your overhead. You don't need as many employees.
You reduce your staff.
Right.
But if he doesn't do that, if he doesn't reduce his staff to match the SKU numbers on his fucking floor to sell, he's fucked.
I think he put the cart before the horse, really.
Right. You have to include in that price of $3 a book, the $15,000 a month for rent, the 15 employees, the art, all that shit that goes along with. So that $21 book, let's say he makes $2 because he has the best healthcare too. He has the best 401k.
No, he's got to be making like if say the book costs him $3 to print. Let's say not $250 because he's not printing as many. May say it costs him $3 to print the book.
Let's say $4.
Okay, $4.
It's not 100,000 books, right?
Right. So say $4 a book. So he paid whatever. If he's paying, I don't know if he's paying them on contract per page. If he's paying them, I don't know what his. We don't really know what his payment schedule is. What he's doing. We know what his his warehouse is costing because he's been upfront and said what that is.
And he's got warehouse staff of 15. Let's say it's $15 an hour per employee.
I mean, do you think he's paying them guys to come in there every day and stand around and when there's not delivering books?
If they're not, they can't get benefits and they wouldn't work there. He says he gives benefits. I've heard him say it. We give benefits here. at Ripaverse. Come work for us.
It's $500,000 if he has 15 people working full time for a year. That's $500,000 right there. Not
At 15 without
Not-
any fucking insurance or anything included.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean,
taxes. Yeah.
legitimately, dude, like that $4 book to go out the door is $17 with overhead. He's not making any money. He's
still charging like $10 or $12 for shipping.
And it's $8 to actually put it in the fucking mail.
Yeah.
So we're still talking about $2. Sorry, dude, you ain't paying your employees long term with that kind of profit. Like, I know what our fucking margin is where I work. We're fine.
Well, I don't think it matters if it's a comic book or whatever widget,
It's a widget,
you're trying to,
whatever you do.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So what's his next big widget? Because Good Ying, you said, was a one-off.
Oh no, he said
Horseman
ISOM 3. He said ISOM 3 is his next big moneymaker. He's got it sitting in the fucking gun case ready to go.
Well, he's still got Bloodruth to come out that they're already working on. Horseman is supposed to come out. So when is he going to release ISOM 3? And then are they going to do it?
Dude, you release ISOM 3 right after Horseman and let that go into, if it's me, because if he thinks it, but see, here's the thing. If he releases ISOM 3 and it does 1.3 million, he knows it's over. He can't do it until he knows it's over. Sorry.
Well, also, if he does numbers like this, let's say these Gooding numbers on Horseman and on Bloodruth,
right.
and then he releases ISOM 3. If this is steady for him, I don't see ISOM 3 doing 1.3 million.
That's what I'm saying. You've got to do it before Bloodruth. You can't get into your customers thinking that, because Eric keeps saying how great this book is doing. Anytime he goes, oh, we're doing great, we're doing great. Well, if his customers say, well, fuck, he's happy with $300,000, cool. I don't need to order all these extra t-shirts. I don't need to order these fucking posters. I don't need to buy the $1,000 I want it all. I don't need to buy these CG rated comics anymore. I guarantee you though, ISOM 3 will be a campaign. It will not be whatever the fuck he's called.
Yeah, why do you think he didn't have any signed books? He didn't have any CG books. I mean, those were good sellers for him.
Because he said it the other night, it takes time. He said it on Flash. He goes, if I do the CG rated books, they don't go out with the campaign. Well, your customers honestly don't care, dude. Your customers are going to buy a non-rated book so they can read it and buy the CG rated book for their collection. And if they get that 2 months later, they don't give a fuck, dude. See,
does anyone have the
problem? He thinks people need instant gratification. We don't. You know what I got today in the mail, Jim? On Blu-ray, I got Darkman 1, 2, and 3 compilation disc. Darkman 1, 2, and 3. Can't wait to watch that shit.
Dude, I mean, I don't know what his numbers were on the CG rated books, like for ISOM 1, 2.
He started buying Twitter ads, dude. Throw that into the fucking mix of the cost. Dude.
That's not...
No, it's money out the door. It's money out the door.
He's still got... He's actually got an ace in the hole that he's been holding back, and as soon as he... No, Shungite.
No, it's the Ford truck. The Ford truck comes out before the fucking Shungite book.
No, Shungite.
Yeah, the history of the Ford truck is first.
See, I don't know much because I thought Gooding would be... I thought Gooding was going to do really well. I thought it was going to do well.
He needs to find a race car driver.
He doesn't push it. Like he hasn't pushed it. There's not been a live action trailer. There's not been anything for Gooding. The only thing that's going to sell Gooding, and this might be a thing, is cover D after a bunch of good reviews come out and they go, holy shit, Mike Barron fucking knocked this shit out of the park. And people go spend their $18 on the $18 book. That might save Gooding. But it's got to come out first, dude. If you tell me, Jim, you bought all 4 covers, right? Mm-hmm. You did that.
I'm going to do a review on it as soon as I get it.
And I'm going to stream snipe you. But my point is, if that book is good, and there's a lot of CGers out there that love Barron, They love the man. They don't love all of his books, but they love the man for his history in comics forever. I'll buy the book at that point. If I hear credible people tell me, you know what, man, Mike Barron wrote the fuck out of this book. My biggest fear for Gooding, whatever the fuck his name is his editing, dude. Those guys are goddamn morons. It sounds like Yaira should have been a fucking 75-page book with all the repeats, because I did the review with fucking Black Angus, and it was just a bunch of repeat fucking, text boxes.
I mean, do you think Yaira would have been better if they would have focused a lot more in this first book on the shit in the past?
I think, here's my opinion. I think there should have been ISOM 1, 2, and 3 right away. Fucking finish that story, and we all understand what the fuck ISOM is, where he came from, and why the fuck he's our superhero again in this world. Then you start introducing all these extra characters, because at that point you're bought in. But he didn't do that. He wanted to go 2 books. Now, he probably would have did 3, Jim, but he got sued. And he was like, fuck, I can't do it now. I got to present these other books. And it fucked his company over.
I swore I saw something over that was old, like a year old, where he said they were done with ISOM 3.
I think it was a mistake. We were doing that. Yeah, he said it was going to release summer 2023. Those fake ass Christians ruined that. They did ruin it. Like, I actually think that ISOM 3 would have been on the list right away. And, there's just, ISOM 1 should not have been that story. ISOM 1 should have been how ISOM became ISOM and how the fuck he got knocked down. ISOM 2 is working his way back up, dealing with his struggles, then introduced me to his stupid sister, introduced me to Shungite, all these fucking other idiots in your world. ISOM 3, he fucking says, I'm the god here. Then Alpha Core comes in and says, no, you're not, Dick. Here, I'm Alpha Core. I'm the police. You're just some fucking asshole in my world. But he didn't. He decided to, Elizabeth says hello again, Julio.
Hey, Elizabeth. Good to see you.
It's crazy. So let's get back to retard. I don't think he can do any better, Jim. I think he's done with his $1.3 million campaigns at this point. I don't think it's ever going to get back to that.
Do you think if he just concentrated on promoting the books and not fighting with people, it would do better?
I think if, first of all, the first thing, if the books were better, more people would talk positive about it. For every lover of the book, there's 2 naysayers with a YouTube channel. Okay?
True.
Positive. I mean, sorry. And even his fans, Gary and Az and Jeremy, all they say is just support the guy. They don't tell us why. They just say, yeah, for his first book, it was okay. That's Gary's best fucking thing I've ever heard him say. Yeah, for his first book, yeah, it was okay. Well, you don't give DC that credibility, Gary. You don't give Marvel that credibility when they make a first-time Blue Ant movie that nobody's ever heard of, Blue Ant, or they make, the Marvels movie. All you do is say, garbage, 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 garbage. Well, dude, I'm sorry. I got a bunch of fucking text messages today from people that somebody on Twitter forwarded to me that talks about Friday Night Tights and their stream. It sounds just like us. So we're not the only ones who feel the same way about FNT. There's a bunch of people out there talking the exact same language. Like, yeah, Shad's a fucking bore. All he does is yell. Blah, blah, blah. These guys just repeat the same shit every time, all the time. And then we watch their videos just, yeah, MCU. It's so goddamn boring.
As somebody who's been watching FNT for a while, and I still put it on Fridays just to see what's going on, I will say Disparu replacing Az, that's an upgrade. Disparu is actually, I find him entertaining.
A smart guy.
Yeah.
Just fix your fucking teeth, dude.
Well, I can't comment on that.
No, you can't. You can't, dude. He's a young guy. compared to us.
True.
He's making a ton of fucking money on YouTube. Go see your fucking dentist.
But if they let him talk, he actually has interesting and funny things to say.
That's why his videos are better than on this panel show.
His
right?
videos are very good. He's like MST3K Disparu. He's very
And somebody said in one of those fucking feeds that I got, like, hey dude, let's get F&T back to 5 people. Let them talk. Let them have a real conversation. You know, we don't need 9 people. Now, somebody did also say the reason they keep comics on the show, and I think they got it mixed up. They said they keep comics on the show because he knows all the numbers of the movies. That's Odin. Odin knows all the stats. It's not comics. Odin knows what the box office does for the weekend because that's all he tracks. Like, that's his life when he's not a school teacher.
Gary's loyal to his friends, which I do appreciate. I think that's why.
Yeah. Ask what's his name? Who got kicked off that show years ago for ass? Dr.
Doomcock?
Doomcock. Yeah.
He's something.
Yeah. But Gary wasn't very loyal to him.
No, I guess not. That's true.
Man, I mean, and do you think that as continuously praising Eric July is getting on Gary's nerves because Gary is the comic book guy that owned a comic book store? He's like, motherfucker, I'll do this real BBC with you, but you got to get off my main show. You're killing me, dude. I would hate to see how many super chats that I don't see or how many comments that I don't see. I'm like, dude, why are you guys supporting this guy's bad books? You're supposed to be the comic book fucking greats. His wife pays attention for sure.
I think and I'm just projecting here, he seems to be the kind of person that wants to be the center of attention. So if he's buried within 9 people and can't get, that's why he yells and rants all the time.
Well,
like
somebody was like, I think it was a Low Watermark the other night was talking about and it's like a format now. Every 23 minutes into the show, Az starts his rant. That's very true. It's
gimmick.
It's like 3, 2, 1, go Az, and he does, and it's boring. And Jeremy not being around anymore. The next person that's not going to be around much more is going to probably be Ryan. Because I think they're both like, you know what, we're doing fine at Geeks and Gamers. We don't need to be in this world, Gary. You get your own characters in here. Whatever. And Shad needs to go. He's not good for the show. He wasn't good when he started. He's better as a guest once every 4 months, not as a regular.
I agree.
Every once in a while for him to come in all wild and stuff, but every week hearing him. He never cared about this stuff before, dude. He used to care about swords and building a castle and all this stuff.
I love that shit.
Yeah, and now he's the Marvel Disney critic. That's not his realm. It wasn't his realm. But they made it his realm, and it sucks. I like Jeremy and Ryan too. Jeremy's just a guy that wants to make money on the internet. That's all I think about Jeremy. He just wants to make money on the internet any way he can.
I don't think he's entertaining. That's my problem with him.
No, he's boring as fuck.
Yeah.
But I know what he's about.
Let me get Let me get a shout out. Let me give a shout out, Dave.
Yeah.
I mean, it's whatever.
Yeah. But and then the fake love for Eric July, which is weird. Like, I don't know why he loves the guy so much.
I know, but I won't say it. But yep.
Well, you're on BTM. You better fucking say it.
Yo, let me give a shout out to my boy Uchi over here and all that.
Okay.
He's in the wrong skin apparently.
Right.
I'm black from the waist down, all that shit. Like, come on, a little self-respect.
Right.
Go play Mario Kart and fuck off.
Go play Mario Kart and beat Eric July and watch it more whine like a bitch.
But when I say anti, I'm meaning we didn't create the Rippaverse out of spite.
Yes, you did.
The stories aren't inspired out of spite. It isn't to try to spite leftism. It isn't it isn't an attempt to make it about my social preferences or even political preferences. Okay.
Well, then why did you make it, dude? If you're trying to change the culture and you want the culture to go in a certain direction and your direction is libertarian, then why wouldn't you make it that product? because that's the only people buying it anyway. So go hardcore. Nobody cares about fucking the secondary market except for people like us when we're fed up with the mainstream. So dive hard into that shit.
Our number one rule here is that you leave all that at the door. Sure, I do I know the political views of some of our employees, definitely the guys that have been around for a while, and people that I know from other things that are here. There's a lot of them I have no idea.
Fuck was that, Julio? What the hell was that face?
I don't know. He's the man
Views of some of our employees, definitely the guys that have been around for a while, and people that I know from other things that are here. There's a lot of them I have no idea what their political positions are because I don't care. The number one rule has always been leave it at the door, and it will remain that way. That's our standard. If you, on the other hand, are a comic book company and you have aspirations and you just want to make things that are just like the right like version of what woke quote unquote people do, so you just more so making stuff that pertains to your own individual politics, it may work out for you. That's your thing. But
so what is he saying here, Jim? That he's going to be Marvel and DC and fucking try to relate to the mainstream?
That's what he's saying. He's saying leave it at the door, but that's not what's happening. And it's bullshit because it's getting put into the books. It's getting put into the writing by the Saska sisters and by these other people.
They're changing the fucking looks of his characters. Yeah, it's bullshit. Aegon says he did a fucking chart of his employees' political views on a video. Really? What?
Yeah, there was something I saw with this whole bunch of communists that work for him, according to the chart. EBS showed it. I don't know who. Did he do the political views on a video? Was that where EBS got it from? I saw it briefly. It was like this chart with his little goofy head thing on it showing the political spectrum of the people. And it's like, that's a lot of left authoritarians. That's called communists that you have working for you.
Yeah. Aegon says, isn't Gooding about libertarian ideas? Yeah.
I think so. That's true.
Yeah. But you can only get your house safe from a fire if you pay $50 a month. Is that libertarian?
Well, I think so. He has the right to
think
charge
so too,
money
because
to save your fucking house.
if you want to, you don't want the government to save your house. You want a private individual to save your house, and you'll pay for that fucking service, right? Yeah, it was Eric's own video. Half his company is leftist. Yeah, but not Eric. Eric's the right guy. Eric is on the right side. Oh, yeah, sure.
But for me, that's not interested in it. That's not what the company is trying to do. I'm trying to make this fun sandbox that really does focus on, the actual universe element, the stories that are being told.
Stories? Did you say stories?
Stories.
Stories that are being told.
Tostitos?
His enunciation is so fucked up sometimes. I don't know.
Well, I bet at that point he was rolling off of that ball under his ass. Stories! Oh, shit. Stories.
It's
He's sitting on a
ripabonics.
bouncy ball. Ray. He's sitting on an exercise ball because he broke another fucking $10 chair. He says he doesn't spend real money on chairs, so they break all the time. So now he's sitting on a fucking bouncy ball.
Focus on, the actual universe element, the stories that are being told, and the characters. And I want to make it fun for everybody. I do not believe, and I reject, and I talk about this in that video, because I reject the idea that everything is political. I think that's nonsense. It makes political a nonsensical term, or rather, it's not a meaningful one if it does apply to each and everything.
Boy, oh boy. I guess you don't pay attention to the fellowship, huh? It's all lefty, righty shit. That's all they talk about. Oh, they're getting the message out. Well, the message must be lefty, right? Or righty, or sent. Oh, no, it's leftist. Those SJW pieces of shit. They're ruining everything. I will say they did ruin Beverly Hills Cop 4. That shit was bad, Julio. Don't watch it. Don't watch it. Don't watch it.
It was like, honestly,
No.
Just couldn't get into it. It was like,
First
What?
of all, you had the strong black woman daughter that we
yeah,
never knew Eddie Murphy was ever married in Beverly
Oh.
Hills Cop.
who was smarter than everyone.
And she's got to be 30-something years old. She's a lawyer. You know, she's
Of
this.
course.
Oh,
She'll be a
she's
judge soon.
and
Was Eddie Murphy funny in it? At least that's
Eddie
why I would
Murphy's
want to
the
watch it.
only
Eddie
good
Murphy's Eddie
thing.
Murphy in it,
Yeah.
but he was completely
He was fucked over,
pushed to
by-
the side. It seemed like in his own movie.
And then you got Taggart and you know Billy, right? Judge
Same
Reinhold
guys,
and
same actors.
yes. Thank God Eddie at least fucking respected everybody that was still alive to be.
But
in
they
this
had
movie,
Kevin Bacon in it too.
who was
Kevin
over
Bacon was the
top
bad guy.
ridiculous. It was so goddamn stupid.
That breaks my heart. I love Beverly Hills Cop, the original.
Dude,
movie.
as soon as I finished
Great.
watching that movie, I had to go back and watch 1 and 2 to give me good memories
Yeah.
again. And I was pleased. A lot of YouTubers like Beverly Hills Cop, Axel F, they can go fuck themselves, Darcipio. It's terrible. Here's the problem. First of all, Judge Reinhold and the guy who plays Taggart, they can't act anymore. They're way too old. They had no chemistry on screen anymore. They couldn't get their lines out funny anymore.
It's a shame.
Then they bring in his daughter to be the savior of the world, which is ridiculous. She's a lawyer and she's shooting her gun like she's a fucking marksman. And she hates her. She's been hating her dad for 20 plus years. So he's never taught her how to shoot a gun. There's no reason why she should be able to shoot a gun. You know, and then Kevin Bacon's character is so blatantly a bad cop. Like so blatant, Jim. It's not even funny. Like he was such a bad cop that fucking bad cops are like, God damn, this dude's a bad cop. That's how bad of a cop he was. It was terrible.
This is why we can't have nice things. Sad.
Right. Just go watch Beverly Hills 1 and 2 and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. What's up, United? How you doing, Tim?
Dang.
Somebody was talking about you earlier in the chat. Sounds like what it is. Here's the other problem with it. They tried Aegon the Dragon Cock. Like, remember all the music that was in Beverly Hills Cop 1 and 2? Okay,
Sure.
so it's a fucking soundtrack. Those movies are soundtracks. I mean, constantly through those movies are just playing music. And I didn't even really pay attention until this week. I was like, holy shit, do they ever stop playing music in these? But after I watched 4, I was like, God damn, they play a lot of music. And they're the same songs in Beverly Hills Cop 1. It's the same songs, which is fine because they're good songs. But they just were living off of memories because Netflix made this shit, right?
Yeah. Well, they play the same songs in Star Wars all the time. Dun 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 dun. We're gonna get a copy strike for that because it was just so perfect.
It was so on point.
Bad movie. I will never. We talked about this earlier. I will never watch that movie again. If it's on the background, I'll flip the fucking channel. I will never watch that movie again. It's bad.
That's why it's on Netflix, I would imagine, and not in the theaters. Do you think?
Well, Eddie Murphy probably got
Beverly-
Beverly. He probably got paid $50 million to produce his shit for Netflix.
God bless him.
It,
Good for him.
I have to be honest. It took me 4 times to watch the whole thing. I started watching it and shut it off and walked away. Put it back on. Was like, "Fuck this," and walked away. And
And you weren't even like mad at it. You're just like, I don't care about it.
yeah, I just didn't care. I'm like, oh, whatever. And like, I kept finding myself doing other shit instead of watching the movie. And I'm like, oh, what the hell?
It
I'm
was all
supposed to
good.
be watching. I need to be watching this.
It was good, Tim. They were talking good about you. They said you had a good guest on your show one night talking about a book we were promoting earlier that Jim was promoting.
Last movie I
Brian?
saw. Last
Oh,
night.
Blaine Pardo.
Oh, Blaine Pardo, yeah.
Yeah, they're closing out a campaign for Land and Sea Paradise.
Yes. What were you saying, Jim? Or Julio?
Oh, the last movie I saw last night. My daughter was hanging out. She came by and hung out with me and my son. We watched Nosferatu. We turned all the lights out, pop popcorn, and watched the original silent Nosferatu movie. It was great. We had such a good time. because we had
Sweet.
both just read Dracula earlier this year, so we're like, well, it was a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
I do believe in that there are universal truths, and I do understand that if you have a set of guiding principles, that's going to even help maybe navigate you when it comes to not just writing a story but comprehending one. Totally understand that, but there's a difference between that and beating your audience over the head, or just having something that's really ham-fisted, heavy-handed, like narratives about, again, like maybe to spite leftists. Not anything that I'm interested in. And this.
Well, what about the right-wing content? The fucking bullshit that they're making over at the Daily Wire isn't good, Jim.
No,
It's bad. It's bad content.
It's the benefit of the Rippaverse. You know, some folks are like,
The Rippaverse.
well, don't you worry about maybe that people that do have political agendas and maybe they'll like infiltrate. No.
They're there, dude. What are you talking
doesn't he realize
about?
that's what's happened? That's what happened to Disney. That's what happened to fucking Marvel. That's what happened to DC, to Warner Brothers, to all these places, NBC, ABC, that the leftists came in and infiltrated and took over and started slowly moving everything to one direction, and now that's all there is?
Well, here's the thing. So he hires for example, he hires the Saska twins, right? And they go, hey, I know this person is really good at this. And then they go, I know this other person is really good at this. Next thing you know, it's full of lefties in your building. Because
You can't even hire one of them.
Right.
You gotta hire both of the fuckers.
Right. You got to hire both of these.
What do you need two of them for?
He just doesn't understand. They're like vampires. Once you invite them in, that's it. It's over. They can come back and do whatever. Yeah.
Darcipio says, Julio, check the Phantom of the Opera with Lon Chaney.
All right.
Goat silent film.
I will. I had never watched a silent film before last night, and my daughter and I liked it so much. We're like, we need to watch more. It was just cool.
Yeah.
I enjoyed
They
it.
were acting
I'll
with
check that out.
their motions and their facial. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, of course you got to be wary. You gotta be aware. You gotta have. That's why the ethics are there, because should
Dude,
those
they don't give a fuck about your ethics, dude. What are you talking about? The Saska sisters don't have your ethical fucking beliefs, dude. What are you talking about? They like the paycheck. You fucking dumb retard. What are you talking about?
violated, well, you're no longer going to be within the company. And I can't
How do
pretend.
you know they violated? They listen to Az talk disgusting sexual shit when they're on live stream with them, and they don't quit. If they were self-respecting women, they'd say, I can't work for you. You put me in a situation where this guy makes me feel like a disgusting female. Sorry. Any woman that gives a fuck about herself, Jim, to say, I'm not going to be put in that position on a live stream in front of 10,000 fucking people. You disagree, Julio?
I do, but lots.
You
of
do
young
disagree?
Women, no. I agree with you, but lots of
Yeah.
young women nowadays don't agree with you.
But they're not young, dude. They're in their fucking 40s. These
No,
are
they're
not
pretending
young
to be
women.
You see how handsy they are with the fans when they go to the.
That's fine, dude. They're trying to fucking sell.
No, I
the
saw a
product.
couple pictures where it looked like they weren't happy with some of the fans touching
Oh.
them. I did see a couple where the one sister was like, no, like,
Right.
and I was like, oh, look at that.
But at the end of the day,
Because they looked those guys looked extra greasy.
yeah. But if you give a fuck about yourself as a person, you're not going to go on a live stream where somebody is like just talking gross sex stuff, wiping his dick on the curtain. I mean, what the fuck? And Eric is on the stream with them, and he doesn't tell the host, dude, fucking stop. These are my employees. Like, you got to stop. I'm trying to protect these people from this shit because this is why they own the company. Like, if they ever say, Eric, I'm going to sue you, he goes, for what? Here's fucking 2 hours of you and me on with an ass show. Any court in the fucking country is going to say, yeah, they were sexually assaulted.
I think it's
Sorry.
one thing to expect women on your panel to banter and be able to take banter, but it's another thing to make them uncomfortable, I guess. And I think,
Yeah.
like you're saying,
But
saying
they
I'm
can say,
gonna-
they
I'm
can
gonna
always say,
come on your face, neck, and tits and all that shit. It's
Right.
a little,
and
I don't
you know what?
For me, a little weird.
And even if they go, well, we stayed because we felt threatened. We had to finish this comic book. You know,
Well, that's-
we had to finish this book, and you know, now we don't have to finish a book, and now we want to, you know, really vent our feelings here. And the court goes, yeah, you're right. You are under contract, and you might have made no money after all the work you did. Yeah,
And that we're gonna be absolutely perfect.
because apparently they fucking arrest people in Texas for putting $20 bills on windows because some guy's scared of another guy's Twitter account. So in Texas, I guess, you know, you can pretty much get away with, you know, not get away with anything, and the court's going to have to hear your case
in that regard.
air 'em out.
But we have our defense
Yeah,
is
yeah.
up.
Apparently.
Okay. So you have to be aware for sure.
So your defenses are up, Eric. That's great. But if your defenses are up, that's fine. But you have contracts with these people. And if you fire them, you still owe them the fucking money. So you got to put up with their bullshit while they're there. And there's nothing you can do. And unless you are willing to take the hit, and you can't afford to take the hit. So you got to put up with their bullshit.
But because I'm the sole owner, you don't get a hijack. You don't get a full infiltration. It quite literally can't happen because
He uses literally all the time. Jim, you know what quite literally can happen?
Literally.
Can you interpret
Literally.
that, Jim?
I can't. I don't know. I've been
You have
trying
it on,
so.
you have it on your shirt.
I know. Hibbity jibbity squirrel words. I've been trying so hard to not just go so hard at him to try to give him the benefit of the doubt, but
You can't. He's not worthy of your doubt anymore. He's not. And this is the same shit he says about every 30 days to try to keep his fans engaged with him. But he sold 7,000 books on a campaign, which is great for 99.999 creators out there, not for him. And he fucking deserves it.
nobody can like oust me as the owner. We're not a publicly traded company with some board that everybody must that like I have to answer to. I am the sole owner. So the buck stops with me. Whether we succeed or fail, that's on me. And this is why we will remain a completely private company. Sure, maybe missing out on some other funds. I'm okay with that. But
We'll see. We'll see.
Is he expecting he's going to get venture capitalists in there and he's going to go public?
It'll never happen because he's a sole owner, Julio.
That's what he's saying.
I have all creative. I have all creative control. The buck stops with me. You know, if I'm the guy that can do a fucking interview with somebody and say, "Yep, this person will never ever harm my company because they believe in my code of ethics in my comic book." My comic book code of ethics is the Rippaverse comic book, and they are all going to believe in that. Yeah, you know how many people fucking pass drug tests to get a job and then go get high the next day after they get the fucking drug test, Julio? All of them, the ones that get high, right?
True.
And they work there until they get fucking a random, and then they're fucked and they go to the next job and do the same thing. But while they're fucking high, guess what they're not doing while they're working for you? Putting out their best to fucking effort as an employee. Okay? Yeah, that lawsuit's coming, dude. Oh, we're done with Game of Thrones. We spent 2 hours on Game of Thrones. There's nothing more to talk about Game of Thrones. Although we do have some more history of Westeros.
Yes, we do.
I'll finish this up real quick. I'll stop interrupting so much unless he pisses me off some more.
Yeah, do you believe Cody is actually stream sniping his own stream that he had with Ricada on so he can get some more money out of Ricada? I mean, this fucking guy just won't stop.
Like Ben Togel, you know, DM me today and goes, "Hey, did you see that?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Did you watch it?" I go, "No, I don't want to watch it because I don't want to see Nick sit there and talk to a hypocrite." He goes, "The only good thing about the stream, Dave, was that Nick talked 90% of the time.
Yeah.
Nick did most of the talking."
The only part that I heard that made me go, "What the fuck?" is Cody saying how talking about all these people that basically backstabbed Nick and didn't take his word on stuff and did him dirty, and how that Cody got attacked for being sweeping and nose guard and all that because he was, like Cody was talking more shit about Nick than anybody else.
He talked so much shit, dude. He talked so much about.
And then when the thing came up about the test, and
He believed it
Basically.
100%.
Yeah, Cody, but no, not according to that stream. Cody said, no, I knew that was wrong. I knew there was no way that test was possible. It made no sense to me. Like, dude, that's not what you said.
No.
Yeah, that is what he said. We watched it, and it was like a 7-hour or 9-hour streams talking about. Everybody quit, and I kept talking about it that night.
Rather it be on my own watch. That's why I started this company. So that's not anything that we necessarily have to worry about. But there's another thing that I put on your mind. If you should learn anything else from me, anything else from
full of shit.
what happened with the Rippaverse, it's this. God,
I'm full of shit, and I'm always full of shit, and I'll always be full of shit. Remember that.
guys, those tactics that you may be afraid of are not exclusive to leftists. You guys have seen the development of the.
Yes, we know, dude. You're the biggest user of those tactics. You're getting people thrown off of your property at live events. You're getting people arrested. You're blocking everybody on Twitter that disagrees with you. You're getting your friends to do shows, and if they don't talk positive about you, you send them night letters. Yeah, you're that guy. You're that person. It's just like the leftists, Eric.
The Rippaverse, and how people that you maybe think would more or less like be closely aligned with me in certain political aspects, they felt some kind of way. Learn, and I mentioned this in a tweet, for my own naivety, because I was naive. Even when warned against, I was naive. And maybe you can make that argument that, hell, you're more likely to get backstabbed by people that align with you than some other person that makes it known what they're attempting to do.
Where's your tweet? Show us your tweet. Julio, he needs to show us a tweet.
He's got a ton of them. I don't know. Yeah. Yep.
Show us a tweet that you were naive about. He never shows receipts. He just talks. Hibbity, jibbity, hibbity, squirrel words.
You see, there's a difference between like the complete ideologues and those that lead with their political views among all. That's the difference between like a moderate blue dog Democrat and a social justice warrior. Social justice warriors don't have an off switch. Everything must fit within the scope of what they believe in, and they will try to force it in even when it does not. They cannot turn it off. We don't have those types of people here on either side.
The fuck is he talking about, Jim?
I don't understand. He does have. Is this the video where he shows the breakdown of this people in his company?
I'd like to see that.
So. Maybe.
Because I saw that.
Yeah, like he backstabbed Uncle E. I mean, oh my God. It's complete bullshit, dude. You're so full. You're the biggest fucking, libertarian out there, dude. You're the monetize your hater guy. Everybody that disagrees with you, you're going to go on their stream and crush them in a debate. And the only reason you won, dude, is because I'll keep it quiet.
Because it would be against our ethics if it swung the other way and someone was trying to, let's say, make these stories just be representative of one individual political view and beating audiences over the head, or rather you're trying to use the company to spread that. That's not what we're about. Again, people have their own politics. We've been tested here before when you had guys like those people that got mad at Andrew for like Harry Potter and his position on that, or messaging us using our help desk saying, "Oh, you look what your employee said online," and we told them to go screw themselves.
I feel bad for him.
For Eric?
Just listening to him talk, like I don't think he understands what he's saying. Kind of like he reminds me of Puppet Eric in real. Do you know what I mean?
I don't feel bad for him though, because it's you reap what you sow, dude. And he sowed a bunch of fucking assholes that support him, either whether monetarily or for whatever reason. And then he tries to come out like this neutral guy here, and he's not neutral, dude. If he was neutral, he would unblock every person he's ever blocked before and just listen to the conversation. Take the fucking hit. And you know what? If you don't like it, then mute them. But you don't block people. And it's so fucking depressing.
Yeah. There's no input with him. There's only
right.
output.
Right. There's nothing.
It must be difficult to be
so I don't feel bad
person.
for that. Yeah, it's that yeah.
No self-awareness.
Yeah. It's goddamn stupid.
That's not how this works over here. My employees and my contractors, they get to be themselves. If it conflicts with business, we address it. But so as long as it don't, you get to be whoever that you want to be. And I believe we get the best out of them because they don't have to worry about being canceled because of a political view that they had. We don't play that over here because
really? You fucking DMCA'd Riley's fucking channel, dude. You canceled him. You fucking leftist piece of shit. You're so full of shit, dude. You're the worst. If Riley worked for you and had a side gig as the Clipiverse, would you have canceled him? Would you have canceled his channel? If they only work for you because you say they're on your side, it would have been funny. It was funny regardless, you fucking retard.
Our common goal here is to make the Rippaverse a nice, fun, welcoming sandbox and give people a universe to get lost in. That's what we do here. I don't care where you're at on the political
we're fucking
spectrum.
lost,
That's
dude.
irrelevant to me.
We're
Can
lost
you leave
as
it at
fuck,
the door?
Julio. We don't know what
Can
the
you make
fuck's
sure
going
that
on
this
in
does
this
not
universe,
conflict with
Jim.
business? And if you can, keep all of that stuff out and be someone that just is competent. There may be a spot for you. That's a reason. There's a reason why, the only people that
What the fuck did he just
Maybe it's not for you here. Maybe.
Yeah, that's yeah, Naki. EVS had a spot there. Shane Davis had a spot there. Graham Nolan had a spot there. You fucking loser. The fuck are you talking about? They did covers for you. You smug piece of shit.
work for the Rippaverse.
This is why I don't feel sorry for him, Julio. He's a smug fucking piece of shit.
Let's say, as far as my political views of ANCAP, if you think that's all we hire, I don't think there's enough ANCAPs that I could find to employ.
Who gives a shit? Who cares?
What does that even mean? I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
What does that mean? ANCAPs. What does that mean?
Anarcho-capitalists. But that's not, no one is saying he has to hire anarcho-capitalists. No one is saying he has to hire libertarians. No one's saying he has to hire Republicans. People are just saying, don't hire SJW leftists.
That you say you fucking despise every time you make a video about Marvel and DC movies with Az. And you make fun of DC comics and Marvel comics with Az all the time. There's fucking clips on your own channel talking about these fucking same people as Saskas are, dude. You know what? It's terrible. He could have found a lot of ANCAPs instead of incest twins, Chris. You're goddamn right. That would have been so much better because nothing dies on the internet, Julio. People are going to find that shit. And it's
not
dude,
good, but that's true.
It's created such a fucking cottage industry of streamers just fucking going after this guy because of those decisions. First of all, blocking people that have a disagreement with you for no reason is why I started. Fucking EVS literally supported this guy, told people to buy the book, gave someone a decent review to help support the indie sphere. The guy never paid it back, not one time.
So Ethan was supporting his quote boy and giving him
supporting
props.
indie.
Like Gary's supporting his boy. So that's where I don't see. Well,
the difference is this. The difference is this. The difference is this. EVS is in the comic book world, and there's a lot of creators that could use a fucking shout out. Hey man, Go support. He never even shouted out Mike Barron's independent
That's
book,
fair. So he didn't.
and he works
appreciate
for the man. So when you're Ethan, you're going, well, wait a minute. Like, I got 150,000 subs. I brought you on, and we promoted your book. A lot of our fans bought your book. You think about it. Ethan does $600,000 to $1 million a book. Okay, that's not fucking nothing, dude. And he's got 2 employees. They're 2 kids that ship shit out wrong all the time. Okay, but
Right.
that's his
all the
employees.
time.
And not 15 employees, but he's got 2. Think about the profit margin Ethan makes versus him.
That's why I was saying Eric's putting the cart before the horse with all this.
Right. So, Ethan gives him some ideas, gives him some things he might want to do. Great. You made $3.7 million, but just buy the horses, dude. Don't buy the cart yet. You got you. Let's see how this keeps going. But he didn't listen. So, Ethan's got something to defend. And when this fucking huckster comes in and acts like this, and caps, yeah, Ethan, but Darcipio, you don't have to fucking put it in bold text. If it's good, I'll read it. EVS is too much of a nice guy. He promoted Ice on One and Stealing Solo by Jeff Hicks. 2 shitty books. Yeah, but he also was trying, I think he was trying to just help CG grow. Like, but here's my point, Julio. $600,000 to $1 million per book for Cyberfrog or Cyberfrog 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he doesn't just do the campaign, he'll do a follow-up campaign. He'll do like 6. Was it what's coming out next, Jim? Cyberfrog 2, right?
Cyberfrog 3. Well, no, actually, Dark Harvest is coming out. So is the Fearsome preview book should be shipping any day now.
But what's the one that's at like 6:30? Is it Dark Harvest?
No, that's Wrecked Planet.
Wrecked Planet. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Red Extermination.
$630,000. But he's done other campaigns where it's done like 600,000, and then he'll do the follow-up campaign when it ends, and he gets another 400,000, Julio. Like, but I want you to think about that. So he brings this guy on and promotes him. It's $1 million. Guess what he's missing every month or every fucking book now? $1 million every time. And how many of those fans were CG guys that got turned off because this guy pissed everybody off so bad that it created a whole industry of people just talking shit about him? And there's people watching it and going, what the fuck, dude?
He should call it. I think, Dave, you mentioned it about 20 minutes ago. What you said, in my opinion, right, when you said, I know why he sold all these comics.
Why what?
Why Eric is selling all these comics.
Yeah.
Okay. So, don't have to say the quiet part out loud, but.
Well, this is his version of Nerdrotics plushies. I've said it 1,000 times. Eric July could have made a plushie and did fucking $2 million. Maybe $100 million or maybe $1 million. Doesn't matter. And it would have cost him nothing because he didn't have to produce it. He didn't have to ship it. He just had to have some guy at a factory design it, and he fucking, makes $32 a plushie and sells them for $32, probably makes 20 off of that 32. He never had to come to CG for help, but he did. And that's the thing. He shouldn't have done it.
Do you think he had to? He probably had enough following.
No, Simply Green said he never had to. And I agree, but he did. That was his choice. It was his choice.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
out here, especially. I don't care. When I got someone operating a forklift at the warehouse, I'm not asking them what their
a forklift at the warehouse, Jim.
That's not even he's fucking doing this fucking straw man bullshit. Nobody gives a fuck about the people packing your books or the people working in your warehouse. It's the people writing, the creative people in control of what's put into the books and who's the keepers of the lore that people have a problem with if they have a certain political bent.
Right. You think I give 2 fucks if the guy driving the forklift, has a nose ring. He's tattooed all over his body.
I
And
assume he does. Driving a fork. I mean,
Right. Yeah. And,
Sure.
you know, and he listens to whatever. You think I give a fuck about that dude? I don't care. Dude, man, I don't give a shit about what anybody does in their private life. However, when I'm watching my entertainment or reading my entertainment or listening to my entertainment, I would like to think that somebody might be on, you know, a value system that I care about. And the Saska sisters do not have a value system that I care about. And we all know it. And Eric, you're the only one that's trying to defend these two dumbasses because you want to be the smartest motherfucker in the room. Like, I know the right people to hire because I know I'm the CEO of a $200,000 company.
That's why I don't like him. I don't read comics, so it's the comic thing doesn't bother me. But he's just insufferable.
He's insufferable. He's a smug piece of shit. Yeah.
Political view. I don't care. Can you operate?
Whoa, big. That's not cheap.
Off of the pallet positions. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not cheap.
It's goal
No,
oriented.
Sonorum, 11 Naru, 10 memberships.
Nice.
Sorum. Whoa. Thank you.
That's not cheap.
Oh, that's going on the board.
That's $50 right there.
You put that on the board. That's right, Dave.
Are my memberships that much?
Yeah, they're $5, I think.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Snorum, you're going on the board.
Are they?
You're going in green, Snorum.
Erase me. Put him in my place.
No. You see, my wife puts "I love BTM Reviews" on my board.
Your wife's all right.
So
She's
in
a good
mottos
egg.
up here 3 times in a row: 20, 20, and 50. So Snorum. Let's get that up there. 11 Aru. So that's $50. Or I'm gonna say 10 memberships.
That was nice of you, Snorum. I don't get anything out of it, but that was really nice. It's a good channel.
What's
I'm
today?
sure Dave and Jim appreciate
7-8.
it.
Dude, you have no idea. People give me $1. I can't believe it. Thank you, Snorum. That's very generous. I appreciate it. $30. It still goes on the board because if it's over 20, they go on the board last son of okay. So if you do $20 or higher, you go on the board. So Snorum, you're on my board. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Let's get him back up there, guys. There we go. So mine are $2.99. All right. Thank you, sir. We just try to, dude. We try to keep it light. We try to, you know, like one thing that Julio said to me before. The best thing about BTM Reviews is it's never the same thing. One night we're talking about, you know, like
Gout.
dude. Tomorrow night we could be
Scout
talking
night.
about. If I get another $10 tonight, we'll be talking about conspiracy theories tomorrow night. Because you gave me 10, Julio. That's 40.
I did.
Another $10 tomorrow night's another conspiracy theory night, and we'll bring up something. I'm sure me and Jim can come up with another. Like I watched the good.
Oh, your memberships are only $2.99?
Yeah.
I thought they were $5. My bad.
That's. Oh my God.
Terror
10.
movie trailers, another 10 movie
Holy
memberships.
shit.
Take them off
Wow.
Wow,
Man. Woo.
I'm gonna put. I'm gonna write it all out. Terror. So.
Has he got a channel, this guy? Terror movie trailers? I'm going to look it up.
Please do. If he does, we'll put it on the stream. Terror movie trailers.
Get him and Jay on. You could do like a Horror Wednesdays or something.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. That'd be awesome, man.
I got good ideas sometimes.
10 memberships. My wife loved my board. The day I brought up the board, she had one for me the next day. Set up. She's like, "Here you go." I'm like, "Holy shit!"
God bless your wife, Dave. I mean that in a complete wholesome way.
Well, Jim,
She sounds
tomorrow's conspiracy
amazing.
theory Thursday. I think the conspiracy theory tomorrow might be: is Eric July Company a real company or
But
not?
conspiracy is going to be is it Tuesday or not?
No, I think the conspiracy is going to be. Oh my God!
Does
Terror
Tuesday
movie.
exist?
Thank you very much, Tara. Do you have a YouTube channel? That ain't cheap, as EVS would say. Oh, Beth, my wife's the best. My wife's the best.
I like Elizabeth drop down to Beth.
I know.
I
It's
see
like
how it is.
she changed. Well, Beth's a member. She
Yes.
bought a membership like 2 weeks ago, and I did not even recognize it during the stream, and I felt so bad. So the next night when she came on, I had to thank her for her membership. It was very nice.
I was watching her chat during the Game of Thrones chat. She's on top of it.
Dude, she
Get her in
knows
for the
this.
stream.
She
Yeah.
know.
I mean, I'm just whatever. I don't know.
Okay, talk about cryptids. All right, $10 in Motto tomorrow night. He wants to talk about cryptids again.
All right.
Thank you, in Motto. There's plenty of cryptids we can get back to. All right, so where's
And
my
Motto
little
was good when he was on the chat, the stream like a week ago or so.
on the stream?
I think so. I think he was on here with. Oh no, I could be wrong. Whatever.
No, that was Rizgard.
No. Whatever.
All right, so tomorrow night, I'm gonna write it in a book. Oh shit, my camera's all fucked up. Had to show the board. You know, I can't use that camera, Jim, that I bought. I can't get the delay to not be the delay. It's like United for as a 2-month member says, thanks for devoting the time to becoming one of the many emerging channels not afraid to speak out against those on our side who are damaging the cause. Dude, I just I just can't stand hypocrites, Jim. That's my problem. Like, don't be a hypocrite. And I don't think in mottos. I've invited many people on the show before, and they've told me, hey, man, let me get my stream set up. Let me get this set up. You know that, Julio. Everybody wants to make sure that they're good. They got good sound or whatever. Stop choking us. What are you talking about? I don't know. I felt bad. I woke up the next day. I said, oh my God, I got a chat. I didn't even, it's not good. It's not good. It sucks. Wow. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Eric July is not a good, he's not a good player. He's not an honest guy. He's a guy that booty danced his way onto YouTube and then became this political guy and this, pop culture guy and this righteous libertarian.
The video, Dave, the video that Eric, where he shows the chart, is called "The Apolitical Nature of Rippaverse."
There you go.
It's only about a 2-minute video.
If you want to pull it up, we'll finish this one real quick. Jesus Christ. We haven't done detracting in a while.
Do you want to watch it on his channel or do you want to watch it on Ethan's channel?
His channel. I don't want to watch Ethan talk about it.
Okay. All right. Well, that's where I found it.
Ethan's funnier than me.
Function as a business.
No, he's not. He's not funnier than us.
This used to be a standard. It wasn't until recently where everything became so hyper politicized, where people feel as if they can't even have legitimate discussions with people that may differ from them politically. And that's where like this perpetually online sort of viewpoint has gotten in the way of reality. Because if you think on your day-to-day,
that's all of your friends' faults, dude. That's all of your friends' faults talking, right wing versus Hollywood bullshit. If your friends didn't talk about that shit all the time, so many people would not be indoctrinated into that fucking mind speak that you're talking about, dude. And go on FNT and talk about, The Little Mermaid 2023 and talk about why it's okay. Because that's actually what you're doing here, dude. If the writers, agree with your company's agenda, which obviously they did at Disney, then that's okay because it's Disney's fucking company. They can do what the fuck they want to do. You stupid motherfucker. Jesus Christ.
You're not talking politics. And if you are, you're probably miserable. Or you work in politics. But most people don't work in politics. You would more than likely have co-workers and family members that you're cordial with, that you respect with, that you love and adore. And either you don't know what their political views are, or it doesn't get in the way of that. This used to be a standard, especially in America. And I can only control what I can control. So I'm not telling people to replicate and do what we do. Because it may not make sense.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, snakes. If there wouldn't have been any action in tonight's episode, I said this last week, there will be no more Monday night HOT D reviews, right, Jim? I was getting fucking very tired of the fucking walking around talking about nothing bullshit. And Disney definitely is paying the price, but that's their price to pay. They can do whatever they want.
I don't know. Have you seen Inside Out 2's numbers? Doesn't Disney own
it's like
Pixar?
1.4 billion or something, right?
Yeah. So they're doing all right. Wouldn't worry about them.
Right. Yeah, nobody will replicate this, Eric July.
Sense for you. Maybe you have other aspirations, but for what I'm trying to do, what the Rippaverse is trying to do, leave that crap at the door and let's be great. That's it. Simple as that.
All right, I got it pulled up if you want to.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to have control, so it won't be paused as much, chat.
Dave, you're giving Mueller a run for his money.
Dude, look, man, when I get upset about this stuff, I can't stop myself because I can't take this bullshit from people. Like, just stop trying to sell us fucking plushies wrapped up in a comic book. Stop and quit trying to tell us why you're the smartest guy in the room every time you open your fucking mouth.
This is another classic Eric July pause.
It is. Yep.
Typical. Yep.
All right.
His fucking editor needs to get fired.
When I started this company, a lot of people assumed that I would use this company as a vehicle for my own individual politics. And though I can't entirely blame them for assuming this, it does show how unfamiliar people are with me. Politics has corrupted people's minds.
Okay. The only fucking familiarity people have with you, Jagoff, is your political show that you did for years where you champion libertarian ideas and all this stuff. That was your show. That's what you did. That's what got you 500,000 subs.
And denigrated SJWs, right?
Correct. So to say that they don't know you, well, what the fuck? Did you ever tell anybody, hey, I say all this shit, but I really don't mean it?
It says the guy who's on the Blaze Network as a guest fucking speaker. I mean, this is the total hypocrisy of Eric July.
Well, there you go. That sums it up.
But that's a very good point, Jim. Look, you're 13 seconds in and you can't help yourself because you got control of the fucking mouse.
Minds, and with the growth of social media, many people are consumed by it. So, because I'm a political commentator, perhaps some people believe that, like other people, I'd be incapable of separating that from my work. But if you watch my commentary over the years on comics, you'd understand the issues that I've had with the mainstream in the first place. It wasn't that people had their own political opinions that differed from mine. It's because there was no balance and things were hyper politicized.
Okay, so to him, balance means not putting anything political in his book. That's not balanced. That's because you can't take all politics out of anything.
What do you think comics were in the 1940s?
They were really political. They were fucking propaganda for the war.
They were propaganda machines. What do you think the cartoons were in the 40s?
Yep.
Propaganda machines.
Mm-hmm.
Those are some of the best fucking cartoons ever. Those goddamn Nazi Bugs Bunny goddamn cartoons.
Love that shit.
Holy, and it's hard to find that shit, dude. but you can
Yeah,
find them on YouTube,
You can
and
find
they're
them.
funny as fuck. And you know who I play them for all the time? My 5-year-old grandson. Because that shit's for real, dude. USA, USA. That's all that shit was, man. What do you think Captain America was fucking spawned from? Living in a peaceful nation? Nah. You know, he's this guy. Didn't Captain America come out like in 1941 or something, Jim? I think it was around then, right?
Captain America? I thought it was
Yeah.
before that. I don't know. Maybe.
1939. Yeah, I mean,
Maybe.
he's not as old as Batman and Superman and all
Yeah.
that shit. But again, just great fucking propaganda. You go to the movie theater, you see a Bugs Bunny cartoon before the movie started. Holy shit.
Yep.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy. Those wartime Disney cartoons were, oh, you mean all the shit that's
Amazing.
been banned and fucking, oh yeah. All my kids all watch Looney Tunes. Looney Tunes is some of the best stuff ever. So is, you know, just because they had a message, but also just for fucking ridiculous fun was Tom and Jerry for the kids, right?
Mhm.
Played a lot of Tom and Jerry for the kids. 1940, so right at the wartime, dude. Captain America, yeah. Does Terror have a fucking channel or not, Jim or Julio? Did you look it up?
I couldn't find one.
Oh,
So
I would, with that kind of name, Terror Movie Trailers, I would suspect
I would
he
hope
has
so.
a channel. Other,
Well, I
that's a
would-
great name for not having a channel.
we should get one because I looked up Terry's movie channels and I couldn't find anything.
Terror. Terror.
They were
yeah.
beating
So
the
just,
audience over the
just horror
head.
movie
And my-
trailers. That's awesome. So he does have a channel, Julio. It's not Terry. Terror. Ooh.
I was close.
Superman says slap a jab. Oh my god, man. Oh, where do you think all these kids learned their fucking slang against, you know, the Japanese? And because it was all in the cartoons.
You think you get striked if you played one of those cartoons
Yes.
on your stream?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes. Especially during
Mhm.
a fucking, especially this time of year where there's an election going on. They want none of that shit up there. So yeah. Sammy Terry.
See?
goal with the Rippaverse was not to simply make hyper-politicized content that reflected my own personal political views.
But he did create a universe, an anarcho-capitalist universe, with a libertarian superhero who charges to do government services, $49.99 a month.
Right. And if you
And Texas is its own country.
that's united with California, right? Isn't that no, is it
No, that's that other movie. That's that,
that's that,
Civil War movie.
Civil War movie, okay. Krauts and Japs. What they call the Italians?
Oh. We jump in. I just found Sammy Terry's channel. It's fucking amazing.
Oh, is it? Put it in the
It's-
private chat so I can put it in the fucking
I will. I'll
Well,
put
Julio,
one of
aren't
his-
you a wrench? Aren't you wrenched?
No.
You're not?
No. No.
What?
That's all right. I don't need to be wrenched. I don't even know what it
Well,
means.
that way you
What
can
do I
put
do?
links
Can I
in the
throw
chat.
people out?
If you're wrench, you can put links in the chat.
Well, I'm in the stream, so I can put it in the private chat.
But
No,
if
I'm
you're
not wrenched.
but I'm saying if you're linked, you can like promote my channel, like, hey, subscribe and shit during the show.
Well, you should give me a wrench. I'll hype your channel up and throw shit in there if you trust me.
I keep losing subs, dude.
Why?
I think it's because I keep going red and stuff, and they're not going to promote me. And every time you go red, they like ding 2 followers off you because they can.
Fuck
There you go. There's this channel, guys. Go to Terror Movie. How many subs does he have?
let's see. He's got 2,500 subs. 3,000. Oh, almost 3,000 subs.
Way to go, Terror.
Yeah, he
All right.
puts.
I don't think that's his name. He said he was just mentioning Sammy Terry, guys.
No.
All right, well, whatever. That
With
channel's
the
good.
tongue
whatever
face. It's a good channel. No, but that's his
Oh,
channel.
well, it's not mine.
What, I got to pay
Doesn't matter.
attention?
No King or post King tonight?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think. Yeah,
Ethan must be at a baseball game.
something
Are the Phillies back in town?
maybe.
You can check Ethan's streaming schedule in the summertime by if the Phillies are playing at home or not.
Though I know why some publications wanted to classify us as
They classified you as that because that's what you fucking told them.
Right.
They didn't make this shit up. Somebody told them that, and it had to been you. And you didn't correct them when you were on Fox. You didn't say, no, that's not true. We are woke.
Right. Anti-woke comic defies cancel culture, earns 1.7 in 4 days from the Newark Post.
Yeah. Up and away. Non-woke Rippaverse. First comic book crushes expectations. Non-woke comic book. A hit with readers. Rakes in 2 million. So, this is just
what they were always afraid of.
This is,
You think the fucking Marvel world is scared of $2 million?
These headlines are exactly the fucking shit that Flash and FNT and Ryan and Geeks and Gamers were putting out about their friend Eric. So is he saying they don't know him very well?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, oh.
I'm just confused. It's like someone is speaking hibbity-jibbity bullshit squirrel words, and I don't cotton that type of talk.
I don't appreciate it.
anti-woke. We've made it
Grandpa
clear that's
Isom would
not
be
an accurate
disappointed in me.
assessment.
So he said they've made it clear that's not an accurate assessment. When did he make that clear? He only
Never.
started saying that after he hired DeSaskas and after everyone started complaining about it. That's when he started saying, no, I never said we were anti-woke. I never said we was not hiring SJWs. I don't care.
Hibbity-jibbity bullshit.
Yeah.
Ugh.
We aren't woke,
So
but
disappointing.
we don't make content to spite people that differ from us ideologically. Your principles will assist you in navigating a story, but there's a difference between that and, again, beating the audience over the head. We are apolitical because I want this to be a fun environment for both employees and readers. We employ and contract dozens of people, and they're all over the political spectrum.
Huh.
Really?
His little logos is, I don't know, for some reason that cracks me up.
I would really like Eric to show us himself on this chart.
Okay, so is this what he's telling us the chart is for his employees?
Yes. So this authoritarian leftist, this guy right here, that would be a communist. This guy right here, that would be a communist, maybe a socialist. This right here,
This chart is so goddamn stupid.
Why would you do this? That guy's all right. The guy.
Did he say? Did he say who the poll was for? Was it for his warehouse workers? Was it for his writers and editors? And
this is probably what Eric put himself as. I'm all the way libertarian, and I'm in the center, not realizing that makes him a pretty horrible person. Because that means that you have no convictions about anything. You'll let anything go because whatever.
I can't imagine why you would do this. Why would you put this chart out?
to show him okay, so this chart is well balanced. You notice this? It's so well balanced. There's a guy high in the middle, low in the middle, left in the middle, right in the middle. I mean, it's perfectly balanced. I mean, this is like the feng shui of charts. Okay, this is like if you put this chart up in your room, you would find an orgasm in every corner you sit in. Okay, this is how perfectly feng shui this stupid chart is, which is so much bullshit that he's going to try and tell. Did he tell us who the chart was for? If this is his, if this are people on the warehouse shipping books in their fucking stupid mailers. I don't give a shit. Don't mean shit
What do you
to
think
me.
Brandon is?
Well, there's only 12 people on the list, so I don't know.
This is fucking so terrible, dude. This is the perfect balance of any chart you've ever seen. Oh my God. Ugh.
You can not read comics like I do, and this guy is amazing. Like, how does a man like this exist? It's crazy.
Well, he's the perfect interviewer. When they walk in the door, he reads them and he goes, you know what? I've got a guy completely here on the upper left-hand corner. I need to hire another person on the bottom right-hand corner to balance that shit out, because I want to be able to prove to people on a 3-minute video one day that the Rippaverse is just a fucking homogenous system of making books and loving people.
He's a Baptist minister is what he is.
Yeah, we don't have an agenda here. Maybe this is your agenda, to prove that you're the smartest fucker in the room. Yeah, it's the worst bingo card, Beth. This is like the worst. I mean, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Why did he put it on graph paper like this too? I mean, come on, man. What the fuck?
Amazing.
I need like 10 more bottles of bourbon to get through this bullshit. And it's a Monday night. It's just business. It's fucking not business. It's self-promotion bullshit is what this is to me. It's garbage, Jim.
I just love that his logo instead of points.
Yeah.
That cracks me up. That's amazing.
And the logo is so wide. It's like, really, where are you? Like, are you way to the? I mean, so is the center of the logo the hot spot? Is that what this is? Yeah, there you go, Aegon. It's a Pride Month chart. It's a very good point. Oh my God.
Our only rule is that you leave it at the door and do not let it interfere with business. Our position here has already been tested, as there have been cancellation attempts on some of our employees because.
All right.
They're calling queer people mugglers and harassing them because they don't like the mid-ass wizard game.
That's the Harry Potter game that came
Yeah,
out.
I no. So first of all, this is an SJW responding to Andrew, because the actual game was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
And you know, they all hate fucking J.K. Rowling for reasons which make no sense. She said women are the only people that can have babies, and that's a fact. Like,
crazy.
Men can't get pregnant. That's not a fucking argument. That is such not an argument that people should just shut the fuck up about it. It's not a thing. Men don't get pregnant. Just because you want to identify as a man doesn't mean you're a man getting pregnant, you stupid motherfuckers. And maybe I'll just get banned for that real quick, but that's okay. But this is a terrible tweet that Eric's bringing up, because nobody's going to cancel him at this point. How old is this tweet, Jim? Does it say
February of 23? Yeah, this was over that stupid video game
but that game's a year and a half old at this point. People stopped getting canceled by then over the Harry Potter bullshit.
Yeah.
And this is Andrew. Is this Andrew, the editor?
And you know, and he says to leave it at the door as long as it doesn't affect business, or business. But isn't it affecting business when your customer base is pissed off that you hired these people who they consider to be feminist, leftist SJWs that are into transing kids and incest, piss porn, and you know,
these are the people
that's affecting your business, isn't it?
Yeah, and especially when he's the biggest mouth
and if you
against
it. Yeah. And if you respect your customers, and your customers are saying, hey, we have a problem with this, instead of blocking them, banning them, and calling them detractors, maybe you should say, oh, wait, this is affecting my business.
You guys talk, don't play the video. Talk for like about 40 seconds. We'll be right back.
I think go
ahead, Julio.
His whole business is, you should call it He's One of Us Comics. This is what you should call it. and now he's not, and all his. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. He's a fascinating figure. Even if
You know, we could probably do studies on him. There should probably be maybe the government. You know what? That's what we could do. We could get the government to fund some research to explore the history of the Rippas. Let's see here, huh?
the mind of the Rippaverse.
Oh God, I can't think of who's got that video. It was a video.
Do
Son
you
of a
think
bitch.
he's successful, Jim? Like if
Who?
you
Eric?
get over his, I mean, objectively speaking, do you think he's achieved what he set out to achieve with?
I don't know what he set out to achieve. I have a feeling that he set out to achieve. I mean, I think he personally set out to achieve having a delivery business.
All right. Well, that's not going so good. I think it's him and Drunk 3PO so far.
But he's got a couple of big creators lined up.
He does have pallet jacks.
And a forklift.
That's true.
He's got a forklift. Remember, it cost as much to make the fucking Yaira trailer as his forklift. What a bunch of bullshit that was, too.
I don't blame him. I almost blame his following, actually. They
For
should
what?
know better.
For his attitude?
Just for trying to, I don't know. Everybody's sucking on his nuts, so to speak. Jeremy, everybody, they should know better than that.
I was trying to find that one video about the that was like the government PSA for retards. I can't find it. I don't know who made it. I thought it was JD Maltman, but I don't see it in his videos.
Is it like an old one or like a?
It's like an old PSA, but they interspliced in like people from the Rippaverse in there, and
Amazing.
it was amazing. It's really
What
funny.
is it now? What is it, Jim?
It's you don't remember like the video, like it was like a PSA for like employing the mentally challenged or mentally handicapped or whatever. And it was like pictures of Eric, like the trainable one, this, and then one of them was Sturgis, one of them was Eric, and it was like this interspliced into. It was like it was an old video that existed from like the 50s.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
But whose video was it? I thought it was JD Maltman's, but I don't see it here. Was it Ripoff first?
No. Was it Scotch Earth?
It might have been Scotch Earth.
Scotch Earth is fucking good, man. He makes some crazy. It was Suit. I don't think it was Suit. Chatty H.
Or DCC, maybe. DCC.
Oh, Discovery? He's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Was it like one of those old duck and cover videos, like the old 50s?
Dude, it's a
Old-timey.
video that they've made with a lot of different people in it. And they just insert different people in this version of it.
Yeah, and like they've done it with Democrats and stuff, and like,
man,
Well,
go
play
ahead
on
and look,
this
Jim.
while we're-
Jim, you
I'm
go ahead
looking.
and play. No, don't look. You go ahead and play what you got. I think I might have it on a
Because
web.
they have a political opinion.
I think I might have it on a spreadsheet.
These efforts were obviously unsuccessful, and I've backed our employees. We let these guys be themselves, and because they don't have to fear being canceled, we get the best out of them. I want to make sure this is a great work environment. As for the customer,
The fuck is he talking about?
out of them.
Hold
I
on.
want to make sure let these guys be themselves, and because they don't have to fear being canceled, we get.
can you see what it says here?
No, I'm not looking. Go ahead.
I don't think I can blow it up. It says budget versus actual revenue. I wish we could see this better.
Oh, what you're asking? What she's typing?
Yeah, no, here on this screen, though, on this screen, right here,
Oh, yeah, I got
It says-
a chart somewhere.
yeah, it says budget versus actual. No, I'm sorry, expenses.
It's got pictures of helicopters open.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
I don't even have the Rumble chat on. RBME.
Nice profile.
Anyway, my bad. Oh,
The best out of them. I want to make sure this is a great work environment. As for the customer's perspective, I want this to be about fun. I truly believe in the importance of escapism, and I want you...
oh, hey, isn't that the place that Riley got arrested?
It looks like the line that was there.
to be able to nerd out and have that fun. Sure, the fandom will be protected from bad actors and those...
The fandom will be protected from bad actors. Oh, man.
Bad actors, bad.
Oh, yeah, it's
really bad
Suit.
suit.
Introducing the mentally retarded parody by Suit.
that wish to infiltrate, but people should
Awful
shit.
stuff. Yeah, awful.
expect that there will be fans from all over the world with different political views. It should not consume every aspect of your life. And if the Rippaverse can provide a nice place to just decompress and have some fun with others, I'll take that. We have no investors. I'm the sole owner of this company.
cares,
so this
dude?
is going to remain our approach.
Who cares?
I reject this idea that everything is political because it makes political a meaningless term. It's nerd culture. People are going to argue about everything from who's the strongest to how they feel about the stories. That's a core tenet of it all. But everything doesn't have to devolve into some political grand scheme. Let's just have fun again.
I'm gonna look up something real quick. You got something else, Jim? You want to play?
Well, we have that history. I was trying to find the Suit video.
I don't think it's Suit. It's not fucking. It's not. Go ahead and play your video of Westeros.
Is it
Is this part two?
Civilization X? His channel's so great.
Yeah, Civilization X. Yeah, this is Civilization X. If you guys haven't subscribed, please give them a subscribe. I don't know if they've done anything recently.
All right, so Trash Cast.
No, he's still
number
doing
15.
stuff.
Look at fucking Aegon. He's got this shit down. Go to Trash Cast 15. I'll pull it up. You guys play it, Jim. I'm going to pull up Trash Cast 15.
He said, Chad just says, I looked it up, introducing the mentally retarded parody and found it. So,
with Eric July?
no, right here.
Well, the Peanut Gallery got it. Aegon.
Yeah. But no, I'm going to look real quick. Sorry, guys.
What?
Let me see if it comes up.
Westeros stuff.
Yep, I found it. It was Suit. It was Suit. I got it.
Finally, someone has a scoop. He don't know shit. Snore him.
Eric and Patrick learn.
This is Suit. Of course it's Suit. It's fucking 10 minutes long. Jesus Christ.
Usually the mentally retarded are divided into classifications. The educable, the trainable, and the custodial.
You ever
The
seen this,
educable
Julio?
with IQs from 50 to 70 can usually
think so.
profit from academic training. They can, for example, learn to read and write. The trainable retard with IQs of 25 to 50 usually are not capable of learning much in the way of academic material, even in special schools. However, they can be taught most of the activities of daily living, including the care of personal toilet and hygiene. Learning to dress and undress themselves is something most mentally retarded can do. Even the more difficult dressing activities such as tying a bow knot in a shoelace. They can usually be taught to button and unbutton a coat or a dress. It requires patience, of course, but patience is the key to all successful teaching, just as persistence and repetition of effort are the keys to successful learning. They can learn to feed themselves, and they can be taught to avoid the common hazards of normal daily living. The intelligence level of the custodian retard is so low that they cannot be taught even these fundamental life requirements. As a result, they must be attended to by others throughout their entire lifespans. Fortunately, only about 3 out of every 100 of all mentally retarded people are so classified, really a very small percentage. Thanks to medical science, more and more of the mentally retarded are enjoying normal lifespans. The mentally retarded can also be classified according to the etiology, or the underlying causes of the subnormal condition, described as primary and secondary retardation. Primary retardation has a hereditary origin. Defective genes and chromosomes bring about abnormal physical, organic, and glandular disturbances, which, in turn, may account for the defective intelligence. Sturgis is a good example of primary retardation. Research has shed much light on these mysteries, but we still have a great deal to learn. Secondary retardation is caused by external forces, such as accidents or disease. They can affect the person at any time after conception, even before birth. But regardless of the cause of the mental retardation, one fact remains clear. We can only assess the abilities or potential of the mentally retarded on an individual basis. Seemingly random motions and movements are fairly common among the custodial retarded, and they may take many forms.
Oh.
Sometimes there are motions which seem to have no meaning whatsoever, and may
I
even
feel like
cause
this guy.
unintentional self-inflicted injuries. Although these conditions are common,
Julio,
they are
you
more
know
apt
I'm
to occur
retarded.
under conditions of stress,
Yeah.
such as when detractors are present. Most of these cases are rarely seen outside of an institution, and such conditions are really quite rare. Actually, most mentally retarded people like Eric and Patrick look very much like the typical boy or girl next door, or any of the people you might pass on the street. The vast majority of the mentally retarded are intelligent enough that they can be taught a great many things. Take Eric, for example. With multiple aides, he has created his own distribution business where he stores his product at his warehouse, then ships it out to people. Another example would be Patrick. Patrick has taken a transformer and written a story about it. Obviously, their ability to learn varies according to their level.
I bought that box set, Jim.
Mhm.
Last of the Seekers with all the
Yeah.
robots and the comics and all that shit. It is the terriblest stuff I've ever purchased in my life. I swear to God, I'm going to open them all and give them to my dogs as chew toys. Or give them to my grandson and say, have at it, because they're terrible, dude. I opened the first box on a live stream one night, Jim. I opened the box and all the parts just fall out. They're not tied in. They're not in tight. They just fall out. I'm like, what the fuck? PTP, right? Patrick Thomas Parnell is
Yeah.
a fucking terrible creator, and they look just like Transformers, and it's awful. Julio, if you want some free fucking fake Transformers, let me know. I'll send them to you because they're awful.
I'll just come by and pick them up.
Maybe I'll do a. Maybe I'll
Are
do
they are they worse than GoBots?
Yes, of course
Okay.
they are.
Because GoBots were the knockoff Transformers when we were kids.
These are the knockoffs of the
Of the
knockoffs,
knockoffs.
dude.
All right.
They're that bad. But just, I got to say this real quick. I just got a fucking locals chat from Nick, and he's doing a fucking gay hot tub stream tonight. I don't like those. I hate that shit, dude.
No.
I don't want to see Nick Rekieta in a locals fucking live stream in a hot tub.
Look, I know I'm a guest, but I'm going to. Nobody else is streaming when you're streaming.
I know.
Who cares? Don't mention it.
No. I'm just saying, like, he's on. It's a members only chat. It's a members.
Yeah, no,
only
it's not
stream.
for another hour anyway.
But
Oh,
either
all
way, Nick in a hot tub. It's so gay, dude. Stop with that shit, man.
It's a good gig if you can get it.
Storm. I'm 56. and I only gave a fuck about Transformers like 3 years ago. Literally, like maybe was it 10 years ago, 12 years ago when Bay made the first Transformers movie? I didn't know shit about the Transformers. I was trying to find a woman like at that point. 1968 here, buddy. 1968.
I'm with you,
but I'm
Dave.
actually
Same year.
14 because I'm a leap year baby. Y'all match that shit. I'm February 29th.
You serious? Huh.
Of course. I'll show you my license.
No, I believe you. I'm not. Don't do that.
Dude, I'm so goddamn doxxed. I've doxed myself 1,000 times.
Ixnay.
Don't do it.
Ixnay on the Ox Day.
No, but I can show you my birth date. See?
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
See? Can you see it?
We know what you look.
So 2/29/60. Actually, when I was born, Julio, the nurse at the hospital asked my mom, and my mom was 19 years old from France. Like she was not a citizen. I mean, she was a green card person. And they asked my mom at the hospital when I was born, you know, what do you want to put his birth date out? It's February 28th or March 1st. And my mom said, well, what's today? And they said, well, February 29th. And she says, well, that's his fucking birthday, basically. And they go, oh, we'll put that in a birth certificate. But they wanted to make it easy, right? Like,
she couldn't have waited a few more hours?
Huh?
To make it easy? She couldn't have waited a few more hours to have you?
Well, they wanted to make it easy for me as a child, like knowing I only got a legitimate birthday recorded every 4 years. But it's kind of like this cool thing. I'm 56 and people still go, oh, you're a leap year baby. Yeah, of course I am.
I was born 2 weeks after you at Andrews Air Force Base, same year. So
I was born in Portsmouth, Virginia, at the Navy base.
Right on.
Yeah, and now you live there. And Andrews is what? Andrews is where? Is that
PG County in Maryland? It's I don't even know. Camp Springs.
Yeah, no. It's just Andrew rolling for 5. How you doing, buddy? I uploaded a new clip from my King of Justice #1 video comic. This one was more action-packed and the final one before getting into issue 2. Holy shit, dude.
All right, well,
and you're working hard, Andrew. Holy man, that's great. I'm old, dude. But I can outrun you on a treadmill. Not in real life. Get me on a treadmill. Yeah, I'm only 14. All my kids are like way older than me. My grandson's going to catch up with me before I die. It's awesome. I'm 14. Last son of okay. 14 times 4 is 56. And I just had my 56th birthday this year.
This video is fucking hilarious, though. It's a good
job. Oh, this is great. This is like some of Suit's best stuff. Post CAGs a schedule. What does that mean? RBM post CAGs.
Post Kangs. It's
Kings. Oh, so they're gonna do a stream because Ethan didn't stream tonight.
Well, Balin always did a post. To ask Andrew Rowland where that trailer is, I'll play it.
Well, Andrew can also send it in the private chat. I think he's a mod. He's not even a member anymore. Andrew, you should have been here like 30 minutes ago. You would have got a membership. It's okay. I don't know. I bought 2 new bottles of I bought 2 bottles of bourbon today. One is new, but one is old, or not old, but one I've done before. One is called Pure Kentucky, which is really good for $39. And then I bought one called Old Barton. Looks like it comes out of the same place. It's like a $40 bottle or a $49 bottle. I bought that today. And we will be doing a fucking review of that on the stream because every bottle I put on the channel, I get to fucking write off.
Really?
Anything you put on your, like Jim could put all the movies behind him on his taxes once he gets monetized, and they will take it off his taxes.
Amazing.
May as
anytime I buy toys, anytime I buy books, I want to review them. Anytime I buy bourbon, I want to review them, not for the tax purposes because it's fun, but I keep the receipts, and even if it gives me 10% of the fucking cost, it's still 10% off, right? So
just make shit up. That's what I do.
I'm heading down the same. I don't know law. If I knew the law, maybe, but I will never do cocaine. Oh, snakes. You know why? Because I know myself. I knew myself in high school. That's why I never did drugs in high school. And I have a very addictive personality and never, oh, snakes. I didn't drink for 27 years of my life from the time I started raising kids to like 2 years ago. I didn't drink a goddamn drop of alcohol.
My second wife didn't drink for 15 years. And then she started drinking, and it was a downhill. And she just went downhill quick.
Yeah, 26 years old. My wife said she was pregnant. Or I married my wife. Like 3 weeks later, she said she's pregnant. Didn't drink until I was 54. And I watched Nick Rekieta one night talk about bourbon and drinking it and the whole smell test, Jim. And the bottle he recommended that night was Metallica's X, which is a $39 bottle. It's a Metallica collaboration with this company called X. And he said, man, for $39, this is a great bottle. And I like Rekieta so much, I went to the liquor store here in Aurora, Illinois, and they had it. And I brought it home, and I was like, oh, my God, this shit is so good. And it's been a year and a half later, and now I drink too much bourbon. I don't feel old, and I don't think I look 56, but nobody does, right? Nobody thinks they look as old as they are.
No,
nobody thinks for 56 I got all my hair. I'm good. There's no toupee going on here. I don't need spray. I mowed my grass today. My hair lightened up like 2 degrees back to my blonde age when I was a kid. It's not gray. The gray's right here. But this got lightened up today when I was mowing my grass for 2.5 hours, Julio. You know what I'm saying?
All right, let's watch this trailer for Andrew.
Well, Andrew's my first guest ever on my show. Do you know that?
No, I didn't.
He's my first guest ever. He's a great guy. He lives in Indiana. He's really working hard. He had Vic Mignogna do the voice acting in this book.
Oh, cool.
Really?
Yes. Andrew has a stutter as a person, but when he did his
now, does he have a stutter, or does he have a Joe Biden stutter?
No. He has a stutter, but when he did the voice acting in this comic, you couldn't even tell it was Andrew. There was no stutter at all. And he's got some other actors that have never really done voice acting before. They were like, they were just starting out, and he got them to do this book. But between Andrew, Vic, and these other actors and actresses, they did a great job. A great job.
And it's 2 minutes. It's good.
He's got 2 clips, yes.
This is the one he just posted 11 minutes ago.
And what he really wants to do is get you guys to buy his fucking hardcover of his book. I bought the hardcover. I think I was the first person that bought the hardcover. So Andrew's a nice person, guys. He works really hard. He has a full-time job, and he sits here and does this stuff. And he gets Vic Mignogna to do the voice acting. Holy shit. Go ahead, Jim. Sorry.
You know why I'm here?
Not really. Should I?
My client hired me to take you out.
And who's that?
Confidential.
I can assure you I'm no threat. I haven't even done anything to be a threat to anyone.
Doesn't matter to me as long as I get paid.
A power suit? Where did he get that?
of my way!
Ava!
It's not good for a man to hit a woman.
I wouldn't have to if she didn't get in the way.
Is that all you got? Oh, man. Huh. It barely hurts. Neat. Finally, got you to hold still.
Oh, no.
King of Justice #1, now available on xpcomics.com.
Very good, Andrew. Very good. Beth Lyons is like, are you on the Kentucky, like Ohio border? Is that where you're at, Beth? That's like that's like old moonshining land. Jim, let's get back to your video with Eric.
That's what I just did. I just put it back up, and then you took me off.
No, that was a fucking.
This is Eric.
Oh, well, no, dude, it wasn't that for a second. It was Andrew Rowland, and it was into like a 14-minute clip.
Level of intelligence. Take Sturgis, for example. He may seem normal and at first glance talking to an audience.
Guys,
however, he just
am I
parrots
more
things he
appealable than
hears or
Sturgis?
mumbles most of the time.
Seriously.
Education for the mentally retarded goes far beyond the teaching of the 3 R's. Much of their formal schooling involves learning to do things normal people.
I thought it was very good, Andrew. I gave it an applause. See?
No.
See, I thought that was great.
Yeah, I used to live north of Columbus, about 23 miles. That's where it was. I don't miss Ohio though, but I hate Illinois. I would rather live in Kentucky than Ohio. I would rather live in Tennessee. Andrew's down in Indiana, so he's close to that, that whole southern, Kentucky, Ohio. Like, I cover the whole state of Illinois, Jim. So some days I'm like right at the Paducah, Kentucky border. And the great thing about that is if you're into bourbon, you can go to these little fucking gas stations that sell bourbon, or these little shitty liquor stores that sell bourbon, and they have all the shit you can't find up north. And it's not overpriced. It's just the price. They don't mark it up. It's like, Wow.
And such conditions are really quite rare.
Aberdeen,
Actually,
Ohio?
most mentally retarded people like Eric and Patrick look very much like the typical boy or girl next door, or any of the people you might pass on the street. The vast majority of the mentally retarded are intelligent enough that they can be taught a great many things. Take Eric, for example. With multiple aids, he has created his own distribution business where he stores his product at his warehouse, then ships it out to people. Another example would be Patrick. Patrick has taken a transformer and written a story about it. Obviously, their ability to learn varies according to their level of intelligence. Take Sturgis, for example. He may seem normal and at first glance talking to an audience. However, he just parrots things he hears or mumbles most of the time. Education for the mentally retarded goes far beyond the teaching of the 3 R's. Much of their formal schooling involves learning to do things normal people take for granted. Even simple problems such as learning to tell time require patient instruction. Regardless of how far a retarded person can go in school, there are still many simple tasks which must be learned in order to get along in society, even one's own family. Telling time is only one obvious example, but it goes further. Many retards must be taught to identify and use even the most common of household articles for those that are capable of such things as learning to read. It is important to encourage them to go on to learn as much as they are capable of, not only because it will help them to assume their eventual place in society, but also in terms of personal satisfaction, so reading may be slow and labored. But learning to read, even at very simple levels, can be a valuable experience and an enjoyable pastime. However, we must remember to set realistic standards that are not too high for the individual. And what applies to reading also applies to other academic efforts, but academic efforts are only part of the picture. It's equally important that the mentally retarded learn to get along pleasantly with other people. This may include learning the common courtesies, finding enjoyment in
this
sharing,
was terrible,
and in
Jim.
helping
This was a
others.
terrible
Sometimes the learning has its
That was a
difficult
terrible
moments
take for both of
when
them.
consideration for others seems less important than having
I
one's
think the
own
war
way.
would have been better
For those that
than them
have talent
trying to fucking
and who are
fake act like
interested,
they like each other.
music lessons can be a great source of personal satisfaction. They help to produce a sense of rhythm and coordination. Such activities as dancing also develop rhythm and coordination. And while they are enjoying themselves, they are also developing pose and balance. But the education of the retarded person must go beyond this. For like anyone else, the retarded have spiritual and religious needs, and these too should be satisfied. Wholesome play activities are just as important to the mentally retarded as to anyone else. They help to develop healthy bodies, sound minds, and emotional adjustment. All mentally retarded find the same kind of fun in play acting. Even at home, opportunities should be provided for some form of healthy exercise through play activities. The vacation away from home with one's family or friends is something that any mentally retarded person enjoys. It's not so much the kind of
They look
activity,
so happy
but rather
up there,
the
Jim,
emotionally
don't they?
healthy social
Yep.
interaction
Don't they
of
look
having
just
fun
so
together,
smug?
which is important. The fact is, of course, most mentally retarded are cared for in their own homes, and in most cases, this is the most desirable environment for them. However, there are times when it may be wise, or even necessary, to provide the kind of care and training that only an institution can give. And of course, another important factor is the ability of the parents or parent to provide properly for the child. A good institution must have certain basic features and characteristics: attractive buildings and grounds, classroom facilities, plenty of nourishing food served in enjoyable surroundings, a well-trained staff, clean and well-supervised
Exactly,
rooms,
Darth.
and there must be adequate hospital facilities for medical diagnosis and treatment. The good institution will have a variety of opportunities for vocational guidance, training, and job placement for those with vocational potential. Many mentally retarded people are capable of goal-directed activity. Take Patrick, for example. His goal is to get this pen working. After many attempts, Patrick succeeds in his goal. The fact is, however, that many mentally retarded are capable of goal-directed activity. They can do many kinds of jobs, which are often denied them, such as filling orders. We can clearly see Eric here in his warehouse filling such orders. Sometimes it is difficult or impossible to train a mentally retarded person for a specific job before employment, but his potential can be determined, and on-the-job training may solve the problem. It would be wrong to expect a mentally retarded person to become a master.
Funny. Like, I'm losing my shit over here. This is so good. Oh my God.
For vocational guidance, training, and job placement for those with vocational potential, many mentally retarded people are capable of goal-directed activity. Take Patrick, for example. His goal is to get this pen working. After many attempts, Patrick succeeds in his goal. The fact is, however, that many mentally retarded are capable of goal-directed activity. They can do many kinds of jobs, which are often denied them, such as filling orders. We can clearly see Eric here in his warehouse filling such orders. Sometimes it is difficult or impossible to train a mentally retarded person for a specific job before employment, but his potential can be determined, and on-the-job training may solve the problem. It would be wrong to expect a mentally retarded person to become a master craftsman. The standards are too high, but even in the skilled trades, for example, the mentally retarded can be trained to become valuable assistants. It's often surprising how well they can learn to do some very complicated, responsible, and even somewhat hazardous jobs, but regardless of the job level, and regardless of what kind of general or specialized training has been given, the mentally retarded are no different to any of us in one respect. The most important single qualification for job success is socialization, the ability to work pleasantly and cooperatively with others who are the mentally retarded. They are people. They come in both sexes and in all sizes, shapes, creeds, and colors. Their numbers are vast, and wherever people live, there also live the mentally retarded.
Exactly, Red. Like PTP and his wife, they're gross with the tattoos, Jim.
That was Suit that did that? Is that his video?
Yeah, but he just put in like there's other videos like this.
Yeah, that he just edited in the different sound, different talking,
characters. Yeah,
yeah.
They've done it with.
That was great.
It was great. There's too much ink on PTP and his wife. It's like I'm not into the ink thing. Oh, he gave appreciation to Ethan, acting director, Tony the Frog.
Yeah. Acting director, Comicsgate Division of Mental Diseases, Tony the Frog, superintendent, Comicsgate school staff and hospital and his staff.
Exactly.
Consultants, young Clippa.
Oh,
This is it.
Go ahead. I want to see something real quick.
Dave, I'm gonna cut out.
Oh, you got to work tomorrow?
I gotta work tomorrow to get something to eat. So, but thank you,
Dude.
for having
It's
me
like
on, Dave.
it's like 12:51. You can't eat this late.
Well, I'll have a salad. How
Salad.
about that? I don't know. I'm hungry.
We can eat on the stream. Jim does all the time.
No, I don't. No,
You don't what? You don't
I don't
want
like
Elizabeth
eating on
to
the
see it?
stream. No. She's Beth now, not Elizabeth. She's changed her name.
Oh my God! Thanks, buddy. Tomorrow
Thanks,
night.
Dave. Thanks, Jim.
Tomorrow night
Appreciate it.
is cryptids. Tomorrow night's a cryptids episode. If you want to jump in, Julio, and give your 2 cents, and whether you think it's all bullshit, you can do that, man.
No,
Because
I'm
we
not
had
gonna-
Uncapped here the other night saying everything we're talking about is fucking wrong, and I was getting ready to fucking throw him off the stream. Kidding. It was fun. You know, one thing I like about Uncapped, he seems to have a lot of knowledge about a lot of stuff. But he's also very strong-willed.
Well, okay, Julio left.
That's fine. I'm talking.
Bye,
to you.
Julio. I didn't get to say goodbye. I think there was a
The differentials.
there was a certain person who was
Me?
being very not you, that was being
Oh.
very difficult.
Uncapped.
No,
In the chat?
no, the guy who came on stream that was pretending to be someone else.
Oh, Rizgard.
No.
Yeah.
Rizgard, who claimed to be
Yeah.
Lethal Burrito, who's playing to be someone else before. And he's very difficult to be on stream with. He talks over people. He starts trying to twist what you said. I don't know.
It was you, Beth. You're the worst.
No, and in all honesty, I don't like being on stream with that guy.
Well,
He's just
Okay.
he's hard to be on stream with. It's been because I don't know. It seems like I think he comes on and he's like trying to have fun to fucking just derail the stream, like he thinks it's funny.
Well, I also think I think he wants to. I think he's trying to figure out how to stream, Jim. Like,
Mhm.
and he wants to come on my show because, like, anybody in my chat could send me a link right now. I'll bring him on. Right? I don't care.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's a dummy. I think
I didn't say that, but I think he's purposely doing it because he did it before the time when Low Watermark was on. He did the same thing. And he was
the great thing about Low Watermark is he tells him to go fuck himself.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, but I've had worse people on before, and many people have said, get the fuck off. And I'm like, okay. But guys, I now the talking over people. Okay. You're right. I don't notice it, dude, because I'm the worst about it. But people have told me before, hey, Dave, it's your show. You can talk over anybody you want to. When if you want to talk over people, talk over them. The guitar guy. No. We're talking about Lethal Burrito the other night. We were talking.
But he's been on. It's like the third time he's had a different name because he was someone else before Rizgard too.
Oh, was he?
Yes, and I just don't, like you would be mid sentence talking about something, and he would just come right on top of you, start talking about something completely different that had nothing to do with what the show was about. Like I thought we were gonna, I was like, okay, we were supposed to be talking about Atlantis or the Anunnaki or something, and then all of a sudden he's just like taking it off onto some other shit that I was like, okay, we're just because he did the same thing when the original time we were talking about the Anunnaki.
Is that why we got attracted to?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Attracted so much.
Yeah, and that's why I was like, if he's going to do it again, I'm going to fucking bail because I don't want to talk. He starts talking about I lived in because he says all this stuff. I lived all over Mexico and all this food, and I did this, and I'm here, and I'm in Texas, and I'm this.
Yeah, I do.
I was like,
I'm a fucking roadie for bands and all.
Yeah, and I was like, all right, cool, dude, but can we just have a conversation? If you want to add to the conversation, that's awesome.
Right. Has Discovery died or something? No, Discovery's trying to protect his business. He wants to stay off the internet.
What? Did you hear what Amato just said? See what Amato just said?
I think it's when he said he changed his name because they were accusing him of being a PDF. Did he say that? Well, if that's the truth, that I won't bring on Lethal or Rizgard or whoever. Anybody that says...
I'm not telling you not to bring him on.
No.
I'm not.
Here's what I'm going to say. Anybody that says they can't get in the chat because they don't, or I can't fucking make them a wrench, or they don't have an X account so I can send them the link, or they don't have an email, then I'm not going to just post it in the chat. I mean, that's legit. Like Rizgard just says, I don't have any way for you to contact me except for putting the post up in the stream. Yikes.
Well, that's why I didn't want to really say, I was kind of I don't want to say anything.
Dude, you're my
I know, but I'm just saying, it was weird. It was just weird because he's like, it's just weird to me. And I was
but how many people are being accused of a PDF file all the time now?
I don't put any credit to that or anything. It's just, it was like, and then when I'm like, dude, you sound like Rizgard. No, I'm not Rizgard.
No,
like, why the fuck are you lying? Like, why are you lying?
I think he when you walked away for like 2 minutes to go do whatever you're doing that night, he goes, I'm fucking with Jim. I'm like, okay. No, that ain't cool. Don't fuck with Jim. Because he knew it.
I'm listening to this is fucking Rizgard.
Beth, if you ever want to come on the stream on a Monday night and talk about House of the Dragons, just hit me up on Twitter.
Oh, fuck you. I would love to have Beth come on. She knows way more about this than I do.
Yeah, because I know nothing about this. I've never read the books, and I'd love to have you on.
Okay, we're just gonna call Dave Jon Snow from now on.
What does that mean? I have no idea.
Because Jon Snow knows nothing.
Oh, yeah.
That's the whole thing. Jon Snow. You know nothing, Jon Snow. That was the whole thing.
Damn. I got to pay more attention to what people say in Motto. Jim is a voice of reason. Yeah. Okay.
No, I'm not telling you what to do. I just was like,
no, please. No, dude. You got to protect me. I'm a dummy. I'm the biggest motherfucking idiot on the internet. I'm worse than fucking, what's that guy's name? Sturgis? Which I actually know his real name, chat. I know his real name. I know where he lives, but what I'll never do is say it out loud. Just order it at Ripaverse Goalpost or
No, Ripoff Verse.
Ripoff Verse. Ripoff Verse, Beth. Ripoff Verse has multicolors. Jim bought them all to support Ripoff Verse. And you can buy Ripoff Verse shirts right there. Yes. No, it's not. And he gets really mad when you call him Sturgis. He goes, "That's not my fucking name." I would love, Jim, for you to, DM him one day with his real fucking name. Hey, Clarence, what the fuck?
His name is Clarence?
No, I'm just, for example.
Okay.
For example. But I do know his name.
What's the clearance, Clarence?
What's a clearance, Clarence? Yeah, if you go to Ripoff Verse, guys, and just buy his t-shirts, he's got 4 colors, I think, at least.
No, I think it's more than 4. I think it's 6.
6. Hey, what the fuck? Joe Ambra. What? Joe, where have you been, man? You used to be here every night. I know. Clarence was Lumpy's name. That was the best shit ever from Leave It to Beaver. Clarence, go home. Clarence and Eddie were the bad boys. They were the bad boys that the Cleavers didn't really trust.
Yep. What's our vector, Victor? What's our clearance, Clarence? Roger.
Dude, I knew a guy. I knew a guy in Florida when I worked at this pizza place in Fort Lauderdale called Poppy's Pizza. And he said his name was Brad, right? And he was an Italian. And we found out his fucking first name was Clarence. And he was from Southern Italy, which is actually Sicily, right? That's where he was from. Mm-hmm. And you know what they say about Sicilians, right?
Yeah, the Moors.
They're half black.
Yeah.
So we used to give him shit every night when we found that shit out. And he got so pissed. And we would call him Clarence or Clearance all the time. Hey, there's a clearance on the Walmart aisle at row 12.
I don't know. Pike Bishop says they weren't black, but I saw that documentary. I saw the documentary Robin Hood, the Prince of Thieves with Kevin Costner and Morgan Freeman. And Morgan Freeman was a Moor in there. So
all I'm saying is
he looked more black than not.
The Sicilians are like supposed to be the black side of the Italian fucking culture. And this is Brad from 1980s, like getting pissed off when we called him that shit because he knew the history. They weren't sub-Saharan blacks, North African Arabs. Okay. Either way, he got pissed off when we would call him that shit. And he's like, "You motherfuckers!" Like he would.
Wait, I just saw that documentary on Netflix that Cleopatra was black.
Yeah, that was real. That was so real. The moops were black. I don't know what the moops were, hey jackass, but I once dated a chick from no chick from Sicily is going to date an Australian. What the hell are you talking about? Australia's not real.
I know she was Greek, Beth.
Yeah, I know. That's the point. Like
the whole Ptolemaic dynasty was from Greece, or interbred with Greeks.
And wasn't like Cleopatra, like she seduced everybody that walked into her fucking realm. Yeah, Seinfeld reference. I got you. I knew you knew that. Well, they had that big scene at True Romance where Dennis Hopper called Christopher Walken an eggplant. I love True Romance. It's a great movie. Yeah. All right, let's see the history of Westeros, Jim.
All right, this is the next part. It's 7 minutes. It's the Age of Heroes.
So the monkey men are gone and the giants are gone.
For 2,000 years, the Children of the Forest and the First Men of Westeros waged war for control of the continent, until a pact was reached on the Isle of Bases. A new era of peace and prosperity then emerged for the people of Westeros, with the children retreating into the deep woods, and the First Men establishing hundreds of petty kingdoms in the open lands. Many of the First Men began adopting the customs and traditions of the native Westerosi, such as a reverence for the weirwood trees and faith in the old gods.
What
Though
are they
not
talking
all.
about? Who's the first man?
The first men were the first men that came across the bottom. That's like there's certain families which they say like Starks are of the first men. There's several families that are of the first men.
But they built many petty kingdoms, like they weren't legit. Like,
no, they were petty kingdoms. Like they had their own like small kingdoms, like all the other small houses, like like the Darklands and the Brackens, and then they built these houses.
The Blackmoors or whatever. Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
Blackwoods, and the
All First Men were willing to abandon their traditional beliefs. The people of the Iron Islands remained faithful to the drowned god and would be steadfast in their devotion for thousands of years to come. And for a time, the island people of the Sisters believed in the Lord of the Skies and the Lady of the Waves. Although the First Men did have a written language, using runes to communicate, the meaning of many of these symbols have been lost over time. And so the stories from the Age of Heroes, as it came to be known, have been preserved entirely through legend and song. As a result,
what? Portuguese. Hey, isn't that where Anna's from?
Yeah. Who marries her second cousin and eats dirt? What the fuck? Look, man, I like Anna because she doesn't take no bullshit from people, but good God, that woman's got issues. Sorry. You think she can have babies? I mean, she doesn't.
She's pregnant. She's having a baby right now. She's pregnant.
Did she say she's pregnant?
Yeah, I believe they even said it. She was having a boy, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought she tried to deny she was pregnant for months and months because Cecil kept giving her shit. Like, she said, I'm not pregnant. Are we done detracting?
No, we'll never be done detracting.
That's not a thing.
Right now, we're detracting about Game of Thrones.
We're detracting George Martin's bullshit. Oh boy! All right, chat. I'm gonna pull this up real quick, Jim.
Okay.
Because this little gay guy called Julio, who was just on the stream, decided to send me a photo of his salad.
Oh, that's a very tasty looking salad.
That's the salad a man wants. God. Oh, by the way, Jim, I did have your sauce the other day.
Yeah. It's good, right? Yeah. It's good if you want to make a pizza too, but it's kind of strong for a pizza sauce. It's straight like that.
It doesn't matter, dude. The sauce in general was just really good.
Yeah.
She probably could have put another can with the tomato sauce just to give it a little bit more strength, but we're learning. And I was like, oh my God, it's so good without any. I had to add no salt, no pepper, nothing. It was great.
Yeah. And it's got like cheese in it, so you don't really need to add Parmesan unless you like a lot of Parmesan. So it's good. I like it. I mean, I've been eating that sauce since I was a child.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, you're special.
No, I'm just saying it was like
your dad loves you.
No, it's my gam.
Gam.
Many maesters and scholars question the validity of the wild and outlandish tales associated with this era. Nevertheless, Westerosi culture and society has been fundamentally shaped by this history, with many in the noble houses.
It's called Pastorelli's Pizza Sauce. They sell it. You can get it at Amazon. It just comes in small cans. It comes in bigger cans too, and you mix it with some regular tomato sauce for like to use it for spaghetti or mascacholi or something, or because it's kind of strong it's a pizza sauce, so it's got a lot of. Basically, you would put it on dough and then just cheese, and it has all the seasoning you need for a pizza, because that's where pizza gets all its seasoning from, is the sauce.
You guys can get it on Amazon, and it's here in 2 days. It's really good.
Pastorelli's.
Yeah. Go ahead and play it. I might put it
using
together real
ancient
quick.
precedent to justify the lands and wealth to which they lay claim. In the north, there was Bran the Builder, founder of House Stark, the man who built Winterfell and the Wall, becoming first king of Winter. Some stories also claim he aided in the construction of Storm's End and the High Tower, and gave the lands known as the Gift of Brandon to the Night's Watch. Although others claim many of these deeds may have been done by his sons or descendants, who were also named Brandon. House Bolton also claim a connection to this ancient past, descending from the Red Kings of the Dreadfort. House Dustin claims descent from the Barrow Kings, who also ruled at this time, and who in turn claim descent from the First King, the figure who many believe originally led the migration of men across the Arm of Dorne, and may be buried at Barrowton. The Crannog men of the Neck claim descent from the Marsh Kings, who were believed to be a first among equals, and a defender of the North from southern invaders. In the Vale, the Griffin King may have ruled as Mountain King, until the legendary Winged Knight, who flew on a giant falcon, engaged the Griffin King at the top of the giant's lance, slaying him to become the new ruler of the Vale. The Bloody Gate was also built during this time, seeing hundreds of armies crash against it during their struggles for power. In the Riverlands, houses such as the Brackens and Blackwoods claimed the title of King of the Trident, or King of the Rivers and the Hills, warring against each other for power and establishing ancient precedent for their well-known animosity. It is also possible the extinct House Fisher may have also ruled the territory at some point in this time period. The Riverlands are also associated with such fabled heroes as Artos the Strong, Florian the Fool, Nine-Finger Jack, Shara the Witch Queen, and the Green King of the God's Eye.
Jim?
In the Iron Islands,
No. These are all just in the books. These were never any
Never on
show or
screen.
never on screen or anything about them.
the Grey King, a devout worshipper of the drowned god, was believed to have slain the sea dragon Naga
It's an
and used
alternate
its
universe
bones to
story.
build his.
It's a
Right,
alternate universe. This is the universe of A Song of Ice and Fire, of George R.R. Martin's Game of Thrones, and all that.
So it's
Great Hall.
it's not BC. It's before
Conquest.
conquest, right? So it's not before Christ. It's before conquest. So that's kind of interesting.
Ruled the Iron Islands for 1,000 years before walking into the sea and joining the drowned god in his watery halls. He fathered hundreds of children during his life who fought and killed each other after his departure until only 16 remained, dividing the islands among them. All of the noble houses of the Iron Islands claim descent from these 16 sons, except for House Goodbrother, who claims descent from the Grey King's loyal elder brother. In the Westerlands, House Casterly ruled a large, gold-rich territory from their
books. Okay, if you're reading these books and then he makes Game of Thrones, are you like fucking lost for a while? Like, what the fuck? Like, he talked about so much shit in the books that never show up in the show. Like, why did he pick what he picked for the show? Was it because it was more exciting, Jim?
Well, he's wrote a bunch of books.
No, but this lore is fucking old as fuck.
Yeah, this lore is just like pieced together from stories, different stories told about, different people told different stories in the books. And so this is not, it was never laid out. It's not laid out like this in any of the books. This person collected all the pieces from the different books about different people, what different people said, and put them together in this to kind of make
so
it
this isn't like
coherent.
Actual book lore.
No, it's lore taken from what people said in the books.
Okay, so he's like figuring out everything and putting it together. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever been like a encyclopedia or something like written by George R.R. Martin. You know, there's nothing like the book The Similarian that Tolkien did that explains everything. You know, like that doesn't exist as far as I know.
Okay.
seat at Casterly Rock, until Lan the Clever, using only his wits, swindled the Casterlys, taking their ancestral home and founding House Lannister. Legends claim he may have accomplished this by finding a small, narrow opening in the caverns beneath the castle, and rubbed butter all over his body to squeeze his way through, then quietly terrorizing the Casterlys, turning them against one another and convincing them the castle was haunted, until they finally abandoned their ancestral home. In the Reach, some believe Lan was the bastard-born grandson of Garth Greenhand, while in the Westerlands, they claim he merely posed as one of the grandsons of Greenhand and made off with part of the family's inheritance. Lan would have
Holy
hundreds of
fuck.
blonde-haired children, many of which would come to populate the areas around Lannisport. In the fertile territory of the Reach, the legendary figure Garth Greenhand was believed to have ruled for many years, even associated with the first migration into Westeros, possibly an early leader of their people. Some tales claim he taught Westerosi settlers about agriculture and brought prosperity to the land. He would also have hundreds of children, with his first son, Garth Gardner, founding House Gardner, who would rule the Reach for thousands of years. Many other noble houses in the Reach also claim lineage from this ancient king, such as the Redwynes, Florence, Hightowers, Fossaways, Rowans, and many more. The people of the Reach also believe that Garth's descendants came to populate other realms as well, claiming that Lan the Clever of the Westerlands was the
What do you
bastard
think
son
here, Jim?
of either Rowan Goldtree or Floris the Fox.
What's that?
Like I heard the High Towers. Anybody else that I don't know about that's been in shows before besides the High Towers?
No, not. I mean, the Lannisters are the
He didn't say them in that little.
Yeah, he did. That was Lan the Clever was the first Lannister.
Okay, and he stole their castle because he told him it was haunted.
Yeah, some shit. Supposedly, I don't know. These are that's what I'm saying. This is like lore, but it's like lore that's kind of like what we hear from, like tales from different people about the flood and how the pyramids were built and who did this, and it's basically the same shit.
Okay.
Okay, Beth is saying there is a compendium that George put together.
Yeah, I highlighted it a minute ago. Jim tells you, and Meadow says, "I wish there was a way you could experience the story of Elden Ring." I feel like you'd really like it, but unfortunately, it's a video game. Yeah. Well, Jim plays video games, but not often. And Elden Ring is fucking hard. It's not like a game you go through and you go, "Oh, I'm getting through this game. I know what's going on." You got to fucking earn it. A guy named Garth was a founder. Is Garth from Wayne's World? Yes, absolutely. Who was the other guy in Wayne's World? Garth and shit. What was the other guy's name? In Wayne's World?
Oh, Garth and Wayne?
Wayne. Darth Garth. The Confused. It's Ellen Miss. Yeah. So I'm learning more here. I'm not going to read the books. I'm just not going to do it. I'm 14 years old. I haven't figured out how to read yet.
Yeah, like Tony Stark is descended from the Starks.
Is that a true thing?
No.
I think it is.
Maybe. But he, notice George R. R. Martin uses a lot of names of like Muppets and stuff. He has like Grover and Oscar and.
No.
You didn't notice that? Like Grover Tully, Oscar Tully.
Is that from House of the Dragon?
Yeah, House of the Dragon. A lot of his names, he gets names from other things.
Season 1? Yeah, that was
season 2.
1.
Season 2, no, the guy was just this episode. He said how that was Grover Tully, and then the grandson was Oscar Tully.
Right. Well, I mean, there's only so many names in the world, right? So you might as well have some fun with it.
Yeah, but like this, if you wanted to watch like all these shows, like all these little series that this guy has about these, you would really understand a lot more of what's going on with what we're watching.
I'm sure by the end, it's like, okay, now we're into the fucking fire and ice, or ice and fire.
Yeah. This is just like brief things going through the history.
While Bran the Builder of House Stark is believed to have been.
What's that?
This is like going through the Old Testament of the Bible right now. Like,
correct. Yeah.
Okay.
In the son of Brandon of the Bloody Blade, the legendary son of Garth Greenhand, who drove the giants out of the Vale. In the Stormlands, Durin Godsgrief, the first Storm King, married Elenai, daughter of the Sea God and the Goddess of the Wind. in brazen defiance of their opposition to the Union. The gods were so enraged by Durin's disobedience that they sent a storm to destroy his keep on the night of their wedding, killing all of his family and friends. Durin then declared war on the gods and rebuilt his castle, but again they sent storms for its destruction. It was
That
on
is
his
so
7th
funny.
attempt, with aid from the children of the forest and a young Bran the Builder, that he constructed Storm's End, and at last was able to resist the power of the gods. Durin then ruled for 1,000 years, though others claim it was a series of kings by the same name that led the territory. In Dorne, ancient houses such as the Danes may have ruled at this time as kings of the Torrentine, while House Fowler were the kings of Stone and Sky, and House Ironwood, as the Blood Royals, laid claim to the title High Kings of Dorne. It is also believed rival High Kings were raised along the river Greenblood. Other heroes from this time include Serwyn of the Mirror Shield, a warrior pledged to House Gardner, associated with a number of fanciful tales, including saving a princess named Daerissa from giants, and slaying the dragon Urax by hiding behind a mirror shield until he was close enough to spear it through the eye. There was also Simeon Star Eyes, an ancient warrior who lost both his eyes and so replaced them with star sapphires. The Age of Heroes saw many legendary men and women of Westerosi history performing momentous deeds and establishing long-lasting dynasties. But this era of wonder and prosperity could not last forever. After 2,000 years of peace, a threat was rising in the bitter north, and the long night was coming.
A special thanks to all those who have contributed to civil.
Is this the same thing as Ethan's people and the Mormons? Yeah. Like, it's okay, though. Nobody's following the George R.R. Martin fucking religion. Duran Duran lived for 1,000 years, and they named their kingdom Rio. And she danced along the sand. I love that song.
8,000 years
If they
before
say
Aegon's
Big Bird in an
conquest,
episode,
as
I'm going to
winter
shit my
engulfed
pants,
the
Jim.
continent of Westeros, a great darkness fell over the land. The long night had come, bringing forth a generation of famine and terror. Westerosi legends claim.
This is the Song of Ice and Fire that Rhaenyra was asking Alicent if she told her about, or if she told Aegon about, that Aegon's dream or whatever.
Right.
This is what they're talking about. This coming from the north. These White Walkers. It's White Walkers. These like ice demons that turn people and raise the dead and turn them into zombies and attack people.
Jim, you have not had your chips and salsa tonight. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Did you eat dinner?
Yeah, I had a pizza.
Like a homemade pizza, or did you order out?
No, I ordered it. Just a shitty place.
Shitty pizza. Shitty Walk?
Shitty Walk. Shitty pizza from this place called Jets.
Oh, don't eat Jets pizza, dude.
It's the only thing. It's the best pizza you can get, like, around me. That's not,
Domino's
horrible.
or whatever.
Well,
Yeah.
Domino's is I won't eat, and Papa John's I can't stand, and
Little Caesars. You're not
Little
gonna go to the
Caesars, don't
store.
eat that. But like a lot of the places, I haven't found a good place. Like little place. Like got a lot of places that claim to be New York pizza, but it's not. It sucks, and then you get a lot of
Jets is
places.
awful. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
But it's the best you got. I get it.
That it was during these years of darkness that mysterious northern creatures known as the Others invaded southern lands. The Others, also called White Walkers, were tall and gaunt, with skin as pale as milk and eyes that shine bright blue. They wore camouflage armor and wielded razor-thin swords of ice they imbued with magic, allowing
So were they
them to
like
freeze
descendants
and
of the
break
fucking
enemy
giants?
armaments.
Is that what the White Walkers are?
No, they were
'Cause he said they were
created.
tall.
Yeah, they were created by. Allegedly, they were created by the children of the forest to aid them in their battle against man, but they ended up coming to peace with men, and then they turned on these guys, and they're like liches, yeah. But they like, according to the legend, they took a piece of dragon glass and drove it into a guy's heart, and he turned him into a White Walker, and the Night King, and then he turned other people into White Walkers somehow. He's
Like
able to
witchcraft stuff.
like witchcraft, some kind of witchcraft spell from them, and basically then they were able to, and then there's like a whole thing where there was a guy, what the fuck was his name, that was giving babies to them, and they were turning the babies into White Walkers to raise and stuff for their army. But they could also have an army of the dead. So the White Walkers aren't dead; they're alive.
And but they're like zombies, but they're not.
They're like zombies, yeah.
Okay.
Craster, that was his name, Craster. That was giving babies to him.
So where do the dragons come in? Later. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You know, maybe that's the whole thing, like how the dragons came about. Maybe the dragons were created or whatever somehow by the same type of magic and as a way to fight these ice things, because you got fire and ice. So maybe that was some kind of
right.
I don't know.
They were kind
of
also
able to summon ice spiders.
Were they pointless?
Yeah. I mean, but because the whole thing is you got like Valerian steel is the only way you can kill a White Walker or dragon glass. You have to stab him with the dragon glass again to kill him. Or maybe not dragon glass. No, just Valerian steel. I think.
Okay.
But yeah, so.
What's up, Peter
Both
Watts?
human and animal dead, riding reanimated horses, bears, and dire wolves into battle, and reviving fallen enemies to create an army of undead warriors, which came to be known as Whites. The first men and children of the forest quickly rose to counter the invasion, but their weapons and magic could do little to help them, suffering greatly until forced to retreat south, their hopes for victory all but lost. Yet in the midst of the devastation, stories claim the last hero emerged, wielding a sword of dragon steel to embark upon a quest, searching for the elusive children of the forest, in the hopes they might provide assistance in humanity's renewed efforts against the northern invaders. The last hero brought a horse, a dog, and a dozen companions with him on this journey, but lost them all along the way, even seeing his sword freeze and snap from the brutal cold. Yet despite all these hardships, he found the children and convinced them to help humanity as they struggled to survive. Now, with the aid of the children of the forest and the discovery of dragon glass as an effective weapon against the White Walkers, the army of the Night's Watch led the people of Westeros to victory at the Battle for the Dawn, eventually pushing the others back into the lands of always winter. In order to prevent any such invasion in the future, stories say Bran the Builder, the legendary Stark King, raised a massive wall in the north, with the children of the forest casting powerful spells and enchantments on the ice to ensure the White Walkers could not pass through. The Night's Watch was then made into its guardians, tasked with defending the south from all threats north of the wall. And while Westeros suffered greatly during these years of war and darkness, the devastation of the Long Night was felt all across the known world, seeing the lands of Essos enduring their own hardships and establishing their own legends and mythos concerning the events of the...
Yeah, there's like all these, like this is, Valeria was right here, and then it sank into the sea. There was like volcanoes and stuff. There's all types of legends about how that happened and why. And then you have, like, there was these Dothraki horse lords here. Over here, I think, is where Ashai is, the lands of Ashai, where they had this, something about the Golden Dawn, or... Anyway. Yeah, it's huge. Way bigger.
These years. In the lands of the Rhoynar, stories say a terrible night fell upon the world, causing the waters of the River Rhoyne to freeze, until a hero emerged to unite the children of the goddess Mother Rhoyne to sing a secret song which brought back the day. Beyond the Bone Mountains, in the lands of Yi Ti, they claim that it was under the reign of the Amethyst Empress that the troubles began, believing that she was betrayed by her brother, who crowned himself the Bloodstone Emperor, practicing the dark arts and taking a tiger woman as his wife. According to tradition, his corruption, which saw him consume the flesh of man and worship a black stone fallen from the sky, caused the Maiden Maid of Light to turn her back on the world, leading to the Long Night, when the Lion of Night came forth to punish the realms of man for their wickedness. The demon armies of this vengeful god caused great devastation, until a hero emerged, wielding the sword Lightbringer, to drive the enemy back, restoring light to the world. The story of the hero.
Yeah, so see, you got basically the same story about this guy coming to save him from the Long Night. Because I don't know if you know this, they have like summers that last like 7 or 8 years, and then or it depends, and then they'll have winters. Sometimes the winters are a year long, sometimes they're 2 years long, sometimes they're 3 years long. They have like real weird seasons, and supposedly it's all got all
planets were aligning. Okay,
I don't know because it got all fucked up when the children did their spell to break up. Supposedly, when they did their thing to break up the Arm of Dorne or to break up that they caused some kind of problem.
Okay.
Hero who fought against the armies of darkness with a flaming sword spread throughout eastern Essos, with many cultures adopting their own version of the tale, such as the patrimony of Hirkun and its successor realms, which claim the man was known as Hirkun the Hero, while other lands give this figure names such as Eldrick Shadow Chaser, Yin Tar, and Nefarion. The most well-known story, however, would come out of the mysterious far eastern city of Ashai, where the followers of the Red God R'hllor claim the hero was Azor Ahai, believing he labored for 30 days and nights, attempting to forge a sword to defeat the armies of darkness, but the weapon shattered as he tempered it in water. Again, he tried to forge the sword, this time working for 50 days and nights, then driving the sword into the heart of a lion, hoping to imbue it with the animal's power, but once again he failed. Finally, he labored for 100 days and nights, and called for his wife, Nisa. With great sadness, he drove the sword into his wife's heart, imbuing it with her soul, and at last the weapon was forged, naming it Lightbringer, the Red Sword of Heroes. With Lightbringer at his side, Azor Ahai led humanity to victory, driving the demon armies of night back to restore light to the world. The ancient prophecies of Ashai then go on to claim that Azor Ahai would one day return, reborn to fight against a new darkness that would threaten humanity, and should he fail, the world fails with him. There will come a day, after a long summer, when the stars bleed and the cold breath of darkness falls heavy on the world. In this dread hour, a warrior shall draw from the fire a burning sword, and that sword shall be Lightbringer, the Red Sword of Heroes, and he who clasps it shall be Azor Ahai come again, and the darkness shall flee before him.
Is that fucking Lancelot?
A special thanks to all those who have contributed to Civilization X.
That's like, what the hell? All right, we got enough, dude. We got to go. You have to babysit tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's 1:30. I didn't realize it was so late.
I got to work tomorrow. Peter, sorry you got here so late, but you missed a fun stream, or rewatch it. Yeah, that sword looked very fucking 2023, Jim. Did you know?
Well,
that?
it's just, but that's old. You know, I don't know. It just made it was supposed to be like a flaming sword. Maybe it meant flaming.
Flaming. Hi, boys. How are you? I'm Nick Ricada, and I went on my boy Camelot show, who fucking talked shit about me for 2 months or a month and a half. Jim, we gotta fucking detract on that shit whenever we can again, because that was some bullshit. Are you gonna watch Nick tonight, or are you going to bed?
I'm going to bed.
Yeah, fuck Nick in his hot tub, right? Like,
yeah, I don't.
Who cares? Like, dude, it's supposed to be a chill stream. After you went on with, I wonder how much shit he got last night for going on that show. I really do. If I'd have watched it, I would have sent a super chat saying, "Hey, Cody, you're such a fucking asshole." But I did send Nick a super chat a week ago when you were modding for him.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, holy shit, BTM, thanks." But I don't want to piss Nick off so much he doesn't want to come on my show.
Well, he'll come on.
I hope you can bring him on.
We'll get him on. I'll keep pestering him.
Well, don't pester him. Just say, "Hey, dude, we're just having fun here." Like, tell him we'll talk about American Beauty with fucking, gay ass Kevin Spacey, the murdering piece of shit, and we'll have some fun. But the movie's good. I like American Beauty. It was a good movie. But anyway, let's give the chat some thanks, man. They've been very great tonight, right, Jim?
Yes, chat has been awesome. Thanks, chat.
Beth, if you ever want to come on the show, just RazorDave68, and I will send you a fucking link. Monday nights. There's 6 more episodes left this season. We'll bring you on, and we'll talk about it. But here's my outro, guys. See you guys.